Welcome to the Power BI training by MCAL Global. Now, before learning any new concept, we should know what it does. Here you can see that we have data in the Excel file, or we can say that we can have data into different forms like PDFs, data from web, and etc. So we can convert that data into the such kinds of forms. This is done with the help of Power BI. This is known as dashboard. We can convert such kind of data into this kinds of images which are interactive too. Now let's understand what is Power BI. Power BI is a business intelligence tool developed by Microsoft, which helps us to visualize our data, to clean the data and convert that data into visual formats or reports like we have seen before. We can also say that Power BI is also a collection of components like Power Query Editor, Power Pivot, and Power View. Now, what is Power Query Editor? Power Query Editor is where we clean the data. It works on extract, transform, and load. That is ETL. The words itself tell us what is the meaning of it. Like E stands for extract, means extracting data from different sources, transforming that data and then loading that data for the further processes. Now Power Pivot. Power Pivot is used for data modeling. We have data from multiple sources. We can connect them and create relationships between them. What is Power View? We can create 250 plus charts like bar charts, donut charts, and etc. for visualization in the Power BI. Power BI was originally launched in 2015 by Microsoft as an individual tool. Before that, it was not individual tool. It was mixed with some different kinds of tools. From 2015, it has gained its individual priority. Power BI is one of the most widely used business intelligence tools. Now, we have understood what is Power BI, so let us know that why we should use Power BI only. Like some of the advantages of Power BI. Power BI has user-friendly interface. Like we can just drag and drop the things and our work is done. Once we start working with the Power BI, we can understand it. Integration with the popular Microsoft tools like Excel, Azure, and Teams. Like there are many different kinds of data connectors, we will understand it further. Powerful analytics and real-time data visualization. As I said before, that we can connect different kinds of data and we can create dashboards. Those dashboards are interreactive. Once we create one project or we complete our visualization part or we complete one of the dashboard, then you can understand why we are saying that it has real-time data visualization or interreactive analytics. Gartner has consistently recognized Power BI as top business intelligence tool. From the years, Power BI has maintained its position on the top. Microsoft ensures enterprise-level data security and compliance with tools like row-level security. In short, we can say that Power BI provides us data security. Data needs to be secure, and that Power BI has that facility for us. As I also said before that Power BI has 200 plus different kinds of charts. Here are just some of the names, but there are many different charts we can use through Power BI. Now there are different kinds of data connectors in Power BI. What are those? Like we can connect the files from Excel, PDF, web, and many different kinds of things. Once we enter into Power BI, we will see that. Now let's just download and install Power BI. It is not a complex process. What we have to do is we have to go on our browser, type there Power BI download, Click on this link. Here you will get like date published, file size, and some of the description of Power BI. You can simply click on download. You will choose the file name whichever you want according to your systems. For right now I'm going with this and download. Once it is download, you will see in your downloads folder this kind of file name. What you have to do is you just have to double click on it and your installation process will be started. You just have to follow the commands, choose the path and install the Power BI. If you have selected the desktop icon click box, then you will see. Now as I have installed it before only, that's why I'm closing it. If you have installed properly, then you can see this kind of icon on your desktop. You just have to double click on it and your Power BI will get open. We have three components of Power BI, that is Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service and Power BI Mobile. So we are going to use that is Power BI Desktop. It is the free version and for learning purpose that is the good one. Power BI service is used when we create the dashboards and we need to share that dashboards online to our colleagues, clients or whoever we want to share that dashboards. So once you have completely downloaded Power BI and installed it, and when you will open it, you will see this kind of interface. Now what it is, let us understand bit by bit. Here you can see that sign in option and settings and about. If you want to change any of the settings, you can do it from here. For right now, I want you to change a setting that is known as locally. Here you can see different kinds of settings available over here. What we have to do is we have to go to the regional settings. Here you can see this English and India. You can also read here that locally determines the regional setting used to interpret numbers, dates and times in imported text for this file. This is important when we work with the dates and times columns. So what we have to do is we have to change this to whatever our system's language is. You can check it from here also what my system is having of English and Indian keyboard. So it is okay. If both matches you can keep it. If not, then you have to change it. And after that click OK. Now once you have entered into Power BI, you can see these kinds of things over here. This part over here is known as ribbon. It is used for different things we are doing with the our data. Like home tab is there, insert, modeling, view, optimize. We will understand these things afterwards. This white panel here, it is known as canvas area. Canvas area is where we are going to build our dashboards or reports. Here you can see that use sample data, paste data into blank table or import data from SQL server or from Excel file. We are going to understand how we are going to get data from these different sources also. But for now, just remember that this is known as canvas area. Here you can see that we have the option of filters, visualizations and data. For right now we have not connected any data. So here it is saying that you have not connected any data yet. Also we can click here and we can start with gathering our data. For right now, coming to this visualizations pane, and here you can see that we have different kind of charts. As I told before in the introduction part that we have 200 plus charts in Power BI. Here are some of them, and if you click on this, then we can get more charts also, but for that we have to sign in. For the simple ones, we have here pie chart, line charts, stack charts and different kinds. We have also Python visual. We will see it further that how we are going to connect the data through that also. Here you can see that is report view. we have here table view. Whatever table we are creating, cleaning that, like data transformation terms are being done on that, then we can see the table view of whatever the tables or data we have cleaned. Here you can see that. Right now we have not connected anyone, so we can see here it is empty. What is model view? Model view is where we will see our data once it is cleaned, the relationships between them we can see here. Now we have not connected any data, so we cannot see anything, but once we will connect the data, we can see that how the relationships between the tables have been built. DAX. You will understand DAX in the upcoming videos. But for right now, DAX stands for Data Analysis Expression. Come into this report view. Yeah. Here you can see that page 1, page, we can add different pages also. For right now it is not needed, but we can click over just this add button and we can take different pages also. If we right click on that page option, we can duplicate that page, we can rename that page, we can delete it, hide, remove or move it. Like this, we have different kind of options for the pages. Page means this kind of page here. Now, what we will do is, we will connect the data from different sources. But before that, we need to understand what is data connectors. Data connectors are nothing but just the things that we are connecting data from different sources. Sources in the sense are like Excel workbook, data flows, data wars, SQL servers, analysis services, text, web, blank query, and many more. If you click on more, you will see. These things are nothing but data connectors. The word data connector itself tells that we are going to connect data from different kind of sources. That is known as data connectors. Like this Excel, text, JSON, folder, PDF, these all are known as data connectors, and we have different kind of data connectors available in Power BI. Like online services, Azure, Power Platform, Microsoft Fabric, databases, file, all. You can see over this all. What we are going to do is now we are going to connect different kinds of like Excel, CSV, folder, and connect the and also add the data manually and even from the web. For right now, let's just start connecting the data from the Excel book. What we have to do is we just have to select Excel, and here you can see the connect button. We will click on it. Now Power BI has intelligently suggested me that I have these many kinds of Excel files in my system, so I can choose one of them. Like it has not shown me different kinds of files rather than Excel. So for right now, I am going to select this banking data. Now here you can see that navigator pane has been opened. Even though I have selected the table, right? Still I can't see the preview over here. Why it is so? Here also you can see that there is load and transform data options, but we cannot click them. Why it is? And here I have two tables, but preview can't be seen. What I have to do is to see the preview is I have to select this checkbox. Then I can see whatever the data is available in that table. Here I have client ID, name, age, location ID, and many more columns. And you can also see that here the load option and transform data option are also enabled for me. Now when we should click load data and when we should use transform data. Load data we should use when we know that our data is already clean. We have got clean data and there is no need to work on that data. But this is not a good practice. We should always go with transform data option because data can never be clean or transformed. If we have cleaned it before and then we are coming back again. So then we can go it with the load data, but for now, as we have entered for the first time, we will go with the transform data option. As now the table has been loaded, you can see that we have entered into Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor is where we are going to do extract, transform and load. That is ETL operations. What we are going to do here is we are going to clean the data. Most of the time is being we have to work with this part only. Cleaning of the data is the most important and time taking process. So here you can see that we have entered into Power Query Editor. What these all things are there, we are going to understand further. For right now, we have selected this blank banking clients and here we have that data. If we want that different files also, what we have to do is we have to, like if we want to take any other tables, then what we have to do, we have to close and apply this, means whatever changes we have done, we have to close and apply from here. Here you can see that the options are close and apply, apply and close. What we will do is close and apply. Again we will come in this space or this interface. We can again click on get data and connect with the different files. For right now we have checked that we have we have connected Excel file, and for now we are going to go with the different one. Like if we have data into folder, how we can connect it. Again come here. Yeah. We already have this banking clients data, okay? For right now, we are just going to take the data from different source, that is folder. We will select this folder and we will click here, connect. It will intelligently select what kind of folders I have. For right now, if we have the path of that, we can just copy paste over here or we can browse it from here. On my desktop, I have this datasets folder. Here I have this pizza sales folder or even Spotify. I can select any of it and click and then OK. So it is showing me that I have these three kinds of files. Two of it are CSV and I have to work with these two files only. This desktop, it is not needed, but still it has shown its description, like what is extension, what is name of that file, what kind of content in it is, dates and attributes, and also the path of that folder. Now as I told that we can combine this and also work on it, but as we have this file which is not needed, so we will not combine, we will go with the transform data. Whatever we saw in the preview, we can see it over here. We have the Spotify named folder. Now we want to open this one table or also this table. So what we will do is we will come on this binary, we will right click on it. Here we have three options, that is copy, drill down and add as new query. We are going to select add as new query, double click on that, and here you can see that that file has been opened over here. We have to double click on this. Yeah. And this data will be opened in Power Query Editor where we can work with this data. Now here you can see in the properties section the name of that table. But it is not proper name of the table. Naming conventions is really important to understand our data. So what we can do is we will select it and we will give it a name. Yeah. So I have given this table the name like high popularity and I will press enter. You can change the name of the table from here also, or even if you double click over high popularity or this name, you can also change the name from here too. Now it depends upon you what you prefer. Now, as we know, in our folder we were having two files. So what about that next file? We can go on this source from here also, or even if we would have clicked on this Spotify folder name, then also we could have come on this. The same process we have to follow to open this table. What we have to do is right click on this, add as new query, double click on this, and here also the name is not proper, so what we have to do is we will change the name. But right now we will change the name from here. Double click on it, cancel, and what we will give it the name as see, we have changed the name of our table. So this is the table we are going to work with. Here you can see that we have your applied steps column where we can see that source, navigation, imported CSV, promoted headers, and different kinds of things over here. So what is source? Source we clicked and we went on our Spotify folders, the main folder which we loaded, right? Navigation is where we can see the preview of whatever things we are going to load. Imported CSV, as this file was CSV and we have imported it. So this applied step itself tells us that we have whatever steps we have done, they are recorded here. To keep the history of whatever steps we have done, we can see here in this applied steps column or section. You can see we have changed type. We have not done it, but still it has detected by itself. And what is this change type? That is, if we cross it, so we can see that what the type it has changed. For right now we will not look at this, we will move forward. Now we have imported the data from folder, we have imported the data from Excel file. What we will do is we will just close this and we will connect the data from, let's see from what we can connect the data next. If you want to connect the SQL Server database, then you just have to fill this information and database names or server, and you can click on OK. Then you can see that data into Power Query editor, and you can work on that data. For right now, I'm not having any data, so I will not go with it. I'm having a CSV file, so I will choose this and let's see. These many types of CSV files I'm having in my PC. Let's take this movies and so this is the preview of whatever data we are having. Here this concept of delimiter, we will understand it further. For right now, what the different kinds of delimiter we are having, that is equal sign, semicolon, space, tab, and custom we can change if we want to take any different kind of delimiter, then also we can take it. The data type detection, this rank, movie ID, title, year, this is known as data type, and that data type is being detected based on first 200 rows of the data. From these first 200 rows we can detect this data type. This is the name of the data type, not the actual data type. We will transform it and see. Now as we have opened this movies CSV file in our Power Query editor, we can see what we have in that data. Now how many rows and columns we have in our data, we can see it over here. I have 22 columns in my data, 22 columns and 250 rows. See, here you can see 250 rows. And this kind of columns, I have 22 columns. You can see it here. Column profiling is based on top 1000 rows, but right now we just have 250 rows, so that is not needed. Uh, our data cannot be detected by from 1000 rows, right? Because we don't have 1000 rows in it. But when we are working, we may have 1000 rows or more than 1000 rows. Yeah, so what is data type? Data type, here you can see that it is 1, 2, 3. Here the movie's ID, you can see that ABC. Here also ABC. Here is numbers. Here is ABC. In these rows, you can see this 14, 13, 12. These all are values, right? These also are values. These values are in the text form. These are also text as well as numeric form. What these are? These are numeric forms. So when we click over here, we can see that different kinds of data type. We have decimal number data type, we have fixed decimal number, we have whole number, percentage, date type. What these data types will do, we will understand it further in depth. For right now, just understand that we have numeric values over here, so our data type is numeric. We have here numeric as well as text data type. It is as it has started with the text, so we have here, we will click here and what we will see that we have here, this is text data type. If we want to change, we can change it. Now before starting with the Power BI, I told you about locally, using locally. When we are working with the date, numbers or time functions, then we will need this locally. Why it is important, we will understand it at that time. Here you can see what kind of data types we have of duration. We can change it. How we will change it? We just have to click on that data type and we have changed it, but it is showing error. So how to solve this error, we will see. These all things are only known as data transformation, which we are going to see further. For right now, we will keep as it is, whatever it was before. So now with this, we have connected the CSV file and we have connected the CSV file, and this is what we are seeing over here. Now what we will do is, what if we have the data from web, like we don't have data in the tabular forms? So how we are going to connect that data? Like there can be, as we also said that data can be from different sources, right? So how we are going to connect different kinds of data, we are seeing that. Here you can see that we have the option of web. We will click on it. Now if we selected web, we are having this option of URL. We have to give the URL of what kind of data we want. If we click advanced, these many options will come here, but we for right now we are going with the basics. We have to paste the URL over here of what kind of data we want. What we will do it, we will just go on a browser and type over here of whatever data we want to extract. If you must be known with the concept of like extracting the data from web, data extraction, then you will understand this concept easily. What we have to do is we have to type some of the thing, like let's take it here as Wikipedia of India. Here I will take its Indian people selected. Yeah, these kinds of things are being opened in front of me. Now this is all textual data. How we can convert this data into the tabular form? Right, we don't even have this, we just have this table that is also not proper table. These many things we have over here. So are we going to read this and then create different tables? No. What we are going to do is we are going to click over this link, select this link, or just copy this link, come in our Power BI, and here as we were having the option of URL, we will paste that URL over here and we will click OK. Now as I have extracted the data from web, so my tables here, these many tables are there that have been formed. Some of the tables it has suggested us that we can work on these tables. It has given the tables numbers, not the names. Many of the things have been automatically detected by Power BI, but as some of the things have been not, so it is telling us that, like that table number. If we want to see the preview, what we have to do is we have to select this checkbox. So what is in our table number 1? We have 2 columns and this kind of data in it, right? We cannot work on this data, so we will not select it. Here in the table number 2, we have these things. Here is also a empty row. How we can remove it, we will see it further. What is there in a table number 3? So like this we can see that what is there in a table that we can, if we want that, we can work with it, or if we don't, then we will not. Let's see in the suggested tables. Yes, so this table number 9, you can see that your like states are there or names are there. Here it is what some of the things, some of the values are available in a table. We can also select these multiple tables, and how we done in folder, we can do same thing with that. For right now, we will take this table number 22 for our understanding purpose and we will transform it. We will enter in our Power Query editor, and the table which we selected has been loaded in Power Query editor. Now we want to change the name of this table. Table number 22 is not a proper name, right? We can do it from here, from properties also, or we can change it from here also. What we will do is we'll give it a name as and click enter. The name of a table has been changed and we have these kinds of values in a table, like this is numeric and this is textual data. It has identified the data type of the values, like we have these values in the decimal form, so it has detected its data type. Here also we have the data values in textual form, so it has detected it also as a text. Whatever the changes are being done automatically by the Power BI has been recorded over here. It has changed the type and extracted the table from HTML. We know that this extracted the table from HTML, like how we just selected that table and loaded it in the Power Query editor. That is the step. And the change type. Change type means it has changed the data type automatically. If we clicked over that crossed, then see it has changed. Here it has not detected the data type of what it was before. It is in the decimal form, but it has not been changed automatically. We have to do it manually. But as Power BI has some of the functions, it has automatically detected and changed the data type by itself only. So these many were the different data sources. We connected them and we have seen how we can open them in the Power Query editor. And once we open it in the Power Query editor, we can start with our Power BI journey. The first step in the Power BI is that loading the data, and then we can perform data transformation steps on it. Now what data transformation is, we are going to see it in the next video. We will close this. And let's see if we can connect the data from any different kind of source or let's see how we can connect the data from PDF. I think I don't have any PDF for right now. Yeah, I don't have any PDF in my system. That is why it is not showing me. Okay, then let's just cancel it. But the steps are same for every data connector. If I have how we are going to connect with R script and Python script, we will see that further. I will explain this Python script connecting in detail. So that's it in this video. In the upcoming video, we are going to understand how we will work with data transformation, what data transformation it is, and how we are going to transform our data and then move further. Hope you must have understood how to install Power BI, what is Power BI, and some of the key concepts like what is data connectors and how we can connect the data from those data connectors.
Welcome to the Chapter 2 of Power BI training by MCAL Global. In the previous video, we learned about what is Power BI. What is the use of Power BI? Like here you can see this image. This is the data we have collected in the tabular format. We can convert this data into such kind of interactive dashboards. This work is done with the help of Power BI. Not only we can collect the data in this source, but we can collect the data from different forms, like from web and any other things also. We discussed what is Power BI. Like Power BI is a business intelligence tool developed by Microsoft. What we can do with the Power BI is that we can visualize, analyze our data, share insights from our data, and many more things. We also discussed about the components of Power BI, like Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor is used for ETL, that is extract, transform, load. We can extract the data from different sources, transform that data, like perform cleaning operations on that data, and then load that data into different reports, dashboards, or other things. Then next we discussed about Power Pivot. For what Power Pivot is used? It is used for data modeling. We can create data and then connect that data, build relationships between that data. For that, Power Pivot is used. Then for what Power View is used? With the help of Power View, we can create different kinds of charts. Like there are 200 plus charts in Power BI. So we can create such kind of charts and we can visualize that data in the Power View. Power View was originally launched as a separate individual tool in 2015 by Microsoft. From the past 2 to 3 years, Power BI has maintained its position as a top business intelligence tool. Then next we discussed about why Power BI, like some of the advantages of Power BI. That it is user friendly to use. We can integrate different kinds of data and work with it. It has real-time data visualization. Gartner has consistently recognized Power BI as top business intelligence tool. Also, data security is the advantage which Power BI offers to us. And as I said, that there are 200 plus charts available in Power BI through which we can visualize our data. Next we discussed about data connectors, like what different kinds of data connectors are available in Power BI, how we can connect the data through those data connectors. Then we downloaded and installed Power BI. In today's chapter, we are going to discuss about data transformation. Why data transformation is used? A transformation is used for cleaning, shaping, restructuring our data. How data transformation can be defined? Like data transformation refers to the process of cleaning, reshaping and organizing the data into suitable formats for visualizations. In simple terms, we can say that we can modify our data, change our data into correct forms as per our requirements. Now, where do we perform this data transformation? We perform data transformation in Power BI in Power Query Editor. It is a tool of Power BI desktop. We are going to perform data transformation on our data in Power Query Editor. Now, what are the steps included in data transformation? The first step in data transformation is like data cleaning. We can clean our data, like removing duplicates, handling missing values, correcting the data types and many more things. Next we have is data shaping, like filtering the rows, pivoting, unpivoting, adding calculated columns, removing the columns. Those things are included in the data shaping. We have data merging and combining, aggregation and grouping, data formatting. These steps are included in the data transformation. Now what we will do is we will open Power BI. Once we open Power BI desktop, first we should know that what is difference between Power BI desktop and Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor is going to be the form where we are going to perform cleaning operations like data transformation operations, and this is the Power BI desktop which we are going to use. So yesterday we saw how we can change the settings of locally in our Power BI, like what these things are here, that is Excel workbook, SQL server. We can learn with the same sample data available in Power BI also, as well as we can get data from our sources, from whatever the sources are available with us. We can take those and work with it. It is the intro. If we want, we can start with this also. Yesterday we connected some files like Excel file, CSV file. We connected the data from web, like we connected Wikipedia data and imported it into Power Query Editor. I have saved that file with the name of this training, so I will open it. So this interface will be opened in front of you. Now I also told in the first chapter that this is what it is called as ribbon. This is canvas area where we are going to build our reports or dashboards, and here it is the data which we yesterday loaded it. Here are those different kinds of charts which are available in Power BI. which we can use for visualization purpose. Here you can see is report view. Right now we are in the report view. We can create a report over here. This is the table view. Right now we have not this banking clients table is being selected, so it is being seen over here. This is the modeling view. Whatever the tables we are having, those can be seen over here. And DAX, we will understand about DAX in the upcoming videos. For right now, what we will do is get started with these files again. Now, as we saved this file yesterday or in the first chapter, so what we are going to do is we want these files in our Power Query editor. So what we can do to get these files in our Power Query editor is we have option over here, that is transform data. We'll select it. We also discussed yesterday about load and transform data, when we should use load option and when we should use transform option. So the best practice is to use is transform data option. So we will go with that. So these were the tables we were having yesterday in our Power Query editor. We can change the names of these tables through here also, as well as from these properties section also. These are those tables. Now what we are going to do is we are going to understand this all the things over here step by step. First we will understand about close and apply, but before that I want to know about this applied steps section. For what this applied step is, whatever the steps we are going to perform on a table are being going to recorded over here. Here the option of Control Z is not available. So if we want to change any step, or we want to go a step backwards in our tables, so what we are going to do is we are going to click on this cross. So we can go a step backwards. What this here it is, we will come in this table and then we will check. Yeah, okay. So here also it has told us that from the source, then we have extracted the table from HTML and then changed the type. Change type in the sense what it has done is, here you can see that we have values in the text form, that is in the alphabets, like ancient era, and here there are no numbers or decimals present over here in these values. Here you can see that we have the values in the decimal form. Now you can see here, this is the small checkbox. So what you can see over here is we have decimal values. In this column we have decimal values, so it has identified the type and it has changed its data type according to that. It is done by Power BI itself, but sometimes it is not done. So what we can do is we will just once click on this X. Yeah. So what we can see is it has not identified the type, not even changed by itself. So we have to do it by ourselves only. So what we will do is we have to check that it is in the decimal form. So we will select decimal and then it will change. Here also we have the values in the text form. Here it is right. So we have no need to change it. We can also rename these columns, like column 1 and column 2 are not the proper names, right? So what we will do is we will just double click on that and change the name according to our need. So what I will do is I will number, and here I will change the name. Just double click it and type the name whatever you want, like I will take it as names and press enter. So this is how we are going to change the name. See, in the applied steps you can see that I have renamed the columns, and if I again want to go a step backwards, so what I can do is I can click on this cross. So again whatever it was before, it is again being shown. Now we will go step by step. Here you can see we have close and apply option. If we click on this arrow, we can see close and apply and close. When we are going to use close and apply, whenever in our data we have made changes and we want to save those changes, then we can, and also go in our Power BI desktop, then what we can do is we can click on this close and apply option. Now right now I have not done any changes, so again we will change the name. I think this was it. Yeah, so this is one change which I have made in my data. So what I will do is, if I want to save this and go back again, so I will use this option, that is close and apply. If I just want to save the changes which I have made, then what I will do is I will go with this option. I don't want to go backwards or don't want to close this data, I am still working on it, then I will go with this option. When we are going to go with this close option, when we have opened the data and we don't want to save the changes which we have made, then we can go with the close option. Let's just go with this first. I have closed and applied the changes to whatever my data was there. So again I am here. So what I will do now, when this data is loaded, when the changes are being saved, we will again go with our data. And whatever the change I have made, it is also showing that in this Indian culture table I have made a change. So yes, it has saved that change and closed the table. So what we will do is we will again go with the transform data option and our Power Query editor will be open. Now while working on the data, if we want to add another file to our data, so what we can do is we have the option over here, that is new source. Now these all are data connectors. In whatever form our data is, we can connect from here. What I will do is I will connect a different file. Let's see what I have. Okay, let's connect this sales data. We will open it. This is the navigator pane. Here we can see the preview of whatever the data we have selected. But what we have to do is, first, to enable this option of OK, what we are going to do is we are going to select this box. This is the preview of whatever the data is present in our table, and then we will check it and we will click on OK. So whatever the data was present in that sales table is being opened in the Power Query editor. Now we can work with this data. Whatever the steps are applied, those can be seen over here. That what it has done is it has promoted the headers and it has changed the type. Change type means it has detected through the values, it has detected the data type and then changed its data type. Now here we can see that it is date. So what it has done is, these many are the data types which we are having in Power Query, Power BI. So according to it, it has identified the data type and changed its type. So we have decimal number. If we have the values in the decimal, then it will identify the type of it as decimal number. We also have fixed decimal number, which we mostly use for price or any such kinds of columns. We have whole number. Like here we can see that we have the values of 300, 120. Here it has identified the type like whole number. Then we have percentage, we have date, time. In one single column, if we have date as well as time also, so then we can use this date, time data type. If we just simply have date, like here it is, so what the data type is, it is just date. Then if we have a column in which there is just time available, so what we will do is we will take this time data type. We also have duration. Text is for the such kinds of values in which there are no numbers, like those are alphabetical values. Then we also have true false data type, as well as binary. Binary in the sense are zeros and ones. The values present in the columns are zeros and ones. Then we can use binary data type. So there are these kinds of data types are available in the Power BI, which we can use. Not always data types are detected. Sometimes we have to detect by ourselves, and sometimes it is detected by Power BI. So this was how we connected into the existing tables the new data source. Now here you can see that recent sources. So if we click on this, so what was the last file which we added? That was sales data. Before that, this CSV file was there which we loaded. This was the link of that Indian culture which we used in our Power Query editor. So if we want to see what kind of data we used last or before that or also before that, then you can see that recent sources. It is keeping the record of what the files we are importing. So for that we use recent sources. Now if we want to enter the data manually, or there is some data which we want to add in our table. So what we will do is we can take this enter data, and here you can see that we have the option to create the table ourselves. If we want to increase the columns, so we can simply click on this plus. If we want to increase the rows, then we can simply click on this side of plus. So let's just create a small table so we can understand it, how we can take the table. Now let's take it as 1. Here I'll take as 2. If I just press enter and then also add the values, then also it is going to work. Now let's take colors. Here what we can take is we have, let's say, values of pink color like 32. Yeah. So now this is the table which we are going to add in our Power Query editor, and we are going to work on it. If we want to change the name or give that table a name, so we can give it from here. But we also know the value of how to change the name of a table. So what we will give this as, let's give this name as flower. Okay. And when we clicked OK, this table is added in our Power Query editor. So this is how we are going to add the data manually by ourselves. If we just have the values, then we can do by this also. What was the option? It was enter data. With the help of enter data, we can add the data manually and then work on it. So here also it has changed the type of the data, like whatever the values were in the table, according to that it has changed the data type. This was the things which were available in the new query option. Now next is data source settings. For this I'll need a different kind of data. So what I will go is I will do it go with this add new source. I have these 3 files. I'll need that, so I'll open it. Here you can see the preview of what is available in that file. Again I'll take one more file. Let's take the 17. No problem. Again, you can see the preview, what is the delimiter. So these two are the files which I have. Here, what common thing is there, that here table format is same, like order date, stock date, order number. These things are same. Only the difference is here it is the data of 2015 and this is the data of 2017. Means values are different but the data format is same. So what and we might have these kinds of files also. So while working, we might get from an organization the files of many years. So their data format can be same, only values will be different. So here in this data source setting, what if we want to change this table with that next table, like this 2017, here we want to change that table within this table only. So what we are going to do is we are going to go with the data source settings. Here which table we have this file, will change source, go with this change source. Here we have to select which file we want to change the original file with. So what we'll do is we will browse, we'll select this 17, click OK, and here are some of the like delimiter, whatever was there in the preview, so it will be. So when we will click OK, again change source and then cancel this. Here we will close. So change has not happened, right? The one file which we were working, that was of 2015, so it is still there. What we have to do to change it, we have to refresh the preview. We'll go with the refresh preview option. So here you can see that within that file only this file is being loaded. But here what it is selected as 2015 only. In this file also the same data is present. See, 2017 data is only present. Here also if we see, then same data is present. So we don't want right now this, it was just for the understanding purpose. What we will do is, we will not go with this now. And here you can see is manage parameters. This is a different concept. So what I will do is I will create a new parameter. What we can give name to that parameter. What we will give is, if you want to add any description to that parameter, we can add it from here. What the data type should be, it will detect, but if not, still then we can detect what values we want to add in that table. Now let's take numeric values. Let's take 5 and click OK. The new parameter with the value 5 is being loaded in our table. Current value is 5 and manage parameter. So this is what the parameter will do. Now this refresh preview, you have understood for what we are using refresh preview. If you want to, it is like a similar concept with all the refresh things only. Here you can see is properties. Like if we, now this, what is this table's name is, table's name was that it was Worksales 2017. So here the table's name is there, and if we want to add any description to that table, so we can add it from here. If we don't want to create the report of this, then we can disable this option, or we can select as per our requirements. For right now, I will not add any description to it. It was just for understanding purpose. So this is what is going to do with the properties. Now here we have this is advanced editor option. Now Power BI's language is M language. For right now, as for the beginners, we don't need to learn that language, but we will just simply understand what is this advanced editor. here we have this language, this is known as M language, and we have here that is let and in. So what is the written in this language? This is the M language coding. Okay, so what is written? Source, from where our file was, like it was the file's name is work sales 2017. So from where this file was originated, like its source. So here it has given the description from where it was, what is the delimiter used in this file, encoding and code style, and these many things. Like whatever the steps are being recorded in the applied steps, that is only written over here, and it will keep on adding. We have no need to add these things. It will be kept adding by itself only. So here what the changes we have done in this work cell files has been recorded over here also. So if we want to see whatever the steps are there, we can see it from here also, or else we can go in this advanced editor option, and also we can see here that what the steps we have applied to a table. Like we have promoted the headers. It was automatically done by Power BI, but still it was the step which has been applied to this table. So what it has done is promoted headers, then it has given the description of what it has done, and next step was we have changed the type. This change type is the last step which we have performed on our table. So that's why in this in we can see this change type. The current step or the previous steps, whatever we have applied, we can see in this in part. So this is what the advanced editor option shows us. This is known as M language, which is also called as mashup language, and Power Query editors or Power BI's language is M language. And if we know the coding in the M language, so we can do change the things from here also. Here we have to remember that whatever the last step which has been applied, that is recorded in this in, and the steps which are previously done that are in this in. The source and the description are all given in this. Now next you can see is manage. What I will do is I will create a duplicate of one of the table. From where we can do it? We can do from here. If we want to delete any of the table, so we can do it from here. For right now, if let's say I will delete this Spotify because it was a folder's name, right? This. So I don't want this. So what I will do is I will try to delete it. It is asking me if I am sure I want to delete it. It is being deleted from the list. But the files are not being deleted. That was the name of folder, so it is being deleted. Okay. Now I have this movies file. What if I want to create a duplicate of it? So I will go into the manage and then click on this duplicate. First I have to select the table, then I can duplicate it. Here you can see that movies 2 table is being created. It is the same table that which is from the original table. Here you can see that in the applied step there are 3 steps that are being performed on this table. So, and as we click on this movies 2 table, there also the same steps are being followed. For right now, if I what I will do is I will, if I delete this column, so here also it is showing that one column has been removed, right? Removed columns. In this movies it is not showing. Now what if I am trying to delete this table? What we do when we have to delete a table, we just simply select that table and click on delete. So it is asking me, are you sure I want to delete? But is it a good practice to delete the original table and keep the referenced or the duplicate one? No, right? So what we will do is we will cancel this. Or even if we try, that is not actually a good practice to delete the original tables. We can, if we want to do any change or see, then we can create duplicate and then perform activities on it and then again delete it, but not the original one. For right now, it was just for the understanding purpose. If we want, we can again get that table from this new source, right? But still we are having here, so there is no need to get that table. These were the options available in the manage section. What were the options like? Delete, duplicate and reference. It takes the reference of a table and then creates new table according to that. That is what reference does. Here you can see choose, now we will come with the manage column options, and here you can see that we have choose columns and remove columns. These two options are available over here. Now if I want to choose a column, as rank was selected, so it is being selected, so I have choose this column. Whatever the different columns are there, it is asking me that if I want to choose those columns also, or I want to not. So here we have movie ID, here also we have movie ID. So whatever columns I want to select, I can select it from here, and then I can click OK. Or else what we can do is we can select this. If I want to select this title, movie ID and rank, what I will do is press shift and then click on these. So that is also the way we can select the columns, or we have this choose column option also. Next we have remove columns. We have to select one column here and then we can go with this remove column. If I want to remove the selected column, then I will go with the option of remove columns. If I want to remove the rest of the columns leaving the selected one, then I will go with the remove other columns option. Let's just click with see what will happen. So this was the selected column, and when I clicked on remove other columns, then the rest of the columns are being deleted. I don't want that step, so I am again coming back. This was the things we can do with the manage columns. Now here we can see that we have a reduce row section, and here we have keep rows as well as remove rows. Rows means these are the things where we are going to perform these operations. Columns were these, like year, link, title. These were the things that is known as columns, and these are the, like this 1, 2, 3, these are the rows. Now here I have the option of remove top rows. I can click on this and I have to add the number of rows which I want to remove from the top side. So if I select this 3, then these 3 top columns will rows will be removed. See here, now it is starting from the 4, 5, 6. So the things like the 3 rows which were above it are being removed. Next I have is remove bottom rows. Now if I want to remove the rows from the bottom, then I can go with this option. Now what if I want to remove alternate rows? First row which I want to remove is, what I will do is I will select 4. Number of rows which I want to remove, let's select 2, and then number of rows to keep, let's take 1. Now here you can see is alternate rows are being removed. After 6 there is no 7 and 8. 2 rows are being removed. Then again 9, 10th row has been removed. This is what is done with the remove alternate rows. Now if I want to remove duplicates, then I can go with this option. But just let's first uncheck these things. Yeah. Now here we can see that movie ID, and here is rank. What I will do is I will let's take down different value. Let's now here you can see that in this time signature I have duplicate values also. What if I go, I will select this time signature and I will go with this remove duplicates. So these values will be remained with me. But is it a good practice? Like there can be repeated values. Where should we use these duplicate values is when we have unique column, like column where we have IDs. IDs cannot be repeated, right? So in that, if there are duplicates, then we can go with this remove duplicates option, not with these things like these columns. Like if we go, then most of our data is being removed, and that is not a good practice. Here you can see that there are null rows present over here. So what we can do is we can just click on them and how many blanks are there, we can just disable it, and then we can click OK. So the empty columns or rows are being removed. And what this step is known as, this is known as filtered rows. If we go a step back, then again these empty ones are back. Remove duplicates. So the good practice to remove duplicates is when we will select the entire table. Right now we have selected the entire table, and then we can go with remove duplicates. So duplicates have been removed. Or else even if we have the ID column in our table, like IDs cannot be repeated, right, in any table. So we can select that column and then we can use this remove duplicate option over here. Now in any of the column, if there are blank rows, so we can select that column and then we can select that row and then we can go with this option. Even if we have, if there are errors present in that row, then also we can select that row and go with this remove error option. Now here you can see that we have the option of sort. Sorting in the sense means if we want to apply ascending and descending orders on our table. Here you can see that product key, customer key. Let's go with this customer key. I will select it and I will go with the descending order. Here also you can see that whatever the change I have applied right now. In the table, in the sort section, I have changed the type. Customer key I have selected, the column name is customer key, so I have selected customer key, and in what order I have arranged it. In the descending order I have arranged that customer key column. So the highest values, the next highest value is being seen over here. Here also we can see that in the applied steps, the sorted rows step is being applied to our table. And now if we want to again make it to the normal, here when we can use this, when we want to in any of the column, if there is numeric column, like if we have a price named column, so we want to see the highest price. So what we will do is we can arrange it in the descending order, right, to see. So now again if we want to go back or arrange it according to the ascending order, then we can perform this step. So here it is the sorting way, so sorting from lowest to the highest, and here we can do sorting from highest to the lowest. This we can do when we have to find the highest price of the product. So there, in that cases, we can use this sorting techniques. Now here you can see the split column. In this transform section, we have this split column option. What we are going to do is we are going to split one column by sum of the delimiter. So what we will do is, here we can see that order number. In this order number we have text values as well as numeric values. So we can what we can do is we can separate these values based on some of the delimiter. So what we will do is we will select this column, we'll go to the split column. Now here it is asking that by delimiter, by number of characters, by positions, by lower to uppercase, by upper to lowercase, by digit to non-digit, by non-digit to digit. If we want to add any delimiter, now what is delimiter? Let's understand it. If I select this, on what basis I want to separate that column? I want to separate these two one column into two columns. So on what basis? On the basis of comma, or the default is comma, or we can select these are the different types of delimiters available in Power BI, and if you want to add our own, then we can choose custom. So we can select colon, equal sign, semicolon, space, tab, and as per our according. So let's select for right now equal sign. And if we click OK, it has not took the values of what we want to by what we want to separate, because as we took equal sign, there is no equal sign present in our table, so that is why it has not separated the values, but it has created that column, right? Column number 2. What we will do is split the column by delimiter. We will cancel this step and again perform this split column option. Now here we will come, we will split column. So that was what delimiter was. Like, we can separate two values based on the space present in them, or the any kind of sign or equal sign, whatever it was present in between. Based on that, we can separate those values. For example, if we have a name in our table, let's see if we have it. No, in this table it is not. Maybe in the banking clients. Yeah, here we have this name column. So what we can do is first name and last name. We can separate this column on the basis of first name as well as last name, right? So what we will do is we will select this. We will go to the split column by using delimiter. What delimiter we are going to select is space. It has already detected what kind of delimiter is present in that column, so let it just be whatever it is. Or let's keep the default option. And here our names are being separated. Now if you want to change the name of our column, then also we can double click it and change the name. And here this last name and first name are being separated into two different columns. So that is what we are going to do by we are going to use delimiter and do with our columns. I am not going with this option, so I will come back. And yeah, here. So now, as in this order number, these there are text as well as numeric values, right? So what we will do is we will select this. We will again go to the split column and numbers of characters. This option is there by digit to non-digit. Now here also we have digit as well as non-digit. So let's go with this option. Again it has selected none. Let's again go with this split column. Numbers of characters means you have to mention what what you have to, how many types of characters you want to separate from it. So what we'll do, we will type 2 and we will press OK. So here you can see that it has taken 2 values and then separated the columns. So how many columns it has created, that is order number 1, order number 2, order number 3, like that it has created. But is it a good practice to do so? No, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to go back again step. So that is how we are going to use this split column option. Next is we are having this group by. What this group by does, so what we have to do is, if we, let's come in this table, yeah, okay. So what we will do is we will select one column. We have selected this column number 1. We will go with this group by. Here whatever the name of that column is, it has taken that name. We have basic as well as advanced grouping by techniques. On what basis I have to take this? I think we should take different table. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Let's take this playlist name, then again group by. Group by means according to one value they are going to give you total count, or even total average, or like those things they are going to sort. Like if this jazz classics is there, then how many people are there, or how many persons are there, those are listening to this jazz classics. So that kind of things we can do by group by. So which column we selected? We have selected this playlist name. So what we want to do is we want to count. We want the count that how many persons are listening to one particular thing from that column name. So what we want to do is we want to count the rows. We have these many different functions. So but we are going to select to count rows. We can also take median, min, max, average and sum. For right now we will go with count rows and then OK. So here it has grouped and given us the count that how many people's what was the playlist name, and that first was that rock classics. So how many people are there, those are hearing that it has given us the count, how many persons were there which were listening to the jazz classics. So there were 15. Now on this column if we apply descending order from highest to the lowest, so which song or which type was being heard most, so that we can see over here. So these are how we can use these techniques and sort the data as per our requirements. So this is what group by does. So if we want to count, then we can use this group by. What we will do is we will again go back now, grouped rows. See, it has kept the record of all the steps which we are performing. Now data type. As I also discussed earlier that what kind of data types are available in the Power BI. So from here also if we want to change the data type of any row, we can do it from here also. Like here it is given, what it is given, that it is text data type. But is it right? The values in it are numeric values, so it is not the correct data type, right? So from here also we can change it. The data type is a whole number, so we will select it and the data type is being changed. So we can do it from here also. And when we select any of the columns, so here there is also data type mentioned of what right now what data type is of that selected column. So here also it is wrong data type, right? What we have to do is we have to change it. So it is in the decimal. Yeah. Here also it is in the decimal form. Here it is okay. Here also there is need to change the data type. It is in the whole number. Here is decimal. It is okay. Now let's come in this table that we entered manually. Here we don't have proper headers to our table, right? Here column 1, column 2, column 3, and these are not proper headers. So what we can do is, whenever if we want these values like first row's value to add as a header, so what we can do is we can use this first row as headers. But this is not the right practice, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to come a step back. But if we want our rows, first row of our table to be the header, then we can go with this option. Now if let's take a step back. Yeah. Now if we want to replace the values, then what we can do is with what value we want to replace. So for right now, if value to find, what value I want to replace with. So I have in my table that is pink, or what we can do is we can select that column and that row. Now here I have selected this pink. What I can do is I can go to replace values. So, and with what color do I want to replace? So I can change it from here. Now let's say red and press OK. So my value from pink to be pink has been changed to red. So this is how we are going to replace any kind of value if we want to replace it with any other. Now let's come in this combine. Here we can see that we have merge queries and append queries option. We will go with this data, or let's see any small, yeah. Now if I want to, what a merge query will do, merge query will add the next data, whichever what we are going to do in this is we are going to add different table with this table. So how we can do that? But merge queries will add the values or that the next table whichever we are going to add from in this here's this side, like with the rows it will add. And when we can use append queries, now here as I said that I have the data with this same columns. I have two different tables but columns names are same, or just values are different but column headers are same. When we have the data into a similar format but values are different, then we can go with the append queries. And how append queries will add the tables? It will also add the table, but what it will do is it will add the table from below, not with the right hand side. Like how many rows we are having? We are having 999 plus rows. So it will add the next table whichever we are going to add to the bottom of it. And when we go with the merge queries, the table is being added to the right hand side. So let's take when we need similar. Let's take this date. Otherwise, what we'll do is let's take this high popularity and low data. What we will do is we'll select this high popularity. We'll go with the merge query. Now here the preview is being seen. What we have to do is with which table we want to add this table. it was high popularity, right? So it has shown this is the current table. So what we are going to, which table we were going to add is, we were going to merge it with the low popularity. So now most of the time what we do is we just select the tables and then go. But here the option of OK is not being enabled. So what we have to do is we have to select common column between two tables and then we can add it on the basis of that. So let's see if any common column is present. Yeah, time signature is the common column that is present in both the tables, so we will select that. I think according based to that it is not taking. Let's see, tracking popularity. Yeah, it is taking that. Remember, there should be same columns present, unique columns should be present in the tables. Now here we have this joints option, like what kind of joint we want to use. We have left outer joint, 6 types of joints we have in Power BI, that is left outer joint, right outer joint, full outer joint, inner and left anti, right anti. Mostly these ones are only used, left anti and right anti are not used, but and default one is the left outer joint. So we will click OK. The table has been added. The low popularity table has been added to this high popularity table. But can we see the values? It is just showing us table. Here you can see this small box, and when we click on it we have this option. Like now we want to add the table, that is okay, but whichever columns, there must be only selected columns, right, which we want to add. Or even if we want to add whole table, then also we can do, we can directly go with the OK. But let's take just this dance ability, playlist name, track list, or what we can do is we can, yes, now whichever columns we will select, only those columns will be added to this table. As per our requirements we will select the columns and then we can click OK. Now here it is written that use original column name as prefix. Let's see what it does. We'll click on OK. The selected columns are only added to the table. And can you see the names of this column? Low popularity, dance ability. So it has also taken the name of the table. Do we want to take this? If we want, we can take, but if we don't, then what we have to do is what we will do is we'll again go on this expand. We'll select the required columns only. Let's take this 3. What we will do is we will uncheck this. Use original column name as prefix. So whatever the column name is in the table, like here it was low, in this low popularity table, whatever the original name of that column was, that is one, that name is only going to be taken. So let's just click OK, and whatever the original name it was in this table, that is only being taken over here. We have to check and uncheck that box as per our requirements. So this is what merge query does. Now let's understand append queries. Append queries, the values are going to be added in the downwards. So let's take this. What we can do is we can first remove rows, remove bottom rows. So for as for our understanding purpose, let's take there are more than 999. So what I will do is I will let's remove 1000 rows from bottom, and then also we have more rows. What we can do is we can again remove bottom rows, and again let's take 1000. Now let's see how many rows are. Still there are 1000 rows. Okay, what I can do is, but here there is a need that we should have column names same, like the table format should be same. If values are different then it is okay, but table format should be same. So these are the two different files but with the same format, right? Only the difference is of years, like if we have 2015 and 2017, two different years but same format files we are having. So what we can do is we will select this 2015 and we will go with this append query. Now it is asking us concatenate rows from two tables in the single table. It will create a single table. If we have more rows but with the same format, then also we can go with this, but right now we are having two tables, so we will go with this. So which table we want to append it with? So we want to append it with works sales 2017. Okay, here there is no need of same column, as date format, column formats are only same, right? So there is no need to identify the unique one. Even though I deleted, still there are 8 columns only, and the table let's check. The values are added but from the bottom side. So that is what append queries does. Like if we want to now, when we can use this, the use case of this append queries is this kind of data. If we have the data of 3 to 4 years, then what we can do is we can connect that data into single table, and then we can work at once only on that table. So our work will be done fastly. So in that case we can use append queries. Now these are all related to the Power BI service, so we'll not go with that. Let's come to this transform. Here also you can see that we have the group by option, which we saw earlier. Use first row as headers. If we have our first row and that should be a header, then we can, from here also we can go with that. Most of the things are same. Detect data type, rename. If we want to rename, so we can rename it from here also. If you want to replace the values, then we can replace, like now here I have selected this, then if I want to replace with any another value, then I can replace it. Or even if I have any errors, that also I can I want to replace those errors, then also I can go with this option. Now here you can see that this pivot column and unpivot columns. So what is this going to do? Let's go to this is a small table, so what we will do is we will select this column and we will go with pivot column. So from which select where the cells values for the new columns come from column 2 or column 3. Let's go with the column 2 and we will click OK. So those first column whichever we were having, it was having the numeric data type, right? Like it was having 1, 2 and 3. These values were present over there, and based on the column number 2, it has changed the type of the data. If we again come to the original thing, then we can see add data into this form. Now if we select with the column number 2 and unpivot columns, it has added one column, that is attribute, and whatever was the header like column 1, column 2, column 3, that is being added over here. If you want to change the type of the data, like if it is into horizontal, if one column, based on this one column we want to change, it is into if it is vertical, then we can change into horizontal. If these things we want to take in the tabular form into values, then we can change it through pivot and unpivot. Let's pivot it again, or let's say we can take it to the original form. If we want to move, then we can go with these options. Now here the column number 1 was there, now I have moved it to this side. Again I'll take it to the left. So this is also how we can change the place of the column. Split column option, we are familiar with it now. Here we have this text column, right? Based on this text, what we are going to do, if we want to, we will select this first. Yeah. So what we will go do is, we will the values are in the lower case, right? So what we have, if we want to change the values into the upper case, then we can go with this. So if we want to change the format of text, values are present in that column, text values present in that column, and we want to change its format, so we can go with this text column. So if we want to capitalize each word, then we can go do this. If we want to trim, clean, or add any kind of prefix, so what kind of prefix I want to add, I will C1 set or something like that. If you want to add any prefix, add any suffix to it, then we can go with this. I'll remove this. Yeah. Now if I want to extract within existing data, if I want to extract something, then I can go with this. Now what I will do is, I will select this. I want to extract the length of the column number 2's values. So what I will do is, I will select this. So whatever the red word was having 3 alphabets, so it has given me 3. Then what the next color was, so its count is being given over here. If you want to extract length, if you want to extract only first character, we'll go one step back, and then we will come to the, yeah, then we will first character. So I just wanted the starting of that word, so we can extract by this. Now I also, let's just undo this step again. If I want to extract only the last character, then also I can give this. If I want to extract the range, text before the delimiter. Now we are all familiar with the delimiter concept, right? What is the delimiter? Delimiters are like space, colons, any kind of sign, though equal sign, those can be considered as delimiter. Text between the delimiter, here there is no delimiter present, so there is no need of that. Now we want to convert this into XML JSON, then we can do with this parse. If we select any number values present in the numeric form, then these number column options will be available to us. Now if we want to remove the sum, minimum, maximum, medium, average, these are aggregation functions. If we want to remove of those columns, then we can go with this. Like if I want to remove the maximum, what I will do is, I will select. So it is showing me what was the maximum value present in my table. If I want minimum value, then it will show me 12. I have to select this. I have to go into the transform, and then it can, what we will do is, we will, how many, let's see, check count. So we have 3 values present in that column, right? So these are the things we are doing in data transformation. like if we want to do perform addition, multiplication, subtraction, modulo, percentage, then also we can do it from here. If you want absolute value, power, square root, exponent, then also we can do it from this numeric column section. Trigonometry, rounding, information, these things also we have. Now what we will do is we will perform rounding. Round figure if we want, like this is there. Now there is we can check it on any of the decimal value. Let's see if we have here we have this decimal, so we can go with this. Select that column and we will go with rounding up means and rounding down, and only round figure if we will select, then what we will get is here there are let's see if I can again do this rounding, total round figure, and I will add. I think it will show us error. No, it has not changed. If there are decimal values, and here if there was more than 1 or 2 values, then it would have shown us the rounding, but right now it is not showing, but we know what is rounding. So information, if here we can written whether the numbers is selected are even or odd, so that information we can get it from here. Here we have this date column. So what we can perform with this date, here we have date and time column. Based on this date, if I want to add any new column, like if I want to extract only year or the name of that month, like that, then I can add it from here. What I have to do is I have to select it, and then what I want only date. If I want on a month, let's check the name of the month. So it has shown me the name of the month. If we want to add this into a separate column, into a new column, based on this, if you want to create a new column and add value to that column based on this single column, so how we can do that? Here also we have this date, time, duration option, which is based on this date as well as time functions. So we can go on this add column. We have to select this specific column through which we are going to perform the next operation. We will go into the add column, and on what here also now we can see that date, time and duration option. It is the date, so date option is only enabled to us, so we'll click on that. Now what we want to extract, if we want to extract only date, then we can extract date, but date is already present, right? Then why we will extract date? So let's extract name of the day into the new column. So day name has been extracted through this date column. Like on this 1st January 2025 was a Wednesday, Thursday, such kind of things are being extracted. Now what based on this I want to again add a column where I will extract week. Let's check start of week. From here the Monday was started, so it is telling me start of week, date of that starting of the week. So these kind of things are there, we can perform with the date. What else are the things we can take from data, or we can extract from the date? We can also remove quarter, week, day of the week. Which was the day of the week? Let's add this and see what happens. It was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, like that it is showing us. Now let's see if we have time in any of our table. Maybe in this, if we have time, then we can see what are the options available in the duration. We have time present in our table, then what we can do is we can just select that column as we did with the date, and then this duration option will be enabled for us. As for what we were having this options present for date, like we can extract year, month and all these things, the same goes with the duration also, and then we can extract like hour, minute, those kinds of things with the duration. So that's it for this video. We understood most of the data transformation things in this. In the next video we will go with the data modeling part. Now what we are going to do is, as we have performed these different kinds of changes to our tables, what we will do is we will close and apply, or whatever the options you feel right, you can go with that. If you just want to apply and still continue your work with it, then you can apply. If you want to close it without saving the changes, then you can close. The good practice is close and apply. So we are again in our Power BI desktop view. It is saving the changes, and it is also telling us that in which table we made changes.
Welcome to the Power BI training by MCAL Global. Now in the previous videos we learned about what is Power BI, why we are using Power BI and what we can do with the help of Power BI. We learned about data connectors, like what data connectors are, how we can connect different sources of data and then work with it. Then we understood about data transformation, like what data transformation is, what we can do with the data transformation, as well as why data transformation is important. We understood the concepts which are available in data transformation, like whatever the things which were in this ribbon that we learned. We also understood about this transform section. Like in our home section there was like what this close and apply does, what this new sources is. If we want to take any new source, then we can get it from here. Recent sources, how we can enter our data manually, like what data source settings are, what parameter is, like advanced editor. What in advanced editor there is the steps which are we have performed are stored, right? But it is stored in the M language, and M language is Power BI's language. M language means mashup language. Like then we have this manage columns and this reduce row section, that in this if we want to remove any row or perform any row reduction things, then we can do with this. If you want to do any of the things with the columns, like if you want to add any column or remove any column, then we can do it from here. If we want to arrange any of the column based on its highest order as well as lowest order, that is in the ascending order or descending order, then we can do it from here, sort here. Then what is split column and what basis we are splitting columns, like we have here delimiter, that if we want to create our own delimiter, that also we have seen. Like these options are available to split any of the column. Then what is this group by and merge queries, append queries, things in this transform, and like first rows as headers, replacing values, pivoting, unpivoting. If you want to move any column, like again here split column is there. And if we are working with any of the date column or time column, then we can do these things or remove these things. Like if we are having date, then we can extract here in different column with that existing date column. Then also we can also extract month, quarter, week, or the name of the day, or many more things we can extract from one single date column. Same goes with the time. If we are having time in our table or time column in our table, then we can remove our minute, second, and that is only mostly used in any of the table or transformation things. Now here we have this scripts option like R script and Python script. Now R and Python are the programming languages. So what is this R script and Python script? Why it is important? Why it is needed? So that we will understand in this video. Now R programming language is there, but it was before. So now mostly Python is used. So we are going to connect data with the Python and make a small visualization with the help of this Python programming. Before that, let's see what we have in this add column and view. We will discuss in depth of these two things in further, but still just you can understand like whatever the things are present over here. First we can see this custom column. If we want to add any column based on any of the first column, then we can add with this custom column. As this here, its name is only add column, so whatever we want to add with an existing column or new column, then we can go in this section. Like if we want to like if we can say that here we are having this age, and if we want to add a new column selected this age, we are adding a conditional column, where conditional column itself is telling that what it can be, like whatever the column we want to give a name, we can give it. So let's keep it custom only. If now here we have to select the column which we are looking for, or on the which its basis we are going to add a new column. So we have selected age, right? So we will select here age. Now here we have the operator. It's like equals, it does not equal, is greater than. Now as we have the numeric values, right? So what we will do is, if we want to check if it is equal or not equal, or greater than, less than equal to, so that we will do. So we will select here is greater than. Here what value we want to add, we can add it over here. Here you can see that we can add text value as well as numeric value. So let's take if anyone's age is greater than 18, so what he or she can do, let's say just eligible, and if not, then not. If you are familiar with the programming language, then it is simple if else case, but if not, then also it is okay. But based on a condition, this is the operator which we are using. This is the column name on which basis we are going to create a new column, and new column's name is going to be custom column. So it is going to create a new column which name will be custom, and in this, if checking to that age column, if age is greater than 18, in that new column there will be eligible printed, or eligible that value will be, and if not, then it will be not eligible. Let's just click OK and see what the new column is being created. Here you can see that custom column is being created by taking the reference of age, and here you can see that we have the value of eligible, like mostly the people are greater than 18, and if we select just not eligible, if we want to see that who's those people who are not eligible, then we can do this and see. So this was just the conditional column concept which I wanted to explain. Then we can create a duplicate of value, then format, we have understood that before also, extract, parse, like these things are available. Again here the date, time, view we will understand when we are working with the visualization. Let's just understand this first, data preview. I will explain it now. Here you can see that it is describing this column like these three things, that is valid, error, empty. I have in this column I have 100% valid data, 0% error, and empty is a 0%. Like 84 are distinct values and 84 are unique values, like no repetition is there, no duplicate or no empty is there in this column. So this thing is describing. If we don't want to add it to a column, then what we can do is in this view section we have here monospaced, snow show white space, column quality, column distribution and column profile. So if we select any of the column, these three things are available for the whole table. If we just select this, or just not select this, like if we deselect this column quality, what it will happen, that three things were describing like empty and those things valid, that has been removed, right? So here if we not select this column distribution, like then it was showing the distinct values whichever were present in that column, so that also it has removed. And this, let's see what happens. So it has not made any change, but we should select this always. And if we want detailed description of any of the column, then what we can do is we can just select any of the column and we can select this column profile. So whatever the column or whichever column we will select, it will give us the detailed description of that, like what is the count, what is error, how much empty values are there, distinct values, unique values, and these were the things which were present with the column distribution also. Then next what it has given is min and max, average and standard deviation. These also things it has counted and shown us. So we will not select this, it is not good practice, but we should keep always this column quality and column distribution on. So now in this video we are going to learn about what is R programming, what is Python programming, then what are the libraries. These both the programming language needs libraries, and there are different kinds of libraries which helps these programming languages. So we will understand the concept of libraries, then what is compiler and interpreter. Now whenever we are learning any of the programming language, we are not going to learn this programming language in depth, but we are just going to understand what is the concept of it and as it is needed in this Power BI and why it is available over here. That's why we are going to understand it. So what the libraries are, what is compiled language and what is interpreted language, that we are going to understand. Next we will download Python and Anaconda, and as we are working with the data, so we will understand what data is, how we can gather data, and then a bit of intro of machine learning we will learn. Now what is R programming? R is a programming language, that is okay, that we know. But for what R is used, like mostly why R is there in the Power BI. So R programming is popular language and software environment for statistical computing and graphics. Whenever we are going to perform any statistical things, so that is why in that case R is used. R provides an extensive range of libraries and packages, like what this library as well as these packages are, we are going to understand it further. But R as well as Python also provides us number of packages or libraries, we can say. Some key features of R programming includes like statistical analysis. Mostly it is used for statistical analysis. Then for data visualization, various data visualization libraries are present in the R programming. Then it is programming language that we have understood, like it has packages and library support, that is also okay. Cross-platform compatibility, like R can run on various operating systems like Mac, Linux and all. Now here you can see that R is open source, that we have understood. Number of packages is okay. Integrated, you can integrate with other tools as we are connecting data, or else we are connecting data and working on it, so integration is needed, right? So that is why that also support is of R programming to us. Then R was created by Ross Aka and Robert Gentleman at the University of Auckland, New Zealand in the early 90s. This is a bit of introduction of R programming. We are not going to go much deeper in the R programming, but we will use Python programming and we will see how it's are created and data is connected with the help of R programming, and then we can make a visualization through R programming. That thing we are going to understand. Python was used, but its main focus is when we are going to do any statistical computation. So that is why R programming is used in that cases. Now what is Python programming? Python is high level interpreted programming language. What is high level and low level language? A language can be divided into high level as well as low level language. High level means a language which human can understand easily, or we can say that easy language. So Python is high level. High level means this language is easy to code, or we can say that easy to learn. That is why it is high level language. And the language which is difficult to learn, or its syntaxes are difficult to understand, then that language can be considered as low level language. So Python scripts are mostly like as if we are reading English language. So that is why it is said as Python is high level interpreted programming language, and mostly it is used in data analysis, data visualization, machine learning, automation, and many more things. It's known for its simplicity, and whenever we are writing code, we can understand it that why Python is simple. Power BI allows us to use Python for data cleaning, transformation, visualizations, and that is only the main purpose, right? We are connecting data in Power BI and making transformations on it, creating models of it, and then last is we are making visualizations through it. So that is only Python also doing. Python was created by Guido van Rossum in 1989, but first it was released in 1991, and it was named after a comedy series. Python's name was from a comedy series which was Monty's Python Flying Circus. So this was a bit of introduction about Python programming. Next we will understand like what are the advantages of Python. Like first advantage is advanced data manipulation. It has many things that with the help of those things we can manipulate our data. So it has advanced manipulation things. We can create custom visualization, different kinds of visualization we can create with the Python. Then machine learning integration. We can write we can create machine learning models and then integrate it here also. So that is also done with the help of Python. So it is said as machine learning integration. Then handling complex data, different or difficult levels data also we can handle it with the Python programming, and can create here. We can take that data into Power BI and then work with it. Next we have integration with APIs. That is also the facility Power BI, or we can say that Python makes us available for us. Now as we were discussing about libraries, packages, like both the language that is R as well as Python have numerous library support or packages support. So we will understand these NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, Scikit-learn, these are the libraries. So we will understand these libraries. Now these are the top 5 libraries which are mostly used for data manipulation and visualization, but there are many more libraries available rather than this also. So, but these are the mostly used one. So that is why we will understand these. Now what we can say a library is. Now if while we are working on our system, then we create whenever we are having like file handling concept, if you must be aware of that, then you will understand it. How we are arranging the things. Like if we are creating any of the folder, and in that folder we will store, like we will create a folder of images and we will store different kinds of images in it. Next we will we will create a folder, and in that folder we can add books or somewhat any different thing whichever we want to. So we have created 2 different folders with 2 different names, right? And whenever we want to access, or we can just simply click on that one folder's name, and then we can all the types of images will be available for us. So here we can consider the NumPy as a separate folder. In that folder only numerical things will be available, numerical functions which we can take and work, but there will be not a single function, there will be multiple and different functions, like numerous functions will be present in that related to numerical things. So only if we install that NumPy and then start working, then also we can work in single line of code we can execute our things. So that is why this NumPy is there. Same goes with the Pandas. Like in single line we can perform a large function if we just install this one library. So that is why this support of libraries is there. We will have no need to write long or complex codes if we just install this one libraries. So first is the NumPy. NumPy is used for numerical computations and create, like its use cases are like we can create arrays, mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, those things we can perform when we install this NumPy library. Next is the Pandas. Pandas is mostly known for data manipulation. Like whenever we are working with the tabular data frames means like series and that any tabular data we are working with, then we can take this pandas and create data manipulation or do data manipulation on that tabular data. Next we have is Matplotlib. Matplotlib is used for basic plotting. Like if we want to create simple plottings, visualization in the sense, then we can use this Matplotlib. Seaborn is the advanced statistical plotting library. Like if we want to create any complex statistical plottings, then we can go with this Seaborn library. Making its use case is also like making detailed, beautiful statistical visualizations. Scikit-learn, when we are integrating any machine learning code, then we can go with this Scikit-learn library. So next we will understand the concept of compiler and interpreter. Now whenever we are learning any of the language, then we should know that language is compiled language or interpreted language. Now compiled in the sense means what? Compiled means whenever we are writing any code, now code we will write line by line, right? So that code, now whenever we end, we write the last line of that code. So or we can say that, and when we press that execute button, so what it will happen, it will take all the code and then it will make output through that code. Then opposite to that is interpreter. Interpreter, what is interpreter? Whenever we are writing any of the line or any of the code, so when we write the first line, then it executes that first line at that runtime only. So that is why line by line the code is executed. As we are writing the line, then line by line that code is getting executed. So that is compiled and that is interpreted and compiled difference. Like a language can be compiled and interpreted. So a Python language is interpreted language, means the code in the Python is executed at runtime. So what is compiled language? In a compiled language, the source code is translated into machine code, that is binary code, by compiler before execution. Now execution in the sense we will execute the code. So before executing, a whole code should be completed. That is what compiled means. So source code and machine code means, source code is what that we are writing the code, that is known as source code, and machine code means the code or the things or the language which machine can understand, that is binary language. So machine code means the machine understandable language. And what is interpreted language? Interpreted language, the source code is executed line by line and interpreted at runtime. Runtime means at that, on that time only. So that is what runtime is. So this is the difference between compiler and interpreter. Now next what we are going to do is we are going to download and install Python. For that what you have to do is you have to go on your browser, you have to type download Python, and this interface will be opened in front of you. So what you have to do is you have to here you can see that download Python is there. So you have to click on that and your Python will start getting downloaded. Here you can see what the version you are downloading, but still if you want to check the version, then also we can do it in the command prompt. We will see it further. When your Python is downloaded, in your downloads folder you can see the file over there. You just have to double click on that, and here you can see the installation process will get started. Here also you can see the version of what is getting installed. You can just simply follow the steps or follow the instructions and you can install it. Don't forget to select this checkbox, that add Python exe to path. This is important when we are working. So just select this and follow the instruction and Python will get installed. Now next is what we are going to install the libraries. Like these are the libraries what we discussed, right? NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, Scikit-learn. These are the libraries which we are going to install. So where we are going to install these libraries, what we have to do is we have to enter in our command prompt. So how we are going to enter in command prompt? In the search bar we have to write as cmd, or you can write as command prompt. Just go on this. Here you can see this command prompt window is opened. Now first it will show you that where it is located. Then as we know what version we have installed, but still in case if we don't know, we can check the version and ensure that Python is successfully being installed in our system. So what we can do is we will just simply write here py space hyphen version, or if py is not working or if it is giving any error to you, you can write on the place of py you can write python, python, that you can write there and also execute it. Now how we are going to execute it? We will just simply write this command and press enter. Whatever the version it is being installed in your system, it will show you here. Now in my system there is 3.13.1, so this is the version which is being installed in my system. Now next we are going to install the library. So how to install any of a library? Now in my system I have already installed it, that's why it will show that successfully installed, but in your cases it may take the time. So what we are going to do is first we will here I have wrote in PPT like how we can type the command to install any of the library. First what we are going to do, we can copy this from here and paste it over there also in the command prompt, but what we will do is we will type it manually only, because it is not a bit complex command, right? What is it? Was like first was py, then space hyphen m and then pip install NumPy. NumPy is first library which we are going to install. So here I have wrote the command, and to execute it I will just simply click on enter. Now as here it is showing that requirement is already satisfied, because I have already installed these libraries in my system. So what you have to do is you have to type like this, and it will take time, and when in the end requirements will be satisfied, then you can again type this command like py hyphen m, sorry, just space hyphen m pip install pandas. Again if I click on enter, it will take some time and it will show me that requirement is already satisfied. So like this you are going to install all those libraries which were mentioned, that is NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn and Scikit-learn. These all are the libraries which we are going to need to write the scripts or to write the Python code in Power BI. So let's install the next one, that is py hyphen m Matplotlib. It is used for basic plotting, right? So that is also installed. All the libraries I have installed, so that is why it is showing this. You are going to follow the same step, just you are going to change the number of change the name of this library. So what you are going to do first, how you are going to write the command, that is py, or in your case if it takes Python then also it is okay, if not then py. These two things you can write. So in my case I have took this py hyphen m space hyphen m space pip install Matplotlib. Just make sure that you are entering proper command and not getting any error. So these are the things, and also the version also it will show us like what version Matplotlib is being installed. So like these things will be shown in front of you. So in that similar way you are going to install this all libraries like this Seaborn and Scikit-learn also. Now next what we are going to do is we are going to download and install Anaconda. Now why it is required, we will understand it further. For right now, just you have to go on your browser and type there Anaconda download, and you will get that file. Or let's just go on browser, and here you are going to write as so you can click on this. You have to enter your email address and then submit, and also you can just click on this free download. Also it will get start downloading. When it will successfully get downloaded, in your downloads folder you can check, you will get a file over there. Then you can double click on it and your installation process will get started. This is the installation, or you can also say as setup. So just follow the steps and install Anaconda. These are the steps which you are going to face. Like, it will ask you to choose the location where you want to store that file or that folder of Anaconda. So that things, just make sure you properly install it. You choose the folder wherever you want to install it, or make setup of it. You can browse it according to yourself also, or you can also keep the default one. So just follow the paths and it will take some time to install. Once it is finished, you can click on the next, here this next. Now we'll just close and apply this thing. If you have successfully installed the if you have successfully installed Anaconda, so what you can do is you can in your search, you can type in your search bar, you can type there Anaconda Navigator and Anaconda Prompt. So here is Anaconda Navigator and Anaconda Prompt. First we will check what is there in the Anaconda Navigator. Here there will be different kinds of files through which we can work. So we will see what kind of different things are available in the Anaconda Navigator. It will take some time. So when you will open Anaconda Navigator, you will see this kind of interface. You can simply sign it with it, or if you don't want, then you cannot. So here mostly we are using Jupyter Notebook to write any of the code. So we can just click on this launch and new notebook will be opened in front of us. So if we open this Jupyter Notebook, we can take a new notebook and start with our Python programming from here also. So this is for that purpose. Next what we have to do is we will come in this our Python Power BI editor. So next what we are going to do is we will just come on this transform data, and as we were having this option of R scripts and Python script, we are going to connect with the Python script. So here also, as I said before, that its advantage was it can integrate machine learning scripts also, or we can say that machine learning models also. So from here, if we click on this Python script, it will show us a box. Here you can write the scripts whichever you want, enter the Python scripts in the editor and transform and shape your data. Data is being selected, you just have to write your script. If you know Python programming, you can write your scripts, and then data manipulation, changing, or whatever the things are there, it will perform. Right now I have not created any, so information is required about data privacy. This we don't want it, so we are going to go a step back. Next what we have to do is we have to create an environment. To create an environment of Anaconda environment, you can just go in this option and settings, and this option you will see one thing, you will notice one thing now there. If any of the environment is being created in your system, then it will show over there. If not, then we have to create new environment. To check that, what we will do is we will go in our settings. Here you can see that R scripting and Python scripting option is available. When you select this Python scripting, here you can see that the things available over here. If I have created any of the environment, then it is going to show over here. If not, then I have to create an environment. I have created one, so that is why it will directly work also, but for your understanding, we are going to create one environment, Conda environment. So what you have to do is, in the search bar you have to type Anaconda prompt. You will just simply click on that and open it. It is similar to that of command prompt. What you will do is select that. Now we have any of the environment, even if I have created the environment but it has not been activated. How we can check that our environment is not being activated? Here you can see that the base is written. So base means no environment is being created or being activated. I have created but I have not activated, so that is why it is showing that no environment is being activated. That simply means this base. If there is base, or even if we have activated any environment, so instead of this base, the name of that environment will be shown over here. But if I have not, so that is why it is showing. So how we are going to create an environment in the Anaconda prompt? So what you have to write when you come in this Anaconda prompt, first you have to write that Conda space create space hyphen name, again space. So whatever the name you want to give to that environment, so you can choose it and you can give the name to that environment. So what we will do is we will give name as environment 1. Let's just give this name, and then what you have to write here, you have to type Python equals to and the version which you have installed in your system. So that is why version identification, or whatever the version you have installed, checking that version is important. Now if we don't remember the version, we can again go in a command prompt and write that py -- version and check the version, but in my case it was 3.1. Or you can just simply go in your command prompt. If you have not closed it, then you can check what the version was installed in my system, and also in your system you can check it. And this version, that is 3.1, you have to type it over in your Anaconda command prompt. So here what I am going to write is 3.13.1. This is the Python version which I have installed in my system, and simply click on enter. It will take some time to create the environment. These are also the new packages which are being installed. Then this is also showing us that what Python version was there, then where the environment is being created. This is the path of that. Many of the things it will show us. Now here, to proceed, you have to give it permission, like Y means yes and N means no. So yes, we want to proceed, so we will just simply click Y and enter. Now, as in the beginning of installing this or creating this environment, I said that I have already created one environment, but still it is not activated. So whenever we create an environment or if we have our environment, we need to activate that if we want to use that environment. So what we are going to do is, this is the command to if we enter this command, then our environment will get activated. So what this command is, conda activate environment 1. This is the name of our environment which we created, right? So, and if we want to deactivate any of the environment, then we can just simply enter this command. So what we have to do is, we have to activate our environment 1, and then we can proceed further in integrating with Python. So what I will do is, I will just simply copy this, or what you can do, copy and paste it over here, or you simply can type it manually, conda activate environment 1 and press enter. Now how you can check that your environment is being activated? I think I have misspelled it. What we will do is, we will just copy and paste it. Let's see if it gets activated. Yeah, so how we can check that our environment is being activated? Instead of the base, you can see here the environment's name, whatever we have created the environment. If we activate that, you can see the name of that environment instead of that base. Base means no environment was being activated. Now here I have activated the environment 1, so that is why it is showing its name over here. Like whatever the things I am going to perform now, those will be performed in the environment 1. So this is how we are going to activate, deactivate any of the environment, how to create the environment in Anaconda prompt. That's the thing we understood over here. Now let's go in Power BI. Here we have activated the environment. So now what we have to do is, we have to go on transform data, like we will transform this data, and we will go here, Python script option is there, so that we are going to understand. We will just close and apply the things, and in the visualizations pane you can see it over here, that is Python visual. We will just select it. Make sure whenever you select this Python script, you enable, where one pop-up window will be there and it will ask you a question, and then you have to give the permission to that. Okay, so you will click enable over there. Now I have already clicked, that is why it is not showing to me. When we will select Python visual, this kind of things will be opened in front of you. Now here you can see that Python script editor is there and this thing is there. Now if we need a data, right? Whenever we now as if we are plotting the things through the data, so we will need a data. What I will do is, I will just simply take any of the file. I think I have a CSV file. Let's check. Yeah, I will take this Python example CSV file, load it. Now whenever we will load the file, what we are going to see first, that is the navigator pane, or like preview of that data, right? So it will get opened in front of us. We can see whatever the things are available in that file, like these 4 to 5 columns are present over there. Then what is it was comma separated file, right? So the delimiter present in between was comma separated, first 200 rows, and these things are available over here. If I want to, now as I have opened this file for the first time, so what I will do is, I will transform data but for now, just to understand, that is why I am going with the load option, because there is no need for me to clean this data for right now. We are just understanding how we are going to connect with the Python script and we can create visualization. So let's not just clean this data. For understanding purpose, I am clicking on this load. So as we have added this new CSV file to our data, so in that there were 4 to 5 columns, right? These columns were present. So what I will do is, here I have these things present over here. I will just select this profit column. So here you can see that this profit is being seen over here, right? If we this profit is being seen over here, so it means that we have started creating the visualization. We have selected this profit column and here you can see this profit. Now whatever the things we want to do with this profit column, we are going to write the script of it over here. This is the Python script editor. Means in simple words, we are going to write a Python code in this editor. Here you can see the things written over here. You can also remove these things as that things doesn't matter to us, but what it is written, that things if we keep it, then also it will not matter or it will not affect our code. How it will not affect our code? Because here this hash symbol is being given to it. Hash means comment, and in any programming language, anything that is written in the comment or the things which are written in this comment, then that line will not get executed. It will be ignored, these lines. So that is why this keeping this or removing this doesn't matter to us. So what we are going to do is, we will write our Python script to make a visualization through it. So what we will do is, we will first import the libraries. First we install the libraries and now we are going to import the libraries. Installing and importing are two different things. Installing means we are installing those libraries in our system, and importing means we are importing the libraries from our system in our specific code. So this is a specific code which we are going to use, and we are importing those libraries. So first library which I want to import is Seaborn. Import Seaborn as SNS. Why as SNS? SNS is the short form of Seaborn. Every time whenever we need to write Seaborn, we are not going to write whole Seaborn word. What we will do is, if we write SNS, then also we can perform, or that also will do the things correctly. So next, the library which I want to import is import matplotlib. As matplotlib was for the basic plotting things, and we are doing that thing only, right? We are plotting some of the things, so we are creating a basic visualization, so we will need this matplotlib. So how we are going to import matplotlib? We will type there import matplotlib.pyplot. From matplotlib we want to import this pyplot. Like matplotlib is a library, and in that library there is this thing named that is pyplot. And now to here also, now every time I am not going to write this matplotlib.pyplot, that is too long, right? So we will also create a small name to it. So what I am going to do is import matplotlib as plt. Next, what I want is, I want to show the visualization. To show it, what I am going to do is sns.pairplot. sns.pairplot. Now here the data. Now as we are working with the data, right? So here we have to type is data is equals to data set and round bracket close. Now next, to plot, what we have to do is plt dot show. Now as we have written this code, it is just a simple code for the basic visualization, just a simple column, and we are going to visualize that. So what we have to do is, we have to, here you can see this run script button. So you have to click on this, and our visualization will get starting, or even if it is there is any error, that also then it will show us. But you can see here this loading symbol. So let's wait till it gets complete and we will know then what the result is of our this simple code. You can see we have created this profit chart with the help of this Python script. So this is how we are going to create any of the visualization with the help of Python. If we know Python programming and then we want to create reports or visualize the things, then also we can go with these things. Now what we are going to do is we are working with the data, so we should know what data is, how we are going to connect the data. So data is what? Data refers to the raw facts and figures collected from various sources. We were connecting different kinds of data, connectors were there, and we were connecting data from different sources like Excel, CSV, folder, PDFs, from web, like those were the different kinds of data sources, right? And we are connecting that. So that is referred to data. But raw facts are in the sense means that data is not cleared or not organized, or it cannot show us the proper information whichever we want. So that we can say as data refers to the raw facts, figures collected from various sources, and it can be qualitative as well as quantitative and represent specific information or observations. It will represent information, that is okay, but what the information we are needing, that if it is only showing the specific required information, then we can say it as data, proper data. But it is not. When we collect the data, there is no proper data, right? We need to work on it and then it becomes information. So when data is in the raw facts, then it is known as unstructured data, or like that we can say it. When processed or analyzed, data becomes information. Now when we work on that data, whenever what is the required things that only we will take from that data, then we can say it as information. And that information provides us meaning, context, or whatever the insights are there. Only from the data, if we only took the required things, then that is known as information, and information is what we need to work further. So what are the types of data that are present? That is discrete data, continuous data, nominal and ordinal data. These are the types of data which are available. Data can be divided into these 4 types. So next what we have is like from what are the different sources we can get data from. First is the scikit-learn. Scikit-learn is mostly used in the machine learning. Like whenever we are going to integrate with the machine learning, then this is the library which we will need. So we can collect the data from there also. Kaggle is a platform where many of the data sets are available for practice purpose, or even for the projects or any of the things you can download from the Kaggle. What you have to do is you have to go on a browser, simply click right there Kaggle, and then the interface will be opened in front of you. You have to log in, sign up, whatever the things that are asked, you have to fill those things, and then you can access the Kaggle's data sets. It will get downloaded in the zip files, you have to extract, and then you can work on those data sets. Next is how we can collect the data is we can create surveys are there, like people are going to person asking the details, whatever the required details are there, and then the collected information is that collected information can be said as data, right? But it is not proper data, so we have to sort it and work on that data. So we can conduct surveys, and then whatever the required information, we can just make the list of questions, and we can ask each and every person those questions, and whatever their answers are there, we can store it in a file, and then we can work on that file. So this is what we can collect data from surveys. Next we have is the Google Forms. Nowadays whenever we are working, any of the things are there, Then what we get if we are going to any of the classes, or even in our colleges, and many more things are there where we have to fill the Google Forms. In Google Forms, what we are asked information about ourselves, right? So we can create Google Forms and collect information through that also. Next, if we are working for any of the organization, then that organization will provide us the data, confidential data of any of the organization, that also. But this comes whenever we are working for any of the organization. No one is going to give us their confidential data, right? So this is also the thing that from where we can collect the data, or we can work on that data. Now next is web. We connected that data, right, that Wikipedia data. So what we did is we went on web, we researched about a particular topic, and then we collected it. We converted that data into tabular formats, and then we started working on it according to it. Whatever our requirements are there, according to that we can. So different kinds of information is available on the web, so we can also work on that if we are having any of the specific topics. So we will just history, we can say if we are having history, then we will select history topic, search on the web, and then we can collect the information from the web. So this is also a thing that from where we can collect the data and then work on that data. So next what we are going to do is we will learn some of the things about machine learning, like what is machine learning, why machine learning is important. But we are not going to learn in depth what is it, but we will just have a bit knowledge about what machine learning is. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables systems to learn from data, identify patterns, and make decisions with minimal human intervention. Human intervention means interaction with human. Now if any of the machine is there, if we provide some data to it, like if we will tell a task to it, it is going to perform. But how it is going to perform, how it is going to identify that these things only I have to do. So some kind of data is being fit in it. So that data and identifying pattern and all the things are being done by machine. So that comes in the machine learning. So now here what we can see is say as artificial intelligence. First comes artificial intelligence. Its subset is machine learning, and machine learning subset is deep learning. So we are going to focus on this machine learning. Now what are the types of machine learning that are present? So there are three types of machine learning, that is supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, as well as reinforcement learning. Now what comes in this supervised learning? We will take the example of a class, or we can say a school. In a school there is for a class there is teacher present. For any of the particular subject there is a teacher present to teach the students. Now students, let's focus on the students. How a student is going to learn the things? A teacher is present in front of him. That is what we are going to say that supervised learning is. Supervised means in the sense that some person or some label is present in front of a machine, and then looking at that or identifying at that, or we can say that following the instructions of that label, it is going to perform or it is going to learn. That is only the thing comes in the supervised learning. The model in the sense means machine, whatever the machine we are working with or making it learn. So the model is trained on labeled data where the input data is paired with the correct output. Next we have is unsupervised machine learning. Unsupervised means we will take the example of like the grown-up students. Like those students, what they are going to do is, even if teachers are present, but what in most cases happens, like students want to learn any of the concept, then they will learn by themselves only. They will collect the data from wherever they want, then they will understand the things by themselves only, by experimenting like that. Here there is no teacher is present, we can say in short. There is no label present. Machine has to identify the things by its own self only, and then it has to learn. So this comes in the unsupervised learning. The model means the machine is trained on unlabeled data and it tries to identify patterns or structures within the data. It itself tries to understand the things and then learns on, or we can say that, and then follows. the things. So this comes in the unsupervised machine learning. Next is reinforcement learning. Now what happens in reinforcement learning? A machine is there, there is one environment, in that environment there is an agent, we can say. Or what we can say, we can take the example of simple like a child. When child is asked to do his studies, if he does his studies properly, then he will get reward, and if he not, then he will get beatings or scoldings from his parents. This is just for the example. So in same ways, here the child is said to be, the student is said to be as machine. If machine performs correctly within that environment, then it will be given a reward. If not, then it will be given a penalty or a punishment, we can say. So according to that, if here the machine will get reward, then it will try to perform on that direction or in that basis only, and if it will get penalty, then it will try to improve itself. So that is what comes in the reinforcement learning. Now what are different kinds of applications of machine learning? Machine learning is almost now used everywhere, like in automation, medical, like healthcare, stock marketing, fraud detection, personal assistance, like virtual personal assistants we are like now creating in a mobile, like we have Gemini, Google's, those are the things. Self-driving cars are there, product recommendations are there. If we purchased one product, then we will get a similar or to connected product according to it. If we are buying a mobile phone, online mobile phone we are buying, then what will happen, we will get the suggestions of headphones, of chargers, and so like that, product recommendations. There also machine learning models are being created, and there they are working. So in traffic prediction, speech recognition, image recognition, these all the things are there where machine learning is being used. These are some of the examples of machine learning. Machine learning is a vast community, so it is used in many different sectors. These are just some of them. So that's all for this video. In the next videos we are going to understand data modeling concepts, what data modeling is, why data modeling is important, and many more things regarding to data modeling. Like we are going to connect the tables which we have created, and how we are going to connect, and why the connection between those data are important. That things we are going to understand in the next video. Hope you must have understood that how we are going to write Python script or connect the Python script and create visualizations through that Python scripts.
Welcome to the Power BI training by MCAL Global. Now in the previous videos we learned about what is Power BI, how to download it, how to connect data from different kinds of sources, and what different kinds of sources are available to us. Then we understood the interface of Power BI. Also we learned about how to use Power Query Editor, for what purpose Power Query Editor is. Then we understood the concepts of taking different kinds of tables, then doing some data transformation things on it, cleaning that data, as well as also like whatever the things were in the ribbon of Power BI, Power Query Editor, that we understood. Now in this chapter what we are going to do is, we are going to understand the concept of join and what are the types of joins, what is primary key and foreign key. Now these two concepts are not important, but still we have to know, we have to understand for why these joins as well as primary key are important. Like joins we were using when we were working with the merge queries, and there the concept of joins was introduced. Primary key and foreign key we are going to understand it as we will move with the data modeling part. We will also learn about data modeling, normalized versus denormalized, like what is normalized table and what is denormalized table. Then the next concept will be cardinality, cross filtering, fact tables, dimension tables, as well as schemas. Now what is join? Join refers to the process of combining data from two or more tables using relationships. You must be knowing that when we were using that merge query option in Power Query Editor, there the concept of join was introduced. So what happens with the joins is, joins refers to the process of combining two different tables. Now here you can see that there is these two circles. We have to consider this first table A as first table as well as B as second table. So it is used when we have to combine two or more tables. So how we are going to combine, on what basis we are combining those tables, that is only known as joins. So joins have 6 different types, like we have left outer join, right outer join, full outer join, inner join. These 4 are regularly used, as well as these 2, that is left anti-joined as well as right anti-joined. Those are not mostly used, but still we should know. So let's start with the left outer join. It is the default one, means if we have not selected any of the join, then the one which is selected by Power BI itself is left outer join. So let's start with the left outer join. Now as join is the concept of combining two different tables, so what we will do is we will consider this A as separate table and B as separate table for our understanding. Left outer joint is the default outer joint, means if we have not selected any kind of joint, then the one which will be selected by Power BI itself is that left outer joint. Now here how left outer joint works. As we will consider this A as separate table and B as separate table, so how it will combine, how these two tables will be combined when we are using left outer join. The priority will be given to the left one's tables, that is A side's table will be given priority. Depending on this A, the values which are present in this A table, depending on those, it will check the values in the B table, and those values it will take and then search, then these two tables will get connected, or we can say merged, like as we are using this joins concept in the merge query, so we will consider it as merge. So that is how these two tables will combine. Similar goes with the right outer join, but it is vice versa. The main focus is on B table. Like it will first check the values in the B table. The priority will be given to the B table's value, and then from the A side it will take the values which are matching in the B table, and then these two tables will merge. Now what will happen in the full outer join? Full outer join means taking all the values from both the tables. Now there is no one who is prior here or who is low, so it will take all the values. There is no need to match any of the values in this table, so that is why it is known as full outer join. Now opposite to that is the inner join. So what here will happen, that is we have two tables, that is A table and B table, and what will happen, the common columns which are in the tables, like in the A table, if there is any column which is matching for in the B row also, then it will take those part only, and that is known as inner join. Now this left anti-join and right anti-join are not regularly used, but still there are these two types of joins also present in the Power BI. So that is why these two also have given. Now next we will understand the concept of primary key as well as foreign key. Primary key and foreign key, these concepts occur when we are working with the tables, and in the modeling part we will need this primary key and foreign key concepts more. So what is a primary key? A column in a table that uniquely identifies each row, which is unique in itself. In that table, only one value from that table will be present in each of the column. There is no duplicate of any of the column or any of the row present in that column. Consider it as if any kind of ID is present in our table, then we can take that ID. Means that ID will not repeat. let's consider the table of students. So student have roll numbers in their classes. So those roll numbers will be of one particular student. There will be only one roll number. That roll number will not be of any other student. So that roll number column we can consider as primary key. It will not be duplicate of any other. Even the names in the class can be same of some students, but primary key will not be same, or values in the primary key will not be same. So this is some of the description about primary key. Like values in the primary key column are unique. They cannot be duplicated, or there should not be any duplicates. Duplicates values are not allowed in the primary key column. Even there should not be any null value in the primary key, used as the one side in a one-to-many relationships. Now what is this relationship? We are going to understand further. Always belongs to the table where it uniquely identifies rows, and Power BI often automatically identify primary keys. If we load a table, we know that some of the steps Power BI does by itself only. Like it was detecting the headers when we were loading the data, as well as it was identifying the data type, right? So here sometimes Power BI automatically detects what type of primary key is there in the table, or to which column it should consider primary key. The primary key column is used to filter related data in the connected tables. Depending on the primary key also, we can take other columns and filter them. So that is also a main advantage of primary key, or having a primary key in any other table. Now next we will understand what is foreign key. Foreign key we can consider as any of the foreigner who has entered in our territory. We can say in simple words like that. In a table, if any of the column which has brought from different column or another column, then we can consider that column as foreign key. A column in a table that creates a relationship by referencing the primary key in another table. This table, now let's consider there are two tables. Okay, in one table, let's take the name of, as we were considering the example of students. So let's take the students table, as well as we have student 2 table. There are two tables, student A as well as student B. So what we will do is, in student B table there is primary key, as well as in student A also there is a primary key. Now how we are going to connect these two tables? Each table is having its own primary key. So what we will do to connect these two tables, we will take the primary key of table number second table, or we can say that student B. This table's primary key we will take and connect it with the table A, or student A table. Now when the primary key of second table has been merged or converted here in the first table, then that primary key in first table is known as foreign key. So foreign key columns can have duplicate values. It can also have null values, relationship like many, one to many, that we will understand. It always exists in a table which depends on another table. Foreign key helps Power BI to establish relationships between tables to enable data across them. Power BI uses foreign key to combine data from multiple tables for visuals and report. And foreign key allows data from the related table to be aggregated and displayed in visuals. Now this was the concept of primary key and foreign key. We will need it further. Now let's start with the data modeling. Now what is data modeling? Data modeling is the process of organizing and connecting different tables of data so that you can analyze them easily. Means in the first video also we discussed that what is Power Pivot, and in that Power Pivot we for what that Power Pivot is being used is to connect relationship between two tables. So that is what we are going to understand in this data modeling process. We are going to establish relationship connect different tables and work on that, then creating visualizations through that becomes easy. That is why data modeling is important. Now, what are the advantages of data modeling? Data modeling in Power BI helps us to organize and connect data so that reports and dashboards work smoothly. We in the first chapter, when we were discussing advantages of Power BI, we discussed one of the advantage, that was we can create interactive dashboards through Power BI. So how we can create? There should be a link between the tables, then only we can make them visualization interactive. So how the connection between tables is being created? That is with the help of data modeling. We can organize a data, connect the data, and we can understand that data easily. When we have cleaned the data, then we can work with this data modeling, and it helps us to understand our data or to create visualizations smoothly. Data models helps us in representing data accurately. It also helps us in finding the missing data and also in minimizing data redundancy. Now, what does data redundancy means? Data redundancy is like any repetition in table or values that can also be reduced when we combine or merge the data or create relationship between the data. If there is any missing value, and even though we try to create relationship between that two tables, then we are not able to create perfect visualizations. We'll understand this when we will move in the Power Query editor or Power Pivot there also. Now, data model provides data security in better way. If we connect two tables, then security concept is also important. We should also know how our data is secure. So that data model helps us. The data model should be detailed enough to be used for building the physical database, as well as the information in the data model can be used for defining the relationship. With the help of data modeling, we can define what kind of relationship is between that two tables. Now, as we discussed, we are going to discuss the concept of normalized versus denormalized. Let's understand first what is normalized and denormalized. This is the concept of tables. That is, first we will understand normalized tables. Now, normalization is the process of organizing data to reduce redundancy, repetition, and improve data integrity. The connection between data can be improved with the help of normalization. What the goal is of normalization? That it divide large tables. We have let's consider that we have tables which has number of columns, like we have 100 to 200 columns in one table only. So working with that table gets difficult sometimes. So this can be reduced, this problem can be reduced with the help of normalization. And the opposite to that only, denormalized table is, denormalization is the process of merging tables to reduce joins and improve query performance. Let's understand it with the Power BI, or let's say we will So this is what we were doing last time. We created Python script and made this small visualization. Here is our data, whatever data we were working with. Let's go to the transform data and open our data in Power Query editor. So in previous videos we worked with these tables like this: banking clients, high popularity, low popularity, and these many. So what we are going to do is we are going to understand the concept of normalized table as well as denormalized table. So what we will do is we will take this banking client table only, and here you can see we have columns like client ID, name, age, and location ID, joint bank, and different kinds of things are available over here. So if we have to work on this data, so we have to scroll this till the end and work and identify each of the. So what if we will do, we can divide this table into different tables. We know how we can delete or remove any kind of column, and also how we can add any column, right? So what we will do is we'll first create duplicate of this table. Just right click on that table, and here we have created a duplicate of this table. So now what we are going to do is we will Consider these as just customers table. We'll take only these, that is client ID, name, age, sex and location ID. We'll take these things as first table, that is client's table. And the rest of the things we are going to remove. So how we are going to remove any column or a multiple number of columns? We just have to select one and then or what we can do is we will again create one of the duplicate of it. Again duplicate. Yes. Now let's come in the second table. We'll shift, select all the these I will remove. These columns I am going to remove from this table. As well as what I am going to do is I will keep this bank, nationality, occupation, investor's ID, field. Till banking relationships I will keep this and I will delete these rest of the columns. Now we know how we are going to delete any of the column. What we have to do, we have to select one and then rest. Or we also have other method. So I have selected this and I am just simply going to click on delete. So now I have this details related to banking. And how we are going to change the name of any table, we can just select that table, right click on it and we have the option of rename. So what I will do is I will just keep the name of this table as banking. Now let's select the things which we kept in the first table, that is in the banking table. What we let's delete these columns. I am going to delete this banking contact also and this joint bank also. Now again we can divide this table into two different tables. What will keep this as clients only? We will rename this and we will keep it as clients. We can change the name of any table from here also, right? From the properties. So what we are going to do is we are going to again click here and duplicate again this table. Now let's select all the things whichever are in the both tables, that is in the banking as well as clients table. We are going to delete those things from here. And delete it. So now only the columns which are related to income or accounts, those are remaining. So we can work with those tables. So again we will change the name of this table and let's consider it as okay. So this process is known as normalization. Like from one table, one large or complex table, we have created 3 different tables and we can understand that tables easily and work with those tables. So this is known as normalization. The normalization is the process of organizing data to reduce redundancy. and improve data integrity. Repetition of data can be reduced with the help of this normalization concept. Now, denormalized table is opposite to the normalized one. What it does is it combines different tables into one single large tables, where we can use this denormalization concept. We can use this denormalization concept when we are working with the any kind of sales data or sales data. If we have, like we work with the sales of 2015 as well as sales of 2017, in that case what we can do is we can append those tables, right, and we can work once at a time on one table, and then most of our work is done. So in that cases we can use this denormalized table also, like combining different kinds of tables and then working with it. Now let's understand what are the advantages of normalized tables. Data redundancy, like repetition of data. If in any of the table there is redundancy of data, then it eliminates it. It ensures data consistency as well as database integrity is also improved. And what are the advantages of denormalization? Faster queries, as we are combining different tables and once only working with table, then we can work faster on that. So what is the advantage of it is that we can faster queries since fewer joins are required. Our queries are performed fastly, so we can complete our transformation or whatever the thing we are doing, we can complete it faster. And there is simpler and more intuitive designs. Now as we are working with two or more than two tables, so we need to create relationships and then understand the tables, and then creating relationships becomes a little bit of complex. But if we are having only a single table, then there is no need of creating any kind of relationship between a table. As there is no second table, so we are not going to create any relationship. So that is why simpler and more intuitive design we can create from one single table. Now next, the concept is cardinality. Cardinality in Power BI means relationship which we are creating between two tables. What we will do is we will go to and just close. So we are here. We have not saved the changes which we made, right? This is known as model view. Here we are going to create relationship between the tables. Now as these tables like this banking clients, high popularity, Indian culture and all these were the things which we understood or which we took these tables for our understanding. Like these were from different kinds of sources we were connecting the data. So that is why there is no connection between these tables. So that is why Power BI have failed to create any kind of relationship between these tables. These all tables are not related to one and another. So that is why there is no relationship between these tables. Let's take another example. Now here you can see I have loaded different data, that is I have these 4 different files, that is order details, order, pizza details and pizzas. So here I have cleaned the data and here you can see that it has created the relationship between these tables. So we were understanding the concept of cardinality, right? What we can do is we will just click on this arrow and these properties. When we click on those properties or even the option of the here you can see the option of this manage relationships that was also available. If we click on that also, then we can edit the relationship between any of the tables. Now here I have selected first table, that was pizza's table, and second table to which I wanted to create the relationship between, that was pizza details. So I have selected these 2 tables. It has identified the common column between those 2 tables, and then based on that it is going to join those 2 tables. Now how we are going to join? Here the concept of this cardinality comes. Now we have here many to one, one to one, one to many, as well as many to many. These are known as cardinality, and based on these cardinality, the relationships are being created between two tables. That is, first one was one-to-one. So what this one-to-one relationship is? Each record in a table matches exactly one record in table B. Now let's consider we are going to create relationship between two or many tables. So we will take table A as well as table B for our understanding. So table A has a primary key and table B also has a primary key. So each record from table A matches exactly to one record in table B. Like these both tables primary key matches, then we can take this relationship as one-to-one. When we are going to use one-to-one relationship? Used when both tables store unique data. Now unique comes in the primary key, right? So that is why it said that primary key to primary key. Used when both tables store unique data and need to be linked directly. There is no third party, we can say that. There is direct connection between two tables, important columns. So what is the use case of it? That keeping sensitive data in separate tables for security purpose. IDs are unique, right? So unique columns can be separated in different table, and that table can be secured. So in that cases we can which relationship we can use is one-to-one relationship. So that is why keeping sensitive data in separate table is for security purpose, and with the one-to-one relationship we can achieve that. Now next cardinality or relationship we have, that is one-to-many. This is mostly used. One record in table A can relate to multiple records in table B. This is the most commonly used relationship in Power BI. We will understand it. What it is stored here you can see that here it is written as 1, and this star represents many. This table has the ID and this table is also having the ID. If you want to merge two different types of tables, what we can do is we can just select one column from this and drag and drop it over here. Now as I have already created the relationship, that is why it is not coming, but we can create it that way also. Or simply we can just go here in the manage relationships option. Now pizza type ID. Now why it is considered as unique? Unique means here it is showing that one to many. This arrow is always pointing towards the many. Many is represented by this star. One to many is relationship between these two tables. Here also you can see that there is one to many relationship. Here also the same is there, and here also it is one to many. Pizza type ID is unique in pizza details tables. It is the values in these ID are not repeated, or there is no null present in this column. Here in this pizza type ID, IDs are repeated. Like we can take it as, now anyone, if he or she is doing any kind of shopping from one store, this is the table of store details, like we can say, and this we can consider as the person who is buying the products again and again. Once this ID is created in store, it will be for any kind of product. If it is created, and then ID will be unique, like for that product only one ID will be created. But if any person who is ordering that product again and again, then it will be repeated in their database, right? So this ID in this table can be repeated. If one person can order the pizza on the next day also, again on next day, or even he or she can order the pizzas similar, same kind of pizza in number of amounts. So that is why this ID is repeated in this table. So that is why the relation is one to many. These relationships are automatically identified by Power BI, but in some cases it does not identify, then we have to. Now next we have is many to one. Many to one is opposite to, or we can say that similar to one to many relationship. Here also many and one are being created. This is just the reverse of one to many, as it is said, and Power BI automatically creates the relationship when required. Now next we have is many-to-many relationship. Many records in table A relate to many records in table B. Now we can say that as primary key connects with the primary key. So this is not a good practice to do, but still for our understanding purpose we will take this. Many to many means star is connected with the star of two tables. Many records from one table is being connected to the second table's many records. This is not mostly possible, and if it is happening, then we have to do some of the changes in that table. This might occur when we have created any error or made any error or not removed duplicates or in while data transformation. But this mostly does not occur, or even if it occurs, then there is problem in our data transformation. Now introduced in Power BI with composite models. Previously it was workaround solution. It was required by workaround solutions. So that is what cardinality means. Now we have next option, that was cross filtering. Cross filtering directions in Power BI. When we open the managed relationship, now let's what we will do is, now here you can see that we have this tables. What we will do is we will go in this manage. Here you can see this cardinality concept we learned now. Here you can see that we have this cross filter direction, and when we click on this drop down arrow, we have single as well as both. So let's understand what this concept is. Cross filtering direction in Power BI controls how filters are applied between related tables in data model. Now, as we were discussing about many-to-many relationship, that is not a good practice, but still if we took it logically, many values from one table are being connected to the many values of second table. So how we can take that? It is from both the side, right? So that is only what cross filtering is. Single direction cross filtering, that is default one which was selected. The filter flows in one direction from one side, like that arrow was pointing to one table, right? That is for in the many side, or the table which were having many values, that side that arrow was pointing. So that was the cross filtering process, or we can say that cross filtering things. The filter flows in one direction from one side, that is from parent table, to the many side, that is child table. We can consider those table as the unique one which were having values, where we can consider it as parent table, as well as the second table which were having duplicates value or many values of ID, then that was child table. Second we were having, that was both direction, bidirectional filtering. Filter flows in both the direction. Here we have this cross filter direction, we have the single and both. We will close this. Now you can see this arrow is facing towards this table. Means in this table there are this pizza type ID has many values of similar types. So that is why here this many one is pointed over here, and here there is single one, that is pizza type ID is unique. So that is why here it is 1. So this arrow is facing to one side only. So that is only known as single side cross filtering. And if this arrow would have been facing in both the sides, then it was known as bidirectional or both side cross filtering. So that was the concept of cross filtering. This is a table of like pros, cons and best use cases. Like single direction, one advantage of it is better performance and faster queries. If it is in single direction, then we can perform faster our queries on that table. What is its one disadvantage, that is it has limited flexibility. Use case, what recommended for the star schema. Schema we are going to understand next. What is the star schema? We will understand it. Now advantage and disadvantage of bidirection, that is both directions. More flexible in interactions. It can slow down the performance of our relationship building or data modeling, and it is used for many-to-many relationship, as the head of that arrow can be faced to both the side, so that is only considered as many-to-many relationship. So it is used in many-to-many relationship and when users need filtering from both the tables. But it is not a good practice. We should not try to build many-to-many relationship. Now next is the concept of fact table. So what is a fact table? A fact table which contains numerical data and measurable matrices that can be aggregated. Aggregated in the sense we can, let's consider this fact table as one of the table and it has different kinds of columns. So the columns in that fact table we can perform the values or like aggregation values like sum, count, min, max, average. Those kinds of aggregation functions we can perform on those columns. So mostly in the fact table there are numerical data as well as measurable which we can count. Such kind of matrices are present in that table. So that table can be considered as fact table. Now what kind of fact tables do we have in Power BI? First we have that is additive fact. Additive fact, in that functions like sum, average and etc. can be used with any aggregation like quantity and other things also. Like what we can do is any column present in this fact table or this additive fact, we can perform any aggregation function. Like there is no limitation of performing any aggregation function on that table or any of that column that is present in the additive fact table. Next we have is the semi-additive fact. Now its word itself is telling us that it has some of the limitations. Semi means there is not all aggregation functions we can perform on it, but only some of them. So semi-additive fact table, what happens in it is facts are those where only few of aggregation functions can be applied. As I said, as the name itself depicts that only some of the aggregation functions, not all, we can perform on this semi-additive fact table. Now non-additive, also the word itself is telling us that no aggregation function can be performed on this fact table, that is non-additive fact table. You cannot use any numeric aggregation functions such as sum, average, etc. on this table. Any kind of table which is having percentage value, this is also a numerical value, right? So but it is percentage. We cannot do any of the aggregation function like count percentage or make sum of that percentage. So these aggregation functions cannot be performed on that kind of numeric column. So that is why this non-additive fact table is also present. Even if we have a ratio in our fact table, we have ratio column. So that also we cannot perform any kind of aggregation function on that column. So there, that part or that columns can be considered in the non-additive fact table. Now factless fact table. A fact table that does not contain any measure is a factless fact table. If any column is only not present in that table, then it is said as factless fact table. Fact means importance. Any important column is not present in that table, then it is known as factless fact table. This table will only contain keys from different dimensional tables. There are dimensional tables, we will understand this after this. So from those dimensional table, only some of the keys from each table is present in that fact table, then it is known as factless fact table. This is often used to resolve a many-to-many cardinality issue. When we have cardinality issue of many-to-many, as I said before, that many-to-many relationship is not a good practice. So even if it occurs, then how we can solve with this factless fact table also we can solve that issue. For example, if you want to consider any table, then we can consider like if any table is having only ID as well as date column or date key, then what it can be considered? It can be considered as factless fact table. Now what is dimension table? A dimension table contains descriptive data. In the fact table, we were having only important concepts or important values present in it, like IDs or numeric functions, like or numeric values. But in dimensional table, what we have is we have descriptive data that provide context to the fact table. From these dimensional table, fact table can take information. We can say it as like that. It helps in filtering, grouping and slicing the data into reports. As well as dimensional table is also known as lookup table. Another name for dimensional table is lookup table. Now we will understand what is schema in Power BI. There are three different types of schema. A schema in Power BI refers to the structure of data model. Whatever the tables we have created, whatever the relationship we have built in between those tables, and arranging those tables in different schema, we can say as that is known as schema. Like arranging those tables in any of the format. Like we have three schema present over here, then that is known as schema. So first one we have, that is star schema. But what a schema includes fact tables, dimensional tables and relationship and keys that helps in efficient querying and reporting. Means like we are arranging those tables which we have built or which we have seen in the Power View. So here now this all we have done with the cardinality, we have managed the relationship, we have understood the data. Now what to do next? We have to arrange this tables. So arranging this table or creating a neat structure between these tables is known as schema. So for arranging these tables we have three different types of schemas. The first one that is the star schema. The main fact table, when we arrange the main fact table in the middle and these rest of the tables are known as dimensional table. Is from these tables, this descriptive tables, the information is taken by this fact table, then it is known as fact table as well as this dimensional tables. So arranging our tables in this format or this way or this structure we can say, then it is known as star schema. Star schema means the fact table in the heart of the star. Center of the star we have fact table and single relationship to each dimension around it as points of the star. With each point of the star we have single kind of relationship. Like you can see over here, if it is possible to see, here you can see that there is one and here there is many. Like star is present over here. So many to one relationship is present between these tables. Here it is having any of the ID and this ID is present in this table. So that is why important information is present in the fact table and descriptive information is present in the dimensional table. And arranging these tables in this order is known as star schema. Center of star schema will always be a fact table. Star schema is the best way of designing a data model for reporting. You will get the best performance and also flexibility using search model. Mostly the star schema is used, rest of the depends upon the whatever the needs are there, but mostly star schema is used. Next we have is snowflake schema. It is the concept of star schema is applied here. Only the more additive part is we have another table that is joined to the dimensional table. And here let's just consider these two tables only. For now don't consider these. If we take this example only of these two tables, then if we consider this as primary or this as fact table and this as dimensional table, then it can be considered as star table. But when this table is connected to this and dimensional table is connected to a dimensional table and that dimensional table is connected to the fact table, such kind of arrangement of data is known as snowflake schema. When we have more dimensional tables, then we can do this arrangement of the data. Next we have flat schema. Flat schema occurs when we have only one table, like if the relationship between any of the table, right? Then if we delete all these rows and just work on this simple banking clients data, then what will happen? Only one table will be presented over here, right? There is no need to create any relationship as there is no another table is present. Only single one table is present and there is no need to create any relationship or even to build any of the model for it. Like we cannot create any schema like snowflake, as there is no dimensional and fact table. That table is only its fact table, that table is only its dimension table. Then in that case only single table is present. As if we, let's take any of the different file. Now here you can see that I just have this single one table. Then what will happen is, if I go in the model view, only this single one table is present over here. Based on that only we are going to create visualizations and everything. There is no need to create any of the relationship or any cardinality is present or even any schema is present over here. Such kind of thing is known as flat schema. Only single table is present, and that is known as flat schema. Now there are some of the tips which through which we can identify fact table from the different kinds of tables. What we can do is, fact table always has less number of columns, and also even if whatever columns it has, those are unique. Has many relationship on both the sides. Whatever table is being connected to it, it has many sides relationship with that table. Means let's consider if any of the table is being connected to the fact table, then what the relationship it will be created in that was one to many. But dimensional table will have one value, single unique value, and this fact table will have the multiple type of column that is present in that table. Compared to other table, important matrices like important columns are present in the fact table. So if any table has these kinds of things present in it or satisfy these tips, then that table can be considered as fact table. So in this video we understood about cardinality, data modeling concepts, and how we can create relationship between tables. Now in the next chapter we are going to learn about DAX functions. DAX means data analysis expression. So we will learn about that in the next video.
Welcome to the Power BI training by MCAL Global. Now in the previous videos we learned about what is Power BI, why we are using Power BI, then we understood the concept of data transformation. Then next we learned what are the scripts, how we can connect the data through those scripts. We understood the concept of Python, machine learning, and made one simple visualization through Python also. Next we learned about data modeling, like what is data modeling, why we should do data modeling, and what are the schemas and different kinds of things that we learned. Now in this video we are going to start with the DAX. DAX stands for data analysis expression. So we are going to learn what is DAX, why we are using it, and what its need is. Everything we will understand this. Next we are going to learn about measure. So what is a measure, we will discuss it. And then there are DAX functions that we will apply and see. So what is DAX? DAX is a formula language. We can say it as a formula language. We have different kinds of functions. Through those we have to write formulas, and then that formulas are being executed, and new columns or new functions, whatever the functions we are making, on that basis new columns are being created. Now even though we can create custom columns or conditional columns in desktop Power Query editor only, but still why we are using DAX? Because DAX has some advanced facilities. So that is why DAX is also present in Power BI. We can create custom calculation. Based on calculation we are going to create columns. So that is why it is said as in the DAX we can create custom calculations. Sorry, creating custom calculation is possible with the DAX. Now it is mostly designed for data modeling. Why it is designed for data modeling, we will see when we will enter into Power BI interface. Next, now why DAX is important? Because it enables complex calculations. Now whenever we are going to perform the function or write any of the things in the DAX, then we will understand like why complex calculations can be created, or the columns which are difficult to calculate and create, those can be created easily, so that we will understand it. Then it creates custom matrices, so we will see how it is going to be done in Power BI. And then it is essential, it is important for building interactive reports. Our main focus is like we have to build reports, right, or dashboards. So it is important to build any of the visualization. Like if we connect any of the table, then we can do visualization. Same if we create any new column, it should be connected, right? So to connect that, we are going to perform DAX functions on it, and then we can create visualizations through it. Now let's we will understand what is measure, but before that we will go in our Power BI desktop. Here I have opened Power BI. So what I have to do is I am having a different file. I'll take that file. It is in CSV form. So how we are going to take it? We can connect it from here also, from get data, as well as from here, or even though we have the option to connect the data from here also. So we are going to get data. I'm having a small file through which we can understand the things easily. Here I have this sample sales data, so I'll open it. This is the preview of whatever the things are present in my file. Like I have order ID, a date column, customer name column, product, category, quantity sold, price, revenue, cost, and profit. These are some of the things, and as this table is small, so we can understand the things more clearly whenever we are working. Now here delimiter is present based on first 200 rows. Now what I will do is I will go with this transform data option. I can also do with this load option, but it is good practice to go with transform data. We will at least do some of the things, or at least we will check our data, like what if there are any null values or anything that can be cleaned. So to check the data, what we can do is we learned in the last video that in the view this section we have this mono spaced, show white space, column quality, column distribution, and column profile. If we enable these things, then we can understand that if a column is having any empty values, or if a column is having any error. So those things we can understand with this view data preview. So now I have enabled this column distribution, and with that I can see that in this column I have 10 distinct and 10 unique values. So it is okay. There is no need to change anything in this data or add anything. So here also it is okay, here also it is okay, here also. Based on this also you can check if your data is having any problem, or there is need to work on that data, or like any other things, or whatever the requirements are there, according to that also we are going to change our data. So for our purpose, like we want to perform DAX functions and measures also. So in that cases, right now I don't want to add or do anything here in data, in Power Query editor. So what I am going to do is I will just close and apply. Now I have not made any changes, but still I will go with that step. But one thing I want to do is that I want to change the name of this table. Like I will just keep this as sales. Okay, so I have just changed the name, and one thing that Power BI has automatically detected and done by itself, that is it has promoted the headers. change type, it is also done by Power BI only. Change type means it has detected the data type as well as changed the type of that column. So there is no new thing that we can do over here, so we'll just go close and apply. Now so far we have just took a data and then loaded it in the Power BI. We'll quickly understand the concept of measure, so it will get easy for us to work on. So what is measure? Now whenever we are performing any DAX function, then we are creating a new column. But what is measure? Measure means we are creating a new value. So value and column are two different things. Measure is to when we want to create just single block, then we are using measure. Like for example, if we are having any let's consider as we are having the profit, we are having the profit column, and if we calculate total of that profit, right, like we are having 2-3 values in that profit column, and if we create new column and we want total profit, then what it will happen when we perform just a DAX function, it will create a new column, and in that column the total profit, which is like one only number, right, we have to we are adding, so we are going to take only one number where we are calculating that profit, like we will get a sum of that, a total count of that. Total count means it is just one value, right? But what happens when we perform DAX, when we will use that DAX function and then create new column, in each of the row it will add that same value and create a column. That will only take our extra space and there is no need of that, right? But what happens when in measure? Now we want to remove total, so we will take this measure, create a new measure, and it will be connected directly to our model, like in the modeling section there. So if we create any measure, then we can directly go and visualize it. So that is thing that measures are being created. It is like calculating values dynamically, means those things which we create in measure. In measure also we have to write a DAX function only, but if we create a measure, that thing is not going to be viewed in that table. So you will see that how it is not going to be viewed in that table. But we can create visualization to that value, that whatever value we have calculated from a measure. So how measure works in Power BI? Measure performs aggregations and calculation. Aggregations in the sense are like sum, count, average, min, max, those. For that purpose measure is used, like if we want to count or total count we want, then it is a single value, so we can take a measure and then take that count. So commonly used for totals, if we want to remove any of the total or final count or just one fixed number we want, then we can use a measure. So it is commonly used for totals, averages, percentage and ratios. We will see that. So next we have is calculated column. Calculated column means in the sense that a column which is being calculated through DAX function, and measure, the difference between these two things. Aggregation, in the measure we have aggregation works across tables. So whole table, on that table the aggregation function can work. But what happened in the calculations, like we have limited aggregations to that table, like if we perform, then we will create a single column, and based on that column only, in the calculated column it will be created. But what happens in the measure, it can take the whole table's counts. So that is only said. Calculated when used in report, as well as this calculated when data is loaded. Now we have loaded our data, right? So now we have loaded our data, like we have took that sample sales file and we have just changed its name, and then we are ready to perform any other things on it, right? So whenever, now we can directly perform DAX functions on it, right? So then that is only here it is said as calculated when data is loaded, and a measure can be calculated when used in report. Now not stored dynamically. It is not stored in the table. When we perform any of the DAX function, you will understand that it is not stored in that table. a new measure whenever we create it, we cannot see that, but we can use that or access that or any of the block in the visualization screen. So it is not stored dynamically, and whenever we calculate only a column with your DAX function, then we can see that column in the table. So here it is said as stored in the table, and here not stored. Now using a measure is more efficient than calculated column. So column, in the sense, we have numerous values in the column, right? And just a single block. If we want to remove just a single block and value and then use it, then it is more efficient. Like we have no need to sort, or we don't have to check it that how many values are correct, and all those things doesn't come over here in the measure section. But that can come in this calculated column, right? We have to check every block that if the values are correct or not. Then that is why here it is said as can slow down the performance. Now where measure is used, it is used in visuals as well as aggregations, and calculated column we need it in relationships and filters. So you'll understand this thing. Now what type of functions are there in DAX? DAX means, we know that, data analysis expression. So there are different functions that are date time function, like if we want to work on any of the column based on the date, then we can use date time functions. Whatever date time functions are there, we will see. Then we have text functions to work on the alphabetical values, the text values. We have this text function. Information function is there. If we want to remove information based on any column or any other thing, then we can use this information function. Mostly used ones are date time, text, filter can be used, aggregation is mostly used, logical is also used, math and trigonometry. These are the mostly used ones, but it depends according to the requirements or according to our needs, whatever we want to do with the data. So, or whatever the visualization we want to create, according to that we can use these functions. So we have filter function, aggregation function in the sense like addition, subtraction, min, count, like those things we can perform in this aggregation function. Time intelligence function is also there. Then logical function is there. Logical, like if we have to give a logic to that, you have to give any condition, like we have seen in the conditional column, like we have created a condition, and based on that condition we have been creating a new column. So that is the thing over here. Lookup function is also there. Math and trigonometry functions are there. Statistical functions are there. Financial functions and other functions are also there, but those are not much needed. So now what we will do is we will go in Power BI. Yeah. So you must have understood the concept of DAX as well as measure. Now what we are going to do is we are going to perform some DAX functions and create a measure in this video on that data table. Now you have viewed this table, we have changed the name of this table. You can see here that we in our data sets we have this one file. So what we are going to do, where we are going to create these DAX functions in this table view. Here you can see that we have model view, right? And in this model view, as we have took just a single file, so this we can see that it has created a table. This is the model view of the data set or the file whichever we have loaded. We will take it, consider it as data. So our sales data's model view is being seen over here. So in the last video we also discussed about schemas. So if we have a single table, then what type of schema it is? It is flat schema. So there are three different types of schemas, right? There is star schema, snowflake schema and flat schema. So this is, as we are having single table, so this is the flat schema. Now here in this table view, you can see the whatever the columns are there in our table and the things which are our data. In short, we can say that whatever the data is present with us, we can see it over here. And here you can see this in this calculations, you can see here, like if you want to create a new table, if you want to create a new column, new measure and quick measure, these are the options over here. You can see that I am having a table and its name is sales over here. If you want any other things, then also if we also go in this home section, then also we'll like if you want to get any data other than this, then we can add it from here and then again go and work in the Power BI query editor, and then Excel file. If you want to take this SQL server, one lake, also this data hub is there. If you want to enter the data manually, then also we can do recent sources. You know, we have learned it before also. Transform data, like if you want to again go into editor, then we can do this. Manage relationship is not possible from here. So what we are going to do is we will now, as we know that what kind of functions are present in the DAX, so we will one by one try some of the functions of DAX and see what are the changes being done in the this table. So first function, first we will start with the aggregation function. Aggregation in the sense like we can count sum, then total count, addition, subtraction, those things we can perform. Now addition, subtraction can be done with the numerical values, right? So we can take only this order ID. Now order ID, do we need to count order ID? These things we have to understand by itself only. So this also column we cannot take in the aggregation function. So based on these columns only we will do some of the aggregation. Let's count sum. So how we are going to create a first DAX column, like we will say that how our first calculated column will be. So we are going to click on this new column. So here you can see that this new column has been created, and here you are being asked to write a DAX function or DAX any formula, whichever you want, like what values you want in this column, then you have to define it over here. If you have like write or wrote the function properly, then you can click on this commit, and if you want to cancel it, then you can click on this cross. Now whatever the name we want to give to our column, we can give it from here. First we will count like total sales. So what we are going to do is we will give this as total sales. This is the name which we have given to our column. If we will press enter, then this column here over will be changed and as total sales. Now what we are going to do is sales, as we want to remove total, so we have to do addition of some of the thing or any of the different columns. So what we are going to do is we will just simply write over here as sum. Now you can see there are many different functions available, and it is showing us that what you can do. We will just simply select this sum. Now in the sales table, it is showing me that I have this sales table present over here, and in that these many columns are present. So of which column do I want to remove the total? So what I will take is I will take this sales, and the now price as well as quantity sold cannot be taken, right? Revenue I will select, and I will just I have to close this round bracket over here. So this and when we have completed our formula, we can just click over here, commit, as well as if we feel like a formula is wrong or if we want to change, then we can cancel it over here. So now I have wrote my formula. I will just simply press enter. Here you can see that total sales is being generated based on the revenue column. So as I said before, that why do we need a measure, right? Now we have removed the total of this revenue column through this revenue column, right? But here can you see that if we are removing any total, then we can get it only a one single block, as if it would have added one block over here and there it would have wrote that 4,370, then also it would have been okay, right? Total sales. But here can you see it in all the rows, it has giving the same value only, and it is being repeated. So is this column needed to us? We only need one value. We don't need a column of a single value, right? So that is why measures are created. Measures cannot be seen in this table view. but you can see that in over here in the data sets or in your data. You will see when we create a measure, the measure you can see it over here, and we can also create a visualization through that measure. Now we have removed the total sales, that was not needed actually, but still. Now what we can do is we will again take a new column. This is the DAX function. DAX function, like in the DAX we have aggregation function, and through that aggregation function we have sum, and that we have removed total. Now next, what we want to give name to this column, we will let's say we will remove average. So I just have to write 2 or 3 alphabets of average, then also it will show me like whatever the things are present in that aggregation function. Like I can now, as I have wrote this AB, so it is showing me based on that what I can do with the data. So I want to remove average, right? So what table do I have and which column I want to perform the average function. So here also I will take a revenue, and let's see what we have. Now here it has automatically detected that I have sales table, so that is why it is showing us. I can simply select this, and then I have to complete my formula by closing its round bracket. So if I click enter, then I can see this new column is being added, and I have got the average. Average is also a single value, but it is showing me in the table. So it depends upon the requirements, that what we need to remove or how we want to change our data or shape our data. That depends on us, and then we can remove the values or create the new calculated columns based on that. Now next we have is we can count. Let's see some of the things, different things also. Like if also we change it over here only, then also the values over here can change. Like if I will remove this and I will give any of the other function. Let's see if I can do what other aggregation function. Let's take this count, sales, revenue. I don't want revenues count now, it is showing again and again. So what I will do is I will take any other column. So what other columns are present over here? Orders, IDs, count I don't want, date count also I don't want, this text functions, text data types I don't want those counts. So quantity sold I can count that, revenue, total sales. These new columns also that have been also added, and I can count them too, but I don't want. I will take any other. Let's just take for this for just our understanding. Yeah, within that average only it has changed the things. Okay, so first you have seen that there were different values, and here you can see that there are different values. So we can change our formula or make changes in our formula there itself also, in that specific column also. So these are some of the aggregation functions. If you want to see more things, whatever the aggregation functions are there, then also you can just write here one of the alphabet, and you can see that what are the different things we can do on that column. So these are the aggregation functions. Now next what we will try some different functions. Let's keep this and take a new column. As I was changing that, that is why it is showing error, and I pressed enter, so that is why it is showing error. So what I will do is I will just delete this column only. So how we are going to delete this column over here? We just have to go on that column and right click over there. You can see that we have sort ascending, sort descending order. So these things are available over here, so we can copy that whole table. From here also we can create a new measure based on that column, but we are not going to create right now. We can rename it, edit the query. This is the query that we wrote, right? So we can create, edit it from here also. So I want to delete it, right? So I will delete this average. It is asking me if I want to, and I will simply give it the permission. Next what we will do is we will again, let's take any new thing we can do on top. Let's perform some of the logical function on it. Now in the logical function, as I said before, that we have to give a condition. So based on that condition, it is going to perform or create a calculated column. So first what we will do is we will just remove the sales, the highest sale we will remove. So what we are going to give the name, that we will just give hi and sales, we will give this name as like this, and then we have to give the condition. See, if it is already showing, if I click on this, if it is telling me that what I have to enter the values and in what format do I have to enter the values. So what I will do is I have this table only and one table. So what's that table's name is sales. So I will just take sales, and in sales of what thing I want to calculate, or on what column do I want to give a condition. Based on this column I am going to give condition. So that is why I have selected this revenue, and I want a new column in which I want the values like a particular number, and if values in that column are high, let's just write first, then we can understand it. So I want to remove a calculated column like based on sales. So what I will do is I will give it condition, like if in my revenue column there are values which are greater than 800, so what I will do is I will just give condition to it. So if we want to give any text values in our function, so how we are going to give? We are going to give in this double colons. So what we will do is we will write what we want to give the values in that new calculated column. So, and if you want to change any of the expression, or like if you want to change the from one condition to the next condition. Now this sales revenue is greater than 800, this is one condition, then this is the next thing which I am writing. So here also now I want to give the next value. So what I will do is I will just simply write here as low and complete my formula or the DAX function I will say. So this is the DAX logical function, and I will press enter. So here, based on this revenue column, if my revenue is greater than 800, then it has printed high, and if it is less than 800, then it has shown as low. Here you can also, now here if any of the column, in any of the column there is 800, no, there is no 800, that is why it is not being confused. But let's see if I change the value over here similar to that of, let's take 400, what it will, sorry, 400. So what it will show, I will just simply change it over here only. So here, can you see that this 400 it has considered as low, but we don't want it, we want it as high only. So what we can do is we can change a condition, like we can give it as greater than equal to. See, you can see here that it has changed from low to high. So based on our requirements, we are going to change our conditions and write the functions. Next we will see that any other function. In logical function we have switch column. So what if a formula is larger than one line? So how we are going to write it, that we will see. Now let's keep this, like we will take a new column. So here, now what name do we want to give it? Now let's see what we can give it. Let's give it a sales category. Now based on this category I am going to perform this function. So in the logical function we have switch. Switch in the sense like, here you can see that high, low, and based on that condition. So here switch means we are going to switch from one condition to the next condition. So that is why we are going to use this. So I have the switch function over here. I will just select it, and here you can see that it is showing me that in what format do I have to enter the values. So I will write it as true. Now when you want to take new line, so how you are going to, if you press enter, then it will directly calculate and add whatever the things based on their formula in that new column which are you creating. But we want to take new line. So what we are going to do is we will press shift and enter. So we can take new line whenever we are writing a DAX function. Now in this, what I want to write is sales revenue. I am writing that same formula only, but just some other with the this switch condition I am going to give. So revenue is greater than let's take 800. Then I want to write it as high. So how we are going to write text values, that we know, right? Then next we want to again take a new line. So how we are going to take is we will press shift enter. So again in my sales I want this revenue. If revenue is it has array, so I have pressed shift enter and it is so here I have to give the value, like which column I want to select. So I have selected the sales revenue and I want it. So if it is greater than, let's say, 200. So these are multiple conditions I am giving. On that basis it is going to calculate, right? So here I will write it as medium. So it is going to categorize the things by itself and then we will get a new calculated column. So this is a DAX function. More than one line I have used. This is a switch case. So let's press enter and see what happens. Is it giving us any error or yeah? So it has categorized the things based on this formula, DAX formula, and then it has calculated the sales category column. So based on this revenue, if revenue is greater than 800, that was only a condition, right? If revenue is greater than 800, then we can get high. If it is between 800 and 200, then it will show us medium, and if less than that, then it will print as low. So it has created this new calculated column. This is said to be as calculated column. Now next we will see some of the text functions. So based, like, this category is there, this product is there, and this customer name is there. So based on what we can perform, any of the like what are the functions which we can perform on this calculated this text columns, text data type columns. So we'll keep this, we'll again take a new column. There are different functions available for the text values, but we are just going to understand some of it. Let's first let now name be like column only, like we are going to delete it but it is just for understanding purpose. We have this length, so we are going to take it. Now I have just a simple table and say a single table, so I will select that table, and in that which column is having text values, I will select that. Now let's take this name and then complete our formula. So I am just going to remove the length of it in this new column. So here you can see that I have selected this name, right, and in there text values are present. So it has given me the length of the value present in this column. So first, this alias has 5 alphabets, so it has shown me here the count of it, so length of it, that value present in that column or that row. So here it has shown me 5. Next, what we can do is we can change a function here itself, change our formula here itself in this column only. But if we don't, then we can write new also. For right now, I will change it from here only. I will take, if I want to, let's replace. Now it is showing me like in what kind I have to enter the values, like old text, start position, number of characters, and new text. So these are not the perfect arguments which I have given over here, so I have to change it. So what I will do is I will take sales. Now I have to take any column that is in the text, right? So I will take this customer name only. Then I have to give the next, like from what character I have want to count the values or like perform the next function. So here I am taking it as 3, then 2. These are just random values. There is no any of the thing that. Now text values, how we are writing in a function, like with what character do we want to replace the third alphabet of our this column of this names. From here it will change it. So let's take it as, it is like we are adding prefix to our names. Prefix, not suffix, to our names. So let's take it as, right, this is just for understanding purpose, don't take it seriously. And we will press enter. Here you can see that whatever the values which I wanted to replace are being replaced over here. From the third position it is wrote this thing, that whatever I wanted to replace with, from the third position I wanted to replace just the 2 alphabets. So it has done that. So here this is how we are performing some of the text functions. Next, if you want to change anything to the uppercase, so that also we can do, same we can do with the lowercase also. Now let's change this category column to uppercase. So how we can do this, we'll do it here only. See, you can see it over here that it is already showing me. If I typed here as lower, then also it is showing this. So I will change it into uppercase as it is already in the lowercase, right? So I have to select the table and then what I want to change. So this time we were going to decide like what was the name of it, name of that column, category, right? Let's see. Yes, category is there. Oops, it has already printed. Enter. Yeah. So now we can press So here when we press enter, you can see that all the things which are present in this category column has been changed into the uppercase. Now we can keep this column, and we can, if we want to remove this, then we can remove it. So based on our conditions, we are going to change or modify our data with these kinds of DAX functions. We can also add these columns when we are performing, like we are in the query editor, but still there are some of the advanced calculations needed to be done, and that can be done with the help of DAX only. Like how we have seen that measure, removing total, like in sales we don't wanted to remove this value, right? We just wanted one total count, but we didn't wanted like this column of that total. So that is the thing, we need DAX as well as measure also. Next we will perform some of the date time functions. Let's see what we can perform on our date. Now what we will do is we will keep this, we will take a new column. What we will keep this, let's take it as day count. I too don't know, but still let's see what it will give us. Now we have here day, and in that we have to enter the date. Now where is the date in a sales table, right? We have the column, specific date column, so we have to select that. If we type the date manually, that also is okay, but in a column where date column is there, in a table where date column is there, we have to enter that. So we are adding day count. So here this it has counted the date and then created this new column. Let's perform some other functions. So if we want to remove year from our date, so then also we can do that. What will give this name? Let's just keep it as whatever it is. We have here this calendar also, like we can remove the things whatever they are based on this date. So what we have to do, we have to select this date. Then it has shown us like what we wanted to, like how we have to enter the values. So we will we have to give 3 conditions to it. So we have for starting date, we have to give the starting date. So our starting date is in this date column only, our ending date is also in this date column only, so we don't have 2 different columns. So here again I am selecting this sales and date column, and now I have what I have to remove from these things. It is asking me like if I want to remove date, day, month and these many things. I will select this date and it has automatically fulfilled the formula. So this second column number 2 will be created, and based on this formula there will be values. Let's press enter and see what values are being entered. So here you can see that it has also given us time, like calendar function, it has performed the thing. Next what we will do is we will remove year. If from any date column we want to just extract this year, so how we are going to do? We have year function also. This year we will select it and we have to give that column. So we have this column and in this table, so we will select this and so values in this will be changed. See, it has only extracted the year from the date column. So these are some of the functions that we are performing. If we want to remove today's date, like we can keep it, right, when we are performing to keep our status, we can also do that. So if you want to enter in a column which will show the date, present date, so how it will do? So we have here current date also. How we can do that? We have this today here, and yeah, this formula has been complete. We just have to press enter. So what today's date is, it is being seen over here. The new calculated column will be created and then that date will be shown. Next what we can do is we can perform some mathematical functions. Like if you want to round, let's just we'll just remove a round up number of one of the things. We have that also. So those like mathematical functions are present. We will just make one. In this existing only we will create. So we have here this round function, and here what I have to pass a number and number of digits. So of what column in the table, like I have to take this table, the numerical values, like let's take this price, and then what round number I want to remove. Mostly it is 2 only, so that is why I will go with this and I will create this new column. Now I don't have values in the decimal, so it is not going to show difference than this price column. See, if the values which were present in this price column, it were in the decimal, or the like number present over here was 700.00.25, somewhat like that number, then it would have rounded that number and then it would have shown me the what price it actually was. So like that round number works. Now as I don't have values in decimals, that is why it is not showing me in proper way. If I would have any decimal values in this column, in this table, then I would have got that. So these was some of the functions which were like DAX functions, and we can perform these DAX functions and calculate any column. Now let's understand the concept of measure. We are just going to create a simple one measure and we'll understand its concept. So in the home section here you can see that we have this new measure option. We will select it, and here in this new measure, same structure you can see it over here, but when we have selected new measure, here new column is not being created, right? So, you can see the change over here, that measure is created. If we will change the name, and same we have to, like how we were writing DAX function, that only we have to do over here, like measure. But measure and calculated columns are different, that we have to keep in our mind. So let's just take numerical, any of the numerical column. And this profit 2 I will take, because I am having this profit column over here, and based on that I will calculate some of the things. Let's just take some. It is also showing all the things, like whatever are present, like it is writing a DAX function thing only. So now based on this profit column only I am taking the things. Let's take the sales revenue, and then we have to complete it over here. Then we have to write next function, like what we have to do. This is calculating a measure, not a column. It's like we are calculating one simple one single value. So from sales, now I am going to select, let's take this cost, and then complete a formula. Now these are the two columns I have subtracted, and I am creating a measure. Here you can see that this first when we saw it was just a measure. Now as we have changed the name of it, so it is showing me the profit 2, and it has created this measure. Now it cannot be seen in this table. We discussed it in the when we were seeing a PPT, that also we have seen, when we were understanding the difference, that it is stored locally, stored dynamically, right? It cannot be seen. But when we go in a model view, in our table, we can see that this profit 2 has been added over here, and it is a measure. We can see it over here. Now if we go in a visualization pane, what we can do is, now as we understood when in the beginning, that measures are mostly for the totals, counts, somewhat like that. If average you want to remove any number, then, and to best way to represent any of the thing like that, like just a single value, we are using card in our visualization screen. So here in this visualization you can see this is known as card. So I have selected this, and here it is asking me that what I want to see in this. So I will just simply select this profit 2, and it is showing me that single value in this card. So what things more I can do with this card, we will see in the next video. But this is how we are creating a measure. Measure cannot be seen in our table. We can just see in this table. When we create a measure, we can see it if it is created or not in this model view, as well as in the visualizations also we can see. So this is how a measure is being created and how we are performing DAX functions. You will go on your browser, and there you will write there, let's see what, like how many types of DAX functions are present. If you want to see, then what we can do is Power BI DAX we will write, and let's press enter. What different kinds of DAX functions are present, we can see in the documentation. Here what the different kinds of DAX functions are there, how we are going to use, what is the syntax of those DAX functions, that also we can see it over here. Now we have seen date time functions, right? So calendar we have saw, date we have seen, year also we have extracted, right? So these many different kinds of functions are present over here, and if you click on any of it, you can see what kind of syntax it has, and it is explained it over here also. So from here also, if you read and act according to your requirements, then also you will get it. So that's all for this video. We have learned about DAX functions and measure. What is a measure? Next we will start visualizing and creating a dashboard.
Now, in the previous videos, we learned about Power BI data transformation, then we learned about Python scripts, data modeling, DAX functions. These all things we learned in the previous videos. We understood the concepts of loading data, then cleaning that data, why it is important, as well as the next what was like we modeled that data, created relationships between tables, understood the things. Also, we connected the data with the Python script. We learned how to make setup of Python and Anaconda, creating environment, and those all the things we covered in our previous videos. In this video, we are going to learn about data visualization. Like what is data visualization, why data visualization is important. Next, we will understand that types of charts, like what the types of charts are present and its importance, and we will see how the data is getting visualized through these charts, like what Power BI is offering us. Those things we will understand. We'll also learn the concept of storytelling, like what is storytelling and why it is important. So, what is data visualization? Now, in the Power BI, our main focus is only the Power BI tool is itself. It is for like making data visualize, as a picture can depict more things clearly. As it is said that a picture is worth of 1,000 words. So, such cases, in that case only, we have data and we are converting that data, cleaning that data and converting that data into a picture or a visual format, we are saying, right? So that is what is done with the help of Power BI. So a last concept, or we can say that a final concept of whenever we are going to create a dashboard, we will create in this visualization content, we can say that. So, data visualization in Power BI is the process of representing data graphically. Now, we have different types of charts in Power BI, and using those charts, we are going to visualize the data which we have cleaned and modeled, or we have converted that data, created that measures through that data. So, that data we are going to now make it visual. We are going to show that data according to our requirements. So with what we are going to do, with what we are going to visualize the data, that are different types of charts in Power BI. We will see where those charts are. The data visualization is the process of representing data graphically to make it easier to understand, analyze and draw insights from it. If our data is visualized and we can just look at it and understand the things, then it gets easier to analyze the things, remove insights from that data is easier. In short, we can say that understanding the data is easier. Why data visualization is important now? It makes things more clear. As we said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, so we can understand why. If reading is time consuming, but just if we look at a picture and understand the things, then it becomes more easier. It will not waste our much time. It will not take us the complex process of understanding the things, like what is relation with this columns to this columns, then we have to analyze the things by our own self, and then we can, it takes times, right? So here, just by looking at the picture, it makes us easy to understand it. So that is why it makes things clear. It helps us to find hidden insights, whatever there are hidden insights, like that we can create measures and then we can convert that data. With that measures, we can understand the things more clearly, or with the help of those measures we understand the columns or specific things which are not in our data. So that is why in that cases we are finding a hidden insight from a table and we are understanding that thing. So this is also an advantage of data visualization. Now what is storytelling? I'll explain it in further. It helps us to make better choices. By analyzing that data, we can make our choices according to that. Now mostly it is done with the sales data, means like visualization. If we do with any of the sales data, then we can understand the insights, and then based on that data analysis we can take further decisions, like in where sector if we are going low, then we should work on that. In which sector we are okay, so we will keep that aside, and depend on that data visualization we can give priority to our work. So that is why it helps us to make better choices also. Now the most commonly used charts are there, like bar chart, line chart, pie chart, donut chart. These all are the most commonly used, but there are many more charts available in Power BI. But these are just the simple ones which we are going to use. Now it depends upon us, like whatever the requirements of our data is or what the things we want to analyze. Based on that we are going to select the chart. Selecting the charts or the visualization thing is also important, like bar chart and column chart. Now for what purpose these charts are being used? So bar chart is good for comparing categorical data. So if we are having any categorical data, then we can use these bar charts or these column charts, and then we can represent that data. So it depends like what value we have to present or make it visualized. Then line charts are used for showing any of the trend. So based on any, like if based on a year, if we are showing that how in this year what was the sales, in next year what was the sales, so in that case we are going to use line chart. So it depends. Pie chart, donut chart, those are used to show whole part. It depends, like whatever there in our data is, according to that we have to select the chart. So pie chart is used to show parts of whole. That then next is we have scatter plot. Scatter plot is useful for showing the relationship between two numerical variables. And then maps is used for the geographical data. If you want to show any country based data, then we can use this map. We have table and matrices. Now table and matrices are different things, so we will understand that. For presenting precise data values, tables are used. Now as we are working with the table only, so we know what table is, right? But matrices are a bit different. Tables are for detailed data. Now if we want anything in the detailed understanding, we want in tabular format, if we want any data, then we can arrange it in the table also, or make it visualize in the table also. Next, matrices are for summarized data with drill down capabilities. We will understand like why it has drill down capabilities when we will make a visualization of matrice. KPIs stand for key performance indicators. So for what these KPIs are: visual cues to track progress towards goals. We'll understand this. Once we will make a visualization through it, then we will understand in depth like what these things are used for. Cards we have to, as like in the last video also, when we created a measure, we have seen that how we can represent a measure. Now measure is made mostly for the total or the one particular column if we want, or sorry, one particular row, a block we want a value in just a single value we want, then we are using a measure. So representing a measure can be also done with the cards, or mostly it is done with the cards only. So if you want to represent any single value, so in that cases we are using cards. Now tree map is used to show hierarchical data in nested rectangles, like how it is going to be seen, that we will see in the when we will move further. Funnel charts are used to illustrate a flow through the stages. According to a stage wise, we are going to go and understand the data in the funnel charts. So these were the things, like these are some commonly used charts in Power BI, but there are many more also available. Now storytelling. Storytelling is what, like when we create a dashboard, we should make it, or we should show that dashboard, present that dashboard in an interesting way. So that is only what storytelling is. Like whoever the person who has analyzed the data, created the dashboard or shared that dashboard, he or she should represent that data in a way like he or she is telling a story. like story of sales analysis from this year to this year. So kind of that or she should create a story and then narrate it in that way. Like storytelling in Power BI is the art of presenting data insights in compelling and narrative way. We should now, anyone who is not from the background of data analyst, he or she should also understand the data. If we show him tables and like just a raw data, then he or she will get confused. But we want to make that data interactive and understand to each and every person. So that is why we have to make it interactive and present it in a way that it should be compelling and it should be in a narrative way. It should be like we are guiding our audience through the information to drive understanding and action. So it is similar concept to like a storytelling person or like parents telling a story to their child. So that concept we can apply over here, but it's just for understanding thing. Now, what is the importance of this storytelling is like, so why this storytelling is important? Whenever we are telling a story, the person's front person listens to us in very like attentive way, we can say that. So engagement is what we can get from the people. Like it creates takes someone's attention when we are telling a story about data. So that is only the thing it is said over here. Clarity. Now if we show tables or like files or pages of data to front person, he or she will not understand it. If it is important, they have to work on that, but understanding the data becomes difficult. But when we create visualizations, then we get a clear insight of that data. Understanding the things becomes easier. It has great impact also, and also a communication is an advantage, we can say, or importance of storytelling. So here I have opened Power BI. In the last video, we were working with the DAX functions and we created measures also. And then there we created one visualization, that was card. So in this video, we are going to go with that data only. So I am opening that file which was there. Here we can see what our data was. It was just a sample file. So this was the card which we created in the previous video. It was measure which we calculated and then we presented or visualized that in this way. Here this is our data which we have loaded, and these are the measures which we created, calculated, columns were there. These things are present over here. Now this area is known as canvas area. We will need to understand this thing. This area is known as canvas area, the area which is in this dotted lines. So these all things. For right now we are not going to use this. We will create it again. We can remove it when we click on here. This we can remove any of the visualization which we have made. So this is our canvas area. Here you can see that there is an option of filters. When we will make visualization, you will understand it. Here you can see that these types of charts are available. Now I explained that line chart. Here you can see that we have bar chart, column chart, and this is known as funnel. Like step by step the data is being presented. If we want to visualized map, then we can use this. We have, this is known as card. Here we can see that pie chart is there. Python script we have learned before only, like how we can make use of this Python scripts. The slicer is there, R script, table and matrix. These all things are available over here. Now how we are going to make a dashboard, that depends upon us, depends upon our creativity. But now we will understand the basic things, like what are things present over here. First we should, now creating any of the visualization or dashboard is okay. Dashboard should have, now when we get starting, whenever we are starting with this dashboard creation, we should give a name to our dashboard, right? Like here you can see that if we directly start presenting, then it is not going to work, or it is not going to be that interactive. So how we can give a name to our dashboard? But before that, I want, like, if we want to insert any image to our dashboard, or we want to change the color of our dashboard, where we can go? Here you can see the option we have is format your report page. Report page means this is our report page. So what we can do, we can go over here. Here we can have we have things like page information, like it's page number 1. If we want to give any name to this, then we can change it from here. So we have canvas. Now as I said, this area is known as canvas. So here we have canvas settings. So if we want to change anything from about canvas, then we can change it from here. We have the option of wallpaper, filter pane, filter cards. Whenever we are going to work with it, then we will understand. For right now, we are going to change the canvas background. If we want to change with the color, then we can go from here. Like if we will change, now as I have selected this color, change the color, but still we cannot see that. Let's take this color, but we still cannot see that because transparency here is 100%. If we reduce the transparency, you can see the color of our canvas is being changed. So it depends, like if whatever color we want, we can take it to our canvas. If we just increase the transparency, the color will start fading. Now this was the canvas setting option, like background setting. Now if we want to select any image to our background, give a different background image to our background, then what we can do is we can give it from here also. We have that option also. So let's, if I have any of the image, yeah. Now here also image is being added. You can see it over here, right? But still we cannot see because we have not reduced the transparency. If we reduce the transparency, we can see that the image which we have loaded is being set to our report page. Now if we want to reduce it to full, we can do that also. I think this is okay. If we want to keep this, we can keep. If we don't, we will not. I am not going to keep it right now. I will not even keep this color. If you want, you can keep color to your canvas area, or if you want, you can give your image whichever you want to give. This was the setting of this canvas area or canvas background, we can say. So here there are different settings available. You can check and work according to your ways. Next, what we will do is we will start with the cards. Now again we came into this build visual. Here you can see that this option is there. It is known as card. But before that, we wanted to give name to our report, right? So how we are going to give? In the Excel also we have this text box or like any other thing to add text. So here similar is there. You just have to select this, and here the box will appear. Now you have to resize it according to your way. You can keep it anyhow you want, of whatever size you want or what length you want. It depends. And what we will give the name? We'll delete this. Here are this heading, we can say there is available. So what now name we want to give to our report? Now as we are having the data of sale, it was sample sales, right? So we will give it name as sales insights. Here I have given the name. You can then increase its size.
You can add alignment to it. Mostly it should be in the center only. It is looking good there only. We can keep it bold. If we want to change the font of it, then we can do it from here. I think size I should increase more. Yeah, this is okay. So here we have given name to our report page. We have aligned it. We have made some of the changes, whatever we wanted. Now here this is our name of this report or dashboard, we will say. Next what we will do is we will take a card. We have to go in this visuals, and then whichever visual we want, we just have to tap on it or select it. Now as these cards are used to represent a single value. Single means if we are having any total, average, then those kinds of things we can make visual with this card. So what do we have? We have like anything total. Yeah, we have this total sales, which was a single value, right? Somewhat 4 3, that was their value. So we can represent it in the card. So what we have to do is, here you can see the fields are available. Add data fields here. If you select this and drag and drop over here also, then also we can see. If we select this checkbox, then also we can see the value is being visualized in the card, or we just drag and drop. If you want to remove, then you can just click over here on this cross, then it will get removed. We want to keep, so we will just keep it. So if we want to resize our card, so we can do it from here according to our ways. These are the things now that are available. Now here you can see this arrow. You can, if we just click on that, then it is showing us that what kind of value is there, and if we want to keep average of that, then we can keep average of total sales from here. So if you want minimum of it, minimum is not a good choice, right? So we will not keep that, but we have the values of that. I think, or we can say that we have the options of those things also. If we want count of total sales, then that is showing us standard deviation, mean, or if we want other value like in percentage, so that also we can show. But we don't want to change anything. We will keep it as whatever it was. It was sum, right? So we'll keep it as sum only. Show value as like no calculation, first make it and then you can show it. Yeah, so this is how we are going to make any card and visualize it. Now proper alignment or setting that on the report page is also necessary, so we will make that changes also. Now it is created, card is being created, but here you can see that sum of total sales. We want to give name to a card, but this is not a proper name, right? So what we can do is, if we just double click over here, from here also we can change the name of it. So what we will do is, we will just keep as total sales if we want to, and we will click enter. So here you can see the name has been changed. So these are the things that we can do with the card. There are many other things also. So what we will do is, now we want to design something different with our card. So what we will do is, here we can go to this visual format, and here you can see that the different things are available over here. So if we will go in this general, we have here properties option, like what we want to keep properties, its position, horizontal, vertical position, everything is there. Padding, if we want, we can change it from here. Advanced option also we have, maintain layer order, these things are present over there. If we want to give title to a card, then also we can give it from here. Effects is there, like background color, what background color you want to give to your card. Now let's say if we give black, is the value is going to be visible? No, so black is not a good choice. So we can change it from here, like whatever we want to give. Or if we don't want color from these things, so we can also go on this more colors option, and we can change it from here also. Now let's choose whatever we want. Okay, let's keep this. Okay, so we have given color to it. Then transparency option is also available to here. Available here. We can reduce, increase it if we want. We'll keep it this. Visual border. Now, as a card is having border, so it is showing us like in what color we want a border. Here it is off. If we make it on, we can make these things enabled. So what kind of border we want? Now here black is okay. If we want rounded corners, like if we increase this, you can see the corners are being changed. If we deselect it, you can see the corner of that card is being changed. Where were we? Oh, we have to select this and then we can make changes of this thing of card. So where were we? We were in the title, effects, data format, I think. Header, icons. Here, these things are known as header icons. If you want to change the color of that, then we can do it. So we don't want, because those are not going to be visible. Icons option is also available over here. You can see. And here you can see that if we want to increase the width of the border, so that also we can do it from here. You can see now what kind of width is increased over here. We don't want this much, so we will, okay, this is okay. 6 is also I think too much. We will reduce it a bit. Okay, that's 4 is okay. So it depends like what we want to do with your visualization. Now this was the card which we made which we created in our visualization pane. So we have to arrange it according to wherever we want to add in our report. One thing I want to tell you, if you double click on this canvas area, you will see this preparing Q&A. What will happen when this Q&A is being prepared? Here also you will see that you have the option of Q&A. If you will notice, what it will do is it will automatically analyze the data and it will prepare the questions like what is needed to be done or what are the things that it can visualize through this data. So it is showing us. It's like what is the profit to by customer name, what is the profit to by sales category, what these things are also there that we can visualize this. So if we just select one of them, click on it and allowed it, then it will create the visualization by itself only. Here. So it is showing us like it has made a bar chart and it is showing us like what is profit by customer name. We have these many customer name, and based on those whatever the profit we are getting, that it has visualized. So this is also thing we can do. If you want to export this data, we can do it, but right now I'm going to remove it. I will not keep this. So what we can do next is we will again, if we can create any of the card again. This thing over here, you can see that we have here column 2 and column here. What we will do is we will quickly go and change the name of those columns. Where we can change the name, we can change their name in this table view. That will not be those two columns will not be seen in the Power Query editor, right? Because we have calculated those columns. So in this column we have the option of like it is representing year. So we will rename it as year. We were having date, right? And next to it's what? Here you can see that it is categories. So categories in the uppercase. We don't need this column, but we are still keeping it. We will rename this. Just select it, right click and click on rename. So what we should give? We will give it like categories. Okay. So it will take a little bit of time. Yeah. So it has done. So again, we will go in this report view. And here you can see the name is being changed. like we have this categories calculated column, and also the next what was it, that must also has been updated in our data sets. Here you can see that year is being updated over here. Now we can also, now we have the sales, right? So we can take revenue as new card. What we have to do is we have to again go on this card and we will take revenue this time. If we select it, what it is showing, it is showing, yes, it is showing sum of revenue. Now we are creating a card, right? We are making a visualization only. So to make our things simple, what we can do is we can select this. Here you can see the option of format painter. You can click on over here, and when you will come here and just select this thing, whatever the changes we made for this, like whatever the designing we made for this card will also apply for this. Now here what we have to do is we just have to resize this according to our this card, and then we just have to change the name of that card. So now that is looking good, right? So what I will do is we will change the name also. We can rename this visual from here also. We have the option, like it is sum of revenue. We can give this as total revenue, right? So the name is being changed over here. Next what we will do is we will take a chart, any different chart. Let's take this. So here we are having the chart. So now we have to understand. Here we can see that whatever value we want to add to this y-axis, we can add it from here. Drag and drop the column. Here x-axis legend, if we want to give any, we will understand this once we will give any name. So I want to make this on the basis of customer name. So on the y-axis there will be customer name and whatever they have sold. So here you can see the things are being represented. So here we have this header, we can say, of our this chart. So we can change it that also, and if we want to change these things like a name of these y-axis and x-axis, that also we can change. So I will just leave this as name, y-axis as name. We can double click over here, and then also we can change the name of that column. Of x-axis I will give as quantity sold. Now I have given a legend to it, that is revenue. By revenue it is going to sort, like here you can see that 80% is of Jack, 140% is of Hana. So according to that it is going to sort the data. So here if we click on this bar, then also you can see like whose name is there, how much revenue and how much quantity is being sold. So that is also the thing we can make possible. If we want to change the color of these bars, then also we can do that, but right now I will go with this header. So where we can do these things, like we have here option format visual. Here if we want to change anything regarding y-axis, like we want to make it bold, the names and that, like we want to change the font, then also we can change it, make it underlined. Let's keep this and see what happens. Then with color of whatever we want to give. You can see that it is becoming have been a bit of dark. Next, title. Now whatever the title is, if you want to give to x-axis, all the settings regarding y-axis are being seen over here, the values in that y-axis. Now layout,
if you want to change anything regarding x-axis grid lines. Now what is this grid lines? We have here, if you are able to see, we have this dotted lines over here. These are known as grid lines. So if we want to change the color of that grid lines, we can do it from here. Like if I make it a bit dark and transparency, see, you can see that lines are becoming visible to us. If I reduce, it is not. If I increase the transparency, then it was not able to see. Some I have decreased the transparency and we can see that. We can change the style also. Now here it is dotted. If we want solid line, then we can make it from here. If we want anything custom as per our need, then also we can do. I will keep this dashed only. Now width, if I want to increase of that, then also I can do. But there is no need of that, right? So we are not going to increase it. Zoom slider, here it is not there. If you want to change the color of bar, I will just, should we keep this grid lines or not? Let it be. I will just reduce the transparency a bit. Yes. So if you want to change the color of bars, then we can do it from here. Here you can see that color option is visible to us over here. If we select this, the default color is blue color. If you want to change that, then we can select it from here and we can change the color of that. So see, if I decrease or increase the transparency, then it is not getting us visible. If I decreased it, then we can see those bars clearly. So if I want to see the border color of those bars, so that also I can see it from here, or if I want to change, then also I can change it from here. Like whatever color I want, then I can give it from here. I can also increase, let's keep black only. Now if I want to if I don't want to see, then I can increase their transparency. If I want to see, then I will keep. I can also increase their width so they can be visible. You can see, if I have increased their width, then I can see that. I don't want it right now. I will keep as it is. Here we have this option of plot area background. Now this is known as plot, right? So this area's background also we can change. Now let's take that image which we took for the background first. And you can see that again, if I take this here, so this is known as plotting area. Like this plotting area's background is being changed, so we don't want this, but we can do this also. I'm going to remove it, not yeah. So this is how we are creating a chart. There are many different options available over here. Let's go in this general, and we have this titles option also. Title is like quantity sold by name and revenue. So if we want to keep this, then we can keep. If we want to change, then we can change it also. What type of heading we want to give, that also we can decide it from here. If we want to change the font of our heading or title, we can change it from here. If we want to make it bold, increase the size of the font, and text color, whichever text color we want of our heading, we can also change it from here. Now let's see if it is okay. I think black is only okay. So background color and also the alignment, I think we should keep it in center. So these are the things we have done. If we create first only visual like perfect, then we can create others also fastly. So it depends like how we are working with the dashboard.
So here we have made this alignment center. Now what we can do is, if we want to just give the color of this, we have seen the option of format painter, right? We will select that card, we will select over this format painter, come here and then click. So you can see whatever the changes were there or whatever the settings were there of this card, it is again, the settings have been changed and it has been come over here. So you can see this name has been again come at the left alignment. Why it is? Because here the things were like that only. So now according to this, we are going to arrange wherever we want this our chart. So this was the chart which we made. Next what we will do is, we will create a pie chart. Make sure whenever you are selecting any visual, you don't keep selecting this any of the chart and then you will go here. So if you do like that and then you will select, come over here and select any of the chart, then what will happen is, the thing which was there already, it will change according to whatever you have selected. We don't want it, right? So what it was card, so we will again just keep it as card only. We want to create a pie chart, right? So you just make sure there is no selected visual and then you go and select the visualization thing whichever you want. Now next we will create this pie chart. Here you can see the option of legend is there, then values, details. Now pie chart is used for what? We know that, right? So what we are going to do is, we will select the values for it. Let's take sales category. In this sales category, we have calculated this column, right? We have high, low and medium type of sales. Those have been classified. We have created a DAX function and according to that we have sorted the things. Now in the values, we will take quantity sold. So you can see we have made this pie chart, and if we again formatted it according to that, then most of the things will be done here. And if we select 1, so you can see that here also the values are being changed, here also these 3 bars only are being highlighted. So whenever we click on any one value, and based on that, other charts will also change their format, or they will also highlight the thing whichever you in one visualization you have selected. Based on that, all the visualizations will show you what is the impact of that one particular selected thing. So I am arranging it nearby this thing only. Let's keep it here only. Let's see afterwards what we can do with that. So this is how we are creating a pie chart. Now if you want to come again back, yeah, this is how pie chart is being created. Now next what we will do is, we will understand KPI. So what is this KPI? We have understood it in the beginning, right? Here you can see this option of KPI. We'll select it and here we have this visualization. So what we will do is, we will add this columns from here. In the value, we will add the sum of total sales. Now here this is the total sales. Make sure you add the things which are connected to that visualization. Okay, now here total sales is there. Trend axis, we will take let's take this cost, and based on what target you want to calculate it, you have to give that. So what we can do now, total sales is that. Now how much is sold, we can take this. So now this value is being presented in the green color. Green color means it is we can say that we have positive impact of that sale. So based on that, we have to give this a value and target of what it has to complete. If we will what we can do is, we will change the values from here, some quantity sold here, and here we will take total sales. So you can see that it is showing us the graph which is going down, and goal was this much and we are in the loss of this much. So it is showing us in the red color. So KPI is important to represent this thing, that if we are in the
profit or we are in the loss. So like based on that also we can then take a decision. We can resize it according to our need. Then we can change its let's keep it whatever it was first. Total sales, we will keep it here only. Quantity sold, we can keep as a target. But it is wrong way, right? If whatever the things are sold and based on that only we are taking sales, it will definitely show in the positive way. So we should understand what the things we should make visualize. So it is based on our requirements file also. Sometimes if we want to change the name, we can change it from here, sum of total sales. Or what we can do is we will just go over here in general. We have here this title and we can change it from here, sum of total sales. We'll remove this and sum of quantity sold. Now let's just keep this total sales and quantity sold by cost. So this thing we can understand it, right? How we are making. Now again we will apply this format painter thing to it to make our work easier. So here also we have seen this. This was the KPI. Let's take if we will come in this visual pane, when we can also take this map, but in a table there is no field related to any location, right? We don't have any of the column which is based on location, and on the date also we cannot access the or remove the location on the base of that date. So what we will, but this is the thing that we can if we select this map, then we can take it and then arrange the values according to whatever we want. Like here it is asking location, legend based on here. Even if we take values, then also it will not understand that what it has to represent, right? Location we cannot. This is the wrong practice. We cannot add this. So we will not take this visualization map, but we have the option of taking map also. Here you can see that we have this tree map option. We will take this. Now what the things we have to add? In this category I will, let's take product. What type of products are there? In this details, let's take this calculated column, and in values what we can take? Let's take it by category. So depending on the things which we have provided it has created the tree map. So we just have to go on that, then we can see like whose sale was more and whose was medium. Those things it is showing us. So again what we will do is we can change the name by going in this general, count of category by product and sales category. So we will keep this for understanding. If we want to change heading and all the things, then we can do it from here. Now we will again apply format painter to this. Yes. So decomposition tree is also there. Then we can just, now these are the things that as per our understanding and as per our requirements we have to do, right? So next is what we will do is we will take table. We'll work with the table. Let's select this table.
Now, whatever the values we want in the table, we can do. Now we were having a sample sales tables only. So what we can here we only have the option of column. So now here I have given us it a column ID, then price. It should all I should also give name, category, whatever the things we want to represent in a table. Then we can give it to this. Now let's take this category calculated column. Yeah. So you can see that we this table is being created over here. We can resize it according to our need, and if we want to change its design, then we can do it that according to our way also. But if we just apply Format Painter, then also we can change it. So now if you want to change the values in this table, then also you can do. Here you can see this option is there. Like if we just select this pie chart and come here, and here there is sort option is available, like on what based you want to sort, that also you can do. And here you can see that if you want to represent this thing in the table view, this particular visualization, then also you can do it. Now I have selected, that is why it is showing like that. But if I will not, then it will show all the things. Again, if you want to go back to the report, you can go from here. Now here this table is being created. I will just make it a bit short. So if anyone want to see the values, then he or she can just drag or this. Those things are available over here. For right now, just I will keep it as short. Now here we have the option of this matrix. Oops, I have selected within that only. So these things happens, okay. What you can do is you can just again select that, come here, select on this canvas, and then you can take this matrix. Now here you can see that it has automatically adjusted it, but we can change it also. Now here you can see that we have the option of rows, columns, and values. What the values we want. Let's take here this category in the rows, a revenue in this column, and in the values we will take as, let's take this name. So based on that, based on the things, it has sorted or it has created a matrix, and we can then adjust it. We can again apply Format Painter to it. So most of our work will get easy, right? Let's apply this first. There is no need for this much, right? We can just keep it as like this. Or like card also we can make it. So now it depends upon us, like what the things we want to visualize, what things we want to create, or whatever the things we want to show. Now what we can do is we can go on the next page. We'll just take a different page and we will understand the things. Let's take this last funnel. There are many more things, but we are just taking this. What we will do, and we have here category option. In that I'm going to take this, and in values I want profit. So here it has created this chart. So now it depends like what are our requirements. Based on that we are going to create the visualization or dashboard. According to that we will come here. It is taking time. We will select this Format Painter, go on this page and apply over here. So now it is also changed. We can change the name according to our based or whatever our needs are. We have this option of slicer also. Now slicer is what? If you want to sort the things based on any other thing.
what we will do, we will just keep this funnel over here only, and we will take a new, come on this first page, and here we will create a new slicer in this area. What we will do, we have not selected, right? So we will select a slicer, and here we have this, we have the column of year, right? So on the base of year we will make changes in this. Here you can see that there is only one field is available. So we have this slicer. So in 2000 year we are only having 1 year, right? 2024. So that is the thing only over here. So based on that, here you can see that used category option thing is there. We will not keep it. Yeah. What the drill down field should be. What we'll just take its suggestion once and see. So here it is the check box. If you add it, now there is in the 2024 what were the categories there. So like that it is showing us. So if we want to change the style of this slicer, we can do it from here, or we can go here in this, and here we have this slicer heading, slicer style option. In this vertical you will see that if you want a drop down list, then you will just make this as a drop down list, so you can then access it according to your need. So this is what slicer is in Power BI, or we can say that in data visualization. So slicer header is on, so if you want it, if you don't want, you can remove it. If you want to do some of the settings on the values, then you can do it. We will just simply select this and make it formatted. We'll just select it. So this is a simple dashboard which we have created through Power BI, or created in Power BI. Now it depends what is our creativity and what are the different things we can do and create the dashboards whichever we want. Now as we have said, these dashboards are interactive. Why we are saying it? Because if we select any one value from one visualization, then the other things, the related other things, other in the, like if you want from here we have selected this, so other things also will highlight the things related to the selected ones, right? So and understanding the data, now we were having just 1 year, right? That is 2024. So based on 2024 we have these things over here. This table is representing the columns whichever we are having, and then what was the total sales, are we in the profit or not? So based on these requirements, we are going to understand that requirements and format or transform our data, and based on that we will create visualizations. So it was just a simple visualization made whatever with our data was, and you can, it depends upon your creativity. Now next what you can do, so we can change the name also of this pages, right? So now we want to save this in any format. So what we can do is we will just simply select on this file. Here you can see that we have the import option also. So if we want to import any other dashboard or like that, then we can import it, and if you want to export, then we will select on this export. Now if you want it in Power BI template, now if you want to work on that report again, so what you can do is you can export it with the Power BI template as a Power BI template only. And if you want to export it as a PDF, then you can go with this option. So we have these options also here. Now publish, when we can publish this report when we are working with the Power BI service. So this is how we are creating any visualization. Based on that we are understanding the data, sharing this these reports or these visualizations, and making these dashboards interactive. It depends upon our creativity, like what are the requirements, and understanding that requirements we are creating the dashboards. Hey everyone, and welcome back to our channel. Now if you are new here, then you're welcome. So today we are going to diving into exciting world of Power BI dashboard creation. Here I am having a story to present in front of you. Just a real case scenario.
This is HR who has joined a new organization and he is confused. He's confused because he wants to know the details about his employees working in that organization. So he wants to get involved with everyone to increase communication that is needed, right? So that is why he was a bit confused about the employees, their current states, or their things before they were joining, or the journey of the employees when they joined in that organization. So like that, he wanted information about his employees. So what happens? Seeing him confused, a Power BI developer comes in front of him and asks him, like, what is the problem? Then he told that what his problem was. He was facing problems with the employee's information. So what that Power BI developer told him, that this is very easy for me. I'm having the data of our employees and I'll just create a dashboard for you so you can refer it and understand the things clearly. So let's see how this Power BI developer is going to create a dashboard or help our HR to know the things more better. But what are the issues that HR is facing? So this Power BI developer asked that HR that what are your requirements like? So let's see what are his requirements. So he wants to know the name of the employees. He wants to know that how many employees are working in that organization. From them, how many are male, how many are female. So their promotion status, at what level they are working in that organization, for how long they are working in that organization, what is their travel status. So like these are the things that HR wants to know. So let's help this HR and create an HR analysis dashboard so that we can understand how a dashboard is being created, as well as that HR can also get a help from our dashboard. If you don't know how to create a dashboard in Power BI or what Power BI is, so you can refer to the videos of our channel. So let's get started. Now we will go in our Power BI dashboard. So here we have opened Power BI desktop and we know what it is, how to use this desktop. First, what we have to do is we have to import the data. We have data in CSV files. So how we are going to get that data? We know that. These are data connectors and we are connecting data through this CSV file we are connecting. I have this data of this employee information and employee names. So first I'm going to take this CSV file and import it. Here you can see that we have the preview of the employee information file. Like we have this one single column and in that we have data which is separated by a comma. Here you can see that what delimiter is present in this file. If you want to change the delimiter, we can change it from here also. But we don't want to write now. Now what we are going to do, load or transform. We know that clearly when load is used as well as when transform is used, right? So we are going to go. We have entered into Power Query Editor. Now we can see that our data is not organized or we cannot work with this data, right? So what we have to do is we have to arrange the things properly and then we can go and create relationship. Now here this single table only we have loaded, so there is not going to be created any relationship, but still we will see what we are going to face further. So keep up with me and let's start creating a dashboard. Now first what I'm going to do is I'll separate. Here you can see that there is within one column only all different columns are present. So what we have to do is we have to split the column, and we know how we are going to split the column. Here we have the option of this split column by delimiter, but we have not. So select this column, come here with the split column by delimiter. The delimiter present in this is tab. And it has automatically selected like what kind of delimiter is present in this column. So here tab is present, each occurrence of the delimiter. If you want to see how many columns it is going to be created, then we can see it.
Here with this advanced option, if you click this, a drop down will be shown in front of you, and how many columns will be there? There will be 35 columns. Our data is going to split into 35 columns. So keep this as each occurrence of the delimiter and then click OK. So here you can see that we have splitted our data into different columns. Now here, this is column number 1 in which age is there, age of the employees, attrition, business travel, and these things, a daily rate. What we can do is we have to change this column number 1.3, 1.4 to the name, right? So we have the option in this transform, in this home section as well as in this transform section also we have the use first row as header. So we will select this, use first row as headers. So in an applied step also the things are getting changed, right? It is keeping the record of our whatever the steps we are performing. So here you can see that the columns have got proper headers. So we can identify them now clearly. We are going to do step by step the things, so just keep following. For right now, what I'm going to do is I'll just close and apply these changes, and you can see all the things present over here. We know these are visualizations, and how to use these visualizations. We can see the whatever the data or this columns we have splitted, right? These were the different columns which we were having. It's like information of our employees working in that particular organization. These are the visualizations, and this is the canvas. Now we are going to build a dashboard over here. You can see the table view of our data here. We can also create a measure from here, right? And how we are going to create a measure, we know that. We also know what are the DAX functions and how to create DAX functions, how to add column with those DAX functions. Here is the model view. Why model view is important, what are the different schemas present in the model view, we know all these things, right? So right now we have just imported one table of this employee information and all the things are present over here. So let's go to our report view and start creating dashboard over here. Now this is a canvas. Now I don't want to keep this simple canvas, I want something different. Now if I want, I can change this canvas with any different image also, or else if I want any color, then I can keep color also. So here you can see this canvas background. If I want any image, I can insert image from here, but I'm not going to keep any image. I will just simply select any of the color. I've selected the color, but still why it is not being seen? Because transparency is 100%. I have to reduce the transparency, then I can see what is the color of my dashboard. The color which I selected is being seen over here. I'm going to go with this color because I have liked this color. Okay, then let's see what next we are going to do. Coming to this home or this insert, we have the option of shapes. Here we can see that option of text box, buttons, shapes, image. So what I'm going to do is I want to give header a name to my dashboard. So how I'm going to give? I have a trick for that. I'm not going to just simply take a text box and then add text into it. No, I'm not going to do that thing. I'll do something else. First, I'm going to take a shape. I think this shape is okay. Increase its size. Okay. Okay, I will keep it as it is. Style, let's see what we have in the style. Yeah, we can change the color. You can choose whichever color you want and reduce the transparency also. Okay, I'm going to go with this. I prefer border color as black only. Okay. Let's keep shadow on. Okay, so I'm good to go. I'm just giving name to my dashboard. Okay. Now this is for our HR. So what we are going to do is take a text box. Now whatever name you want to give to the dashboard, you can give it from here. Just you can bold that, you can increase the size of that font. Okay, this is, if you want to change the font, you can change it from here. If you will design one thing first only, then most of the things will be easy for you. Let's align it in center. Okay, so we are good to go. Now what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size of this. Okay. Now what I want is I want you to do some of more changes in it. First select this. If we are not selecting any of the things, then it will not understand. So let's see what we have in the title. We have not make that title on, right? Yeah, background I wanted to make it off. So now arrange it properly on this thing. Okay. So let's take this image. I have the image. So now HR is a bit friendly, so we will not take this one. I have this image, so I'm just going to insert this. You can arrange the size according to our name of our dashboard. Perfect. So now you can see how our name of the dashboard is looking. Now this is the thing of creativity. Now however things you like, you can design it from your side. These are just some of the ideas that you can get by watching this dashboard creation video. Our first requirement was like how many employees are present in that organization, right? And from that, how many were male as well as how many were female. So what we can do to count the male employees as well as the female employees? What we will do is we will come in this home, and here you can see that we have just this employee information, and we know that how measures are being created, and we have to create plenty of measures in this video. So what we are going to do is we will create a separate table, and in that we will just store the measures whichever we are creating. Whatever the new measures we will create, we will store in that table. So how to create a table? Now first, here you can see that we have this option of enter data. We will simply select this enter data. We are not going to store any information or any values in this table. Just we will come here and we will give name to this table. So we are going to store only measures in this table. So what we will do is we will give this name as all measures and simply load it. Now when we created the table, you can see that all measure named table is being created over here. In that we don't have any value. If this column 1, but it is also blank, it is not containing any value. So what we have to do is we have to create measures for our as per our requirement. So let's start with creating a new measure. For that you have to right click over here and select new measure from here. First we need to remove the total count of the employees. So what we are going to do is we are just going to write or give name to that measure as total employee. Now, as we are having the information of employees, right? Means each row is representing the information of an employee. So, if we count the total rows only of that table, if we count the total rows, that is also going to show us that how many employees are present in that organization, right? Because each row is representing the value of an employee. So, the same thing we are going to do is we are going to count rows that we have over here. Count rows and the table name. Now what is a table name? Here you can see what is the name of our table. So we are just going to, yeah, it is already detecting what we want to write, and just simply close this, and our formula is completed of this measure. Simply click enter, and the new measure with the name of total employee will be created, and you can see it over in this measure table also. Now if you want to see what kind of value is present in that, so what we can do is we can just simply select this card and select this employee, the new measure whichever we have created. So this is the count of the total employees present in that one particular organization. So we can say that total employees in our organization are 1470. Just again come on this formula, on this measure, and here if you will click on this comma, the values will get separated with the comma, you can see. So now this is good for our understanding, right? Or it can give a clear view. So that now we know that total employees in our organization are 1470. So now we have to remove the male count and female count from this. So that also for that also we have to create new measures. So what we are going to do is, for right now we are going to delete this. We don't need this card. And why, that also I will explain it. So now again come here, right click, select new measure from here. So what we are going to give name to this measure, we will give this as female count. Okay, so now we are going to calculate this. So what we have, the calculate function is present, and what we want to calculate from the employees, from our total employees, we want to calculate the female. Now in our table, if you must have observed or if you have understood that data, you can see that we have one column which shows us the values of female as well as male, like a gender column is present in our table. So that we are going to take. So how we are going to take, let's see. First we have to take total employees, then we have to select a table name. So what is a table name? Employee information, and with that we want to take gender. So let's see, where is gender present? Yeah, here. Select this, and now what value should be present from that? So if we want to write any text, so we are writing like this. So we want female count from that. So just write it in double quotes and then close it, press enter. So here you can see that female count measure is being created. Now what we have to do is we have to count the percentage of that female count. We will do that. That is also having the same formula. But first what we will do is we will also count the male count of our male count from that those employees. For that we just have to select this measure. Just copy this measure. Just select this formula, this DAX formula, and what you're going to do is you're just again coming here, selecting new measure, or we have the option of new measure selecting from here also, but good to go from here. So now what we are going to do is we will just simply paste that formula, and from here we will just change it to the male. And from here also, now we want the values of male, right? So just change it to male and then press enter. New measure with the male count will be created. Now here you can see that we have this male count as well as this female count. We don't want this column number 1, simply we will just remove this because there is nothing in that column number 1, it is empty only. So we will just remove. It is asking if I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. I don't want any of the empty values present over. So now what we are going to do is we will count the percentage of male as well as female. For that we have to again take a new measure. Let it complete its work first. So now you can take new measure from here also. Just come, select it. Now here we are going to calculate the percentage, right? So what we are going to do is percentage male, and we will write the formula. For that we have to, now you can see here, numerator, denominator, and any alternate result if you want to show in case that function does not work properly. So what I want to do is now lowest value and highest value I'm going to write. So here I want male count, the one measure which we have calculated over here, right? We have this male count. So what we are going to do is, here I will write as, make sure you write it properly, okay? Male count, comma, from total I want, right? So here is this total, and if I want to give any alternate result, that I'll give just 0. In case if it does not work properly, simply click on enter. A new measure with the male percentage count will be created. Now in that we have value in percentage. So make sure you click on this percentage sign. So that value will only be represented in the percentage. So just select this, and how many decimals you want, that also you can select it from here. So if you want to see what value we have in our percentage, so what we can do is we will simply take a card, and here we will select this male in our organization. So just copy this formula and simply paste it for female also. Again take new measure, and for female count we are going to do same. Sorry, female percentage, we are going to paste that only formula, but just going to replace values with the female one. And here also make sure you change this to female count. Press enter and select this male. Now you can see the values present over here is 0.40% female. Is it accurate? No, right? So what we are going to do, after we have created this measure, we will click on this percentage. You can observe what kind of change it will take. So let it get refreshed. So see, you can see that we have 40.00% of female, and here you can see that 2 decimals are there. We don't want any decimals, so we are going to reduce it to 0. For right now I'm going to remove this. So now we have these measures present over here. We are going to use this, and we are going to show our first requirement. What was our first requirement? Like how many employees were present, that means like total employees. From them, how many are male and how many are female. So like that we are going to represent it. For that, what we are going to, now our dashboard should look creative as well as interactive, and also it should look pretty, or we can say that much better. So for that we are going to again come in this insert. We are going to take a shape. So I have selected this shape. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here, this first one, come in this home. I have the option of format painter. What I'm going to do is I am going to click on this format painter and then change it. So here all the things which I have made the changes to this shape are being applied to this also. So now I'm going to make it bit less and arrange it according to your things also, okay? So like this I want 3 shapes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in insert, shapes. Even if I took another shape and then applied format painter to it, then also it is going to change the shape size and everything. So what I will do is I will just click on this, come in home, format painter, and apply to this. Now this is to represent the total employees, this is to represent the female employees, and again I want to add one more shape, and that will to represent the male employees. So again same thing, format painting. Now we have these 3 shapes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to arrange them. So if you design just one thing first only properly, then you can just format it, right, to other things also. Now it depends upon your creativity, like whatever the things you like. We have these 3 things. Now how we are going to show are these values present, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a card from here that I will represent the total employees. Now what I'm going to do is I don't want any name to this, or I want it as title, not from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to give any name. I'm just going to create a blank, and here in this formatting our visual section, we have the option of, if you want to increase the font size, then you can increase it. Whatever the text color you want, you can give it. If you want to change the background, you can do that. I want to align it center, I'm aligning it. And then anything else if you want to apply, so you can apply it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change its size, and make sure you select this dashboard, this written dashboard, because whatever the changes we have applied to that, we are going to apply it to this card also. So we have selected this format painter and come to this card and apply to this. So you can see its title is being also off, because what we did was we didn't give any title to this text box, or so that is why its title is being off. So what we are going to do is we will just give again title to this. Make sure you just on it and align it center. Yes, so we have aligned it. I think I should increase the size of this title a bit. Next, what I'm going to do is I have icon of total employees. So I'm just going to insert that, and that is image. Right, so what we are going to do is in this insert section, we have the image option. Here I'm going to take this icon to represent the total count. I will just arrange it like how we have arranged this icon. With this icon, what we are going to do is we will decrease its shape. You can see we have used a shape, we have used card, and we have also used an image, and this card is looking more attractive than a normal card, or just normally taking a card and representing a value and changing that card or styling that card can also work, but this also are the things present that we can do. So this depends on our creativity level. So now we are going to do same with the female also, with the female count as well as with the male count things, and we are going to arrange it also. Before that, what we will do is we will save our project. Just press Control S, or also you can save this from here going in this file section also. Now whatever name you want to give, and wherever choose the path, wherever you want to save this, you can do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this as Power BI HR dashboard. The extension of this, you can see that PBIX is there, and you can change the location from here if you want. So now whatever changes we are going to make will be saved, and we don't have to worry about getting lost. Now let's start again building it. So what we are going to do is, now before that, whenever I was creating that measure and I was checking the values in that card, why I didn't keep that card only? That is because if I'm taking shape and then designing it afterwards, means first creating a card and then I'm designing the shape, then what will happen is the values, whatever the card is there, it will go behind this shape. So that is why I am creating first shape, designing that shape properly, arranging that shape wherever I want, and then I am starting to designing the card. So that the values present over that card will be seen on that shape. That is why. So now let's take this female count. Here also what we will do is we will just select this, come into our home, format the things, format it, and what we have to do is we just have to write here as this is the female count, and remove this name, right, that field's name. So what we will do is we will just simply, it will not remain empty, that's why I'm just putting dot in it, and then come in this general. Here we have title, it is on, but we have not written any title. So what we will do is I will give this name female count, and whatever the things we have applied to this total employees are being applied to this female count also. So now you're good to go. A card with the female count is being created. So now we have 588 employees, those are females. So now what we are going to do is we will again select over this canvas. We are not going to select anything. Again, take a new card. In that, we are going to represent the percentage of female. So we have 40% of female, right? We're just going to do same thing. We'll use this format painter and then change the things. So we have 40% of female. We have to rename this. I don't want any name, so I'm doing this. Now I want to represent this percentage with some of the different things. I don't want to give any heading to this percentage, so let's that title remain off only. Let's see what we have in the effect. If we want to change the background, we can do it. We have not selected this background, that is why it is off, right? Means we have given that as in the formatting only. First only we have designed a shape or designed a card in which we have not applied background to it, and then we are applying format painter. The same card's design we are applying to this card also. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to change its font as well as this color to represent that it is percentage, or I just want it to be different from this font. So no effect, no border. Let's see in title what we have. We have not given any title, right? No subtitle is there. Let's see in this properties what we have. Size, padding, advanced option, title. We don't want to give any title. No subtitle, divider. Okay, I'm good to go with this. From here also, if you want to add decimal units, so you can do it from here also. So now I'm going to take this female count over here. I think I should reduce the size of this percentage, right? This thing. So it is a call out value. So just select that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm again going to insert an icon of female. So it will look a bit creative as well as show some of my creativity. So here I have this image option. I'm just going to select an image of a female icon. So this is the female count. We have inserted image. We have image means this icon of a woman, and the female count that we have in our organization is 588 per 40% of our organization are females. And next same we are going to design for the male. We have the measures. We know how to take a card, how to apply format painting to it, or how to design the changes or make any changes to that card. How to take this percentage card, how to add an icon. You can select the icons based on your creativity. If you don't want to add, then also it is okay. You can do whatever you like. Now quickly we will just do it with the male count also, and same type of thing we are going to do with this male count also. What we have to do is we have to just simply take this card and apply the things to it.
what we are going to do is we will check their promotion status. So like that we are going to do the things. So what we have to do is we have to go in a Power Query editor. For that we will click over this transform data and enter into our Power Query editor. Now here you can see that we have this year since last promotion column. We are going to use this column and we are going to remove their promotion status. So for that, now we have to remove another column based on this column. So that we are going to just select this and add a column. So to add column, we have to go in this add column, and here we are going to add column based on a particular condition. So that is why we have selected this year since last promotion, and then we are going to add column, that is add a conditional column. We will give name to that conditional column as promotion status.
As we have created the promotion status column, so we are going to write a measure based on that. So what name we should give to our column or to our measure? The employees, those who should be promoted, like now as we are removing the measure or calculating the measure for the employees who should be promoted, so I want to calculate from the total employees and whatever the value I want, I have to write it over here, that too into double quotes. Here it is case sensitive, so make sure whatever the values are there in that rows, that only should be written over here. Complete the formula and press enter. Your new measure with the name of should be promoted will be created. Here we have that. Now copy the same formula. Take a new measure and we are going to calculate this time the measure for those who have recently promoted. Calculate from total employees. From promotion status, we want to remove the count of those employees who have been recently promoted, right? And then press enter. To remove percentage also of these two columns, like we are going to show the values like how we are representing this female count as well as this male count. So in that cases, so in that way only we are going to represent this recently promoted as well as promoted status. So now what we have to do is we have to again take new measure. This is the percentage value, so percentage should be, and for that we have the formula of divide the smaller value, that is the removed one value, should be promoted with the total employees, right? And in case any alternative, we want to give it as 0. So just copy this, because same we have to calculate for the recently promoted also. So copy this, press enter, and we know that we don't want any decimal, right? So that is why we are going to again choose here as percentage. It will take some time. Then make sure you reduce this to 0. Here I should be promoted percentage is also being removed. Again take a new measure, copy this and change the values to recently promoted. Press the enter. So we have this 4 new measures now. Now we are going to present it on a dashboard. Okay. So for that we have to again insert shapes. Okay, let's just take the same one, apply format painter to it, and then we will do the changes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to increase its size. So this is it. Apply format painter to it. Now next we have to take this card, and in that recently promoted one, just click on this measure and make sure you separate it with the comma. So here we have this. We will give this title as recently promoted. Or we can just give it the title as recently count of recently promoted employees. I am again going to apply format painter to this card also. So my most of the work will be done. So this is the count of the recently promoted employees. Next I want to take again a card, and that I will add this percentage of those employees. Then again I'm going to format it with this. This format painter makes our works too easy, right?
So now that we have counted the employees, those who have recently promoted, so this is the count of those employees. Now next, we have also counted the percentage of that. Now next what we are going to do is we are going to remove the count of the employees who should be promoted, and we have created the measure of that, right? We know that we have this measure, just we have to present it over here. Now before that, what I'm going to do is just quickly in this shape, I have this line over here. I will take this. Okay, so let's do some styling to it. Let's change its color. I will keep it as black only. Let's increase its width. This is too much. Okay. We should reduce it a little bit more, right? So make sure you align it or adjust it perfectly.
So now in this next side we are going to count the employees who have recently promoted. For that same we are going to take a card. In that, the employees who should be promoted, this is a percentage of that. I don't want percentage right now. We have to take percentage also, but we will first go with the count. So there are only the 72 employees who have not got promotion from the last 10 years in this organization. So this is the count of that. What we are going to do is we are going to give it a title. Who should be promoted, and we will align it in center. Or what we can do is we can just format it with this one card. So we know how we are going to do that. Next we will make a card of percentage and simply format it with this. Remove this. Just make sure you adjust it perfectly. So this was the second requirement, right? Like who are the employees who should get promotion, who should not get promotion. So like that we have did this column over here or did this visualization. So this was up till now this was simple, like calculating the measure and then representing it. For total count we can understand that formula, right? We have just counted how many rows were present in that table. Now let's move on to our next requirement. For that we have to again go in a transform data. Here we have the column, like means an employee who has worked within that organization for how long. So that column we have over here, how many years he have spent in that organization. So here this is based on this column. Now we are going to create the next column. If you want to see what kind of values are present in that, then we have this. Now here why it is 0? 0 is because if any of the employee who has newly joined or who have not completed a year in that organization, then there will be 0. So in that case, now here we are going to select this and we will go into the add column. Here we have the options of invoke custom function and custom column. We know that what is conditional column, that also we know that. Indexed column, duplicate column. If we want to create a duplicate of any of the column, then we can use with this option. But right now we are going to go with this column from examples. Taking this column, like taking example of this column, it is going to create new column. Here we have the two options from all the columns and from selected one. So we want from this column we want to add new column, right? So that is why we are going to select from selection. I'll go with this. Here new column is being created. If you want to change the name of it, you can do it right now. We will just change the name of it and give it name as service years. Service years of employee is there. So how we are going to now add values in this column? Just come first in this first row, and where is our total working year? So based on which column we were adding, just make visible that. Yeah, so taking reference of this we are creating new, right? So what we want to do is we will just select this 6 and we will write in front of it is 6. I am taking the value of this. Okay, here it is 6. So 6 years I want to write it. So what I will do is
and press enter. So you can see the rest of the values have also been printed over here. So next was a 10 years. So here it is written as 10 years. So 10 years that employee has spent in this company. So like that, this new column will be created. So now simply you can click on OK. So the new column with the service years of an employee is being created over here. Now, do we require this column, that years at company? This is also same column, and this is also, we can consider these both column as same, right? So values present in them are same. So we can just simply delete this column. We don't need that anymore because we have service year and we know what values we have in this column, right? Next is, again we are going to add one more column, but based on job level. Like a requirement was also there that at what level that employee is working in that organization. So we have to see, here we can see that we have this job level. It is in the numeric form, right? But what we are going to do is, now 2 is there, the year is also 2. We know that these are the levels of those employees working in that organization, but we want to just add level in front of it. So what we are going to do is, we are going to select it again. We are going to select it again, column from examples, and here also from selection. Now next what we are going to do, we are going to give name to this column, that is job level status. We will give name. Just double click it. Job level status. Okay, we have given name to this. Now to level 2 we will give this as, and press enter. Rest of the things will get filled. So based on this, now here also it is 2, so it is taking as level 2, level 1. It is arranging the things according to that column. So we will just simply click OK, and a new column is being created. So we can also delete that column based off which we have took the reference, but we will just keep it for right now. For now, this we have created these 2 columns. We will go into our visualization pane, and then we will simply just click close and apply and wait to changes be happen. So now that we have made the changes, we have again in this dashboard creation. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to let's take a shape first, which we feel like if it is okay. Let's take a shape first. Again format it. So what we are going to do is, we will just take this. Okay. So now we are going to take a visualization, and using those service here, we are going to represent it. Make sure you deselect this, and here you will be in the visualizations. So you can select whichever visualization you want. For right now I am selecting the stacked bar chart. I'm going to apply it over here. Then next, what we have created the columns, right? What columns we have created? Service year was there, job level was there, right? So we are selecting this service years by total employees. Now where is total employee? We know that it is a measure, right? We are selecting this. So how many employees are there whose service has been of 5 years, of 1 year, of 3 year? That is, it is showing us the count of those employees. So total employees who are servicing for 1 year is 171. The employees who have served for 5 years are 196. 3 years count is 128. So like that it is showing us. Now if we want to add any other things to it, like we don't have names right now, but what we can do is, from that, if you want to know the female count, you can add it into tooltips. Where is the female? So you can add it into tooltips, and as well as male count also. So if you come on this bar or this bar, if you select it, it will show rest of the values also based on that. Like it will show the values of only 5 years employees, like who have served for 5 years. So we have added female count as well as male count in the tooltips. So that is why it is showing us when we come here and select over here, you can see that 5 years the employees, those who have served for 5 years are 196 employees. From those we have female count of 87 as well as male count of 109. If we come here, just make sure you deselect it again. Yeah. If you come on this 1 year, you can see that service year of 1 year is of 171 employees, and from those 64 are female as well as 107 are male. So like that we can do it over here. What we will do is we will make sure it fits properly. Okay, so this is okay. And now what we are going to do is we are going to design this chart. So if you want, you can just format these thing also. Let's see what happens. If we like the formatting, we will keep it. If not, we are not going to keep it. So it has changed nothing. It has just make sure that title is being in the center. We don't want that. We want to change the color of this bar. It is not looking good. We'll just do those things. For that we have to go in this. I don't want to keep y-axis or x-axis. We should keep, right? Let it be. We will keep it. If you want to keep it as bold, then we can make it bold from here. Color I will choose black. It is somewhat different. There is already a title, so we don't want to give any title to it. Now same goes with the x-axis. If you want to change anything with the x-axis, then you can do it from here. Values should be in the bold so that they can be represented, right? I will make it black so it will look a bit good. Display units. If you want to display the units and if you want decimal places, then also you can take it from here. Slider, grid lines, we know what grid lines are. Those are in the vertical. If you want to make, see, you can see those grid lines now. That is also the option. If you want to change the style of those grid lines, that also we can do. Now here I want to change the color of this bars, so I'm going to do it. What should we take? This is not looking good. Let's see in more colors if we have any other color. Okay, I will keep this color. I'm not good at choosing the colors, so I will not waste much of the time over here. So if you want to reduce transparency, increase it, then also you can do it from here. I'm going to keep border for this bars, so and it will be in black. So this is looking a bit good. So if I just went on one of the bar, the employees, those who are working for the past 10 years, so their service years is of 10 years, then they can see it over here. We can see the total employees and other things also. Now here I don't want this total employee female count and male count by service year. I don't want this heading, so I'm going to change the heading of this chart. Here we have the option of title and it is on. We are going to just keep it as service years of employees.
Yes, so this is looking a bit good. I'll keep this. One thing, yeah, we have removed the background also of it. So this is the thing we have, like service years of employees, service years more than 5 years, 1 years, 3 years. This is all things we have over here. Next we have is job role. We have calculated a column that is job role. Well, let's take some other chart. What we are going to do is we will just reduce its size a bit, shapes size a bit. Okay. Now again for that we are going to come in this insert, in this shapes. We'll just simply take a shape. Arrange it according to our need. Make sure it is perfectly aligned everywhere and then just format the shape. So I have selected, no, I selected this card. Now I have selected this shape. In the home I have this format painter. I'm just going to apply it. Yeah. So now I'm going to take column chart. This time I will take a column chart. Just going to apply the values to it first and then I will apply format thing over to that. In that, let's take total employees on the x-axis and then job level which we have calculated, right? So job level status, right? This is that. So the employees who are on the level 1 are these many. The employees who are at level 2, level 3, level 4 and level 5. So this is the chart of it. What we are going to do is we will select this and make changes according to it. And then we have to just change its title, right? In that, if you want to, in tooltips, if you want to add any other things, then also we can do that. We will just take this, sorry, not here. We'll just drag and drop this over here. So we can see the job satisfaction, some of the employees over there. Like in level 2, if there are 534 employees, then what was their reaction at the job satisfaction column? So that is only over here. This is not a good practice to take this, but we are just keeping it for our understanding. In case if it is needed, then it is not creating a great impact for that, but still we are going to keep it. Let's take this job level status over here, and this is done. Now next what we are going to do is we are going to change the title of it. So what title you want to give? I am just going to give it as job level. So here we have this thing. Now here you can see this job level status as well as this total employee. It is not fully written, right? So what we can do is we can go over here, x-axis, and here we have the title option on and alt text. Now this was of x-axis, right? So we are going to change this. And make sure you style it according to you. I'm just going to keep it. Now I can do one thing. I can change the color of it.
let it be black only, right? It is not looking that good. Okay. And next what I'm going to do is I'm going to do with the y-axis also. I'm going to just give it a title of total employees, and it will be bold. So this was one of the requirement that we have created. Now we don't have space to create any other visualization. So what we are going to do is we will take another page. But first we will give name to this page. So what name we should give? We are going to give this name as first page. Okay, let's give this. We are not going to add a new page. We will just click on this plus sign and add a new page. We are not going to do that. Instead of that, what we are going to do? We have to make all the settings again and again. So that is why we are not going to add a new page. Instead of that, we are just going to right click on this, and here we have the option of duplicate. We are just going to duplicate this page again and then rename it. So we'll rename it as second page. Or instead of that, what we can do is, second page. Here also we will quickly make the change. Again, rename. So now we are on the second page and we have all the things over here. The common things which we want to keep are like this name of the dashboard. We are not going to again go in the next page and then create that, like start from beginning, like coloring to this canvas, then creating this title, then again this count. We are going to keep these things common everywhere. We are just going to delete this. What will happen because of this, right? We will not have to start from beginning. There is no need to start to do everything again and again. So now we are good to go. We are going to keep this format common to our pages, and with that we are going to make more changes to this. Now let's head on to our next requirement. For that we will transform our data, enter into a Power Query editor, and we have this our service years column, right? So based on this we are going to add a new column. What we can do is we let's see if based on this we can add service year, add column, and we want to add a conditional column this time. What we are going to do is check the status, like we can do if we can do cost cutting or not. Cost cutting in the sense retrenchment, like if to retrenchment is done when any of the employee to cut the cost of the company. Like if we want to manage some of the things, then we can remove some of the employees. So like that, how we can do cost cutting. So we are going to give name to this column also, like cost cutting, and in that I think if we'll take service here we are going to get error. So what we will do is we'll the removed or reordered, here it is the removed column. We will again take that, yeah, here we have this column which we deleted before. We are going to keep it, and based on this we are going to add again the conditional column. So let's take this conditional column again, and here we are going to write it as cost cutting based on years at company, right? That was the column we need. Okay. If years at company means if the years of that employee in the company is greater than 20, like if in any organization, like how we are retirement of the old employees, like if they have served for many years, then at the end they are getting retired, right? So we can consider this. It is not a full same concept, but we can just, for understanding, we will take the topic. If any of the employee who has served the organization more than 20 years, then that employee, we can remove that employee in the sense. So that is what here we are doing. It is just a condition that if an employee, for what we can do cost cutting, an employee who has been served, or we can say that it is the order of their seniors, so we are going to follow that. So we are going to check in this new created column that the employees at the organization who has served more than 20 years, they can be removed, we will say. Now make sure what value you are typing it over here, because we have to create a measure based on this values. Rest of them we can keep it. So what we are going to do is on service we will give it as value. And we are going to create this cost cutting column based on this condition. Understanding the condition is important. Okay, now here whenever you are creating a new column, make sure you check the data type of it. Now here we have numeric as well as text also. So what we are going to do is we will keep as it is only. We are not going to change this data type. Here also the same condition is there, but it has identified before only. Here we have the text values only, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to change this data type to text. Now what we will do is we will again go close and apply, means make sure we apply the changes to it. It will take some time, but wait for that, and based on that we are going to create measures. So now that we have applied those changes, what we are going to do is we are going to create new measure. The same things we are going to do is like who count of those employees who should be continue their working, and count of those employees we can remove. So like that we are going to calculate. For that we just have to follow the same formulas, but we have to change some of the values over here. So make sure you remember that what column we have created. We have created the column of cost cutting, right? And what values we have given in that. So like first we will go with the on service. Let's see. On service and calculate total employees. Sorry, if we know what we are writing, from the total employees. Now we have created a new column, right? We have to take that. So we will just write some of the words of it, and then we can press enter. Then also it will automatically get filled. And then end the formula, press enter, a new measure will be created. Like here we will have the employees count who are on service, or who should be kept on service, like those employees have not served organization more than 20 years. So like that we have this on service count, or say we can say as measure. Now copy this measure, because same we have to write it for the, copy this measure and then come over here, new measure, paste that formula over here, and from here we can change the values. Like we want to what value we want to give in that, or what value we have to count. And press enter. So we have this measure. So again we have this measure in which we have the count of like the employees, those who we can remove them. Now if we want to check what is the value, we can simply go here in this visualization thing, take a card and then see what is the count. 93 employees can be removed, means there are 93 employees in the organization who have worked in that organization for more than 20 years. Next, if we what we have calculated on service, we have calculated, right? So there are these many employees. So now to make it readable or make it like to look good, what we are going to do is we are going to add a comma separator. We can say that it is not comma separator, it is formatting. So we have added this. Okay, for right now we are not going to keep this because we know, otherwise we will see what happens if we are going to keep it. Now we have to calculate the percentage also of this, because we are going to represent most of the values in this format only. Okay, so we have to calculate the percentage of that. For the percentage, we are again going to come here, new measure, percentage on service. What we have the formula, we have divide, what we have to divide on service, then total employee, and then alternate result if we want to add, then we can go. Press on enter. We will deselect this on service and select this percentage, like 0.94. It is not the right thing, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to click on this percentage. So it will format that value into this. We have 2 decimal points. We don't want it into decimal, so we are going to make it as 0. So 93% on service means like 94 people in that organization are like they should continue with the service. Same, we are going to copy this formula. Again, take a new measure, paste that formula, and can be removed. Like we are going to calculate the percentage of those employees who can be removed, right? And here also we have to change the value. Enter, and the new measure will be created. Make sure you click on this percentage and make this decimal to 0. If you want to check, what we can do is 6% employees are there that we can remove them from the organization for the cost cutting of organization. Okay, so this is the thing we can do. Now come on this first page. If we select this, you can see the count of employees who should be promoted. It is blank. It is blank means 1 years, like employees who have worked 1 year or served 1 year to that organization. So count of those employees, like they can be promoted. There is no employee that who has just worked for 1 year or not even completed 1 year, then that employee should get promotion, right? So like this, there is not. So here it will be blank only. So keeping this blank or showing this value as blank, it is not good. It is the, okay, we have the count for that, but there is no count, like it may we can show the value over here as 0, like 0% and 0, like that. So what we are going to do is we will make sure that we change the thing in the measure. So what it was count of the employees who should be promoted, that is that should be promoted one, this measure. So what we are going to do is, or else what we can do is, we will just go with this on service, and then and there only I will show you what change it we have to do. So make sure you just select this measure, and then here you can see that there is this measure, this is the formula that we have created, right? We have to change this formula a bit. We are going to apply condition to it. If value is blank, means by any chance if we are getting a blank value, then calculate, then let it be this formula only. Okay, then calculate the total employees from the employee information cost cutting, and there the values of on service counted. Then make sure you cross it, and then 0, sorry, you have to give comma separator first, then 0, and again what we have to do is, again we have to repeat that formula. So just select this and paste it over here. Means if this formula is counted and if it is showing blank, then it is going to paste this value over there, that it is going to show this alternate value, that is 0, we are showing it. So 0, again calculate total employees from employee information and cost cutting, and then what is the, we have to show here also, like on service, and then close that. See, it is highlighting this one bracket, we have not closed it, so make sure you close it. And now a formula is complete, just press enter. And once we will design this, then you can understand that what is the value of it, like why we have to do this. For right now we are going to remove this. Again, now we will design how we have designed the promotion status and that thing. Okay, so we will just take this shape and change its, align it properly. Make sure we align it properly. So that things look better. Okay, we are going to format it now. Let's take the cards. Let's give it a title quickly. For that we have to come on this format our visual. It will show you that format your visual. Title is on, but we have not given any of the value to it. So what we should give? Employees on service. Alignment is proper. If you want to give any subtitle to it, let's see if we can give this subtitle. What we are going to give it as, I want to describe it more, so that is why I'm going to add a subtitle to it, like it is the count of the employees who can continue, right? We cannot remove, if we try, we cannot remove these employees because they have not served in the organization for more than 20 years. That was the criteria. So these are the employees who have. Or let's just not add the subtitle only. Okay. and then again the percentage of that. So take a next card. And the percentage of the employees. No, they should be promoted, right? We want this percentage. And then apply format painting to it. We will just quickly take other card. And then add this values also can be removed. Or what we can do, yeah, we are going to keep as it is only. We are going to give title to it. So what is the title we should give? Or now those employees have worked for more than 20 years in that organization, so we should give them a bit of respect. So we cannot write like can be removed. What we will do is, so served more than 20, like it was a criteria, right? So that's why we are going to write it 20 years. And once we will apply format painting to it, it will make most of the changes that we have no need to work for. So now 93 employees are there, those who have worked for more than or served for more than 20 years in that organization. Let's go into our visualization. Again, take a next card and then we will percentage. We will show the value of percentage in that. And we don't have to give any title or any name to that card. If you want to add any icon, then you can add it. It is totally upon your choice. Let's add a line to that so it will look a bit better. What we can do is we can go on this first page, because we have designed this line, right? We will just select this, come in this home, format painting, and we will apply to this line. So this is also a thing we can do that. Okay, now it is all good. So we are good to go. Now this is the count of the employees who are on service, so we should not remove them. And these are the employees who have served the organization more than 20 years. Now let's see if we are getting any blank value if we click on any other. We have not calculated that formula for that thing. That is why it is not showing. Let's just do one thing. We'll design further, and if there is need, then I'll show what was that blanks issue. Okay. So we just remember that you have added to this on service. If the value is blank, then it will show 0. So like that, it is done. Now let's move on to our next requirement. For that, we are going to again transform data, enter into Power Query Editor. Now let's check the travel status of the employees, like who are the employees who are traveling, for how long. So like that we will see. So let's see what we have in our table. Here you can see that we have this column of distance from home. In that we have the values of 1, 8 means like it is kilometers, like for how long they are traveling, or what is the distance like an employee is traveling. So we can see that how many employees are nearby to the organization, how many employees are far from the organization. So like that the thing we can create it from here, or we can add that column based on this. So we are going to select this, add a conditional column based on that column. If we have not selected, then also it was okay. So I'm going to give this name, give this column a name as travel status. Travel status. Select that column. Yeah, this distance from home. If now we are going to add this condition, like more, we will see how we are going to add more conditions, one or more condition if we have. So distance travel from home is greater than, let's see, is greater than or equal to, for how long, let's take, if our employee is traveling daily for 20 kilometers, then if our employee is traveling from home for 20 kilometers, then he is too far, right, from the organization. So we are going to do that. We are going to again add a clause. In that, again select the same column which we have selected, like distance from home, and then if that is equals to, or that also we can take, then we can say that if it is greater than or equal to 10, means like if any employee who is coming to the office for far, like from the distance of 15 kilometers or 16 kilometers, then that employee is not too far, or else he is nearby, we can say that, or let's just keep it as near only. And based on this we have created this conditional column. So we have three values in that, like near, not too far, and too far. So this is this travel status. We can change its data type. Make sure you check the data type all the time whenever you are creating the new column. So here we have this travel status. Now what we are going to do is we are going to close and apply and then create a visualization of this. Let's take a shape. Again, I'm going to add format painting to it. This home. For this, I'm going to take this donut chart. Okay. Now for right now, I'm not going to directly add format to it. I will see if I can insert the image to it. First, let's take the values what we want to add in this donut chart. Now we have created the travel status, right? So let's take this new calculated column. It was travel status. Yeah, we have this. We'll just take this in this legend. So we have the in travel status, we have the values of near, not too far, and too far. So these are the values, and in the values of whom we are removing this travel status, we are removing it of employees, right? So we have total employees. So this is that chart we have created. Now what I want to do is I want the names also of those employees. So let's just see if we can add it or not. For that, what I'm going to do is I am going to insert a new file. If you remember, we were having two different files. In that, one file was of names. So we will just select it, import it into our So this is that chart we have created. Now what I want to do is I want the names also of those employees. So let's just see if we can add it or not. For that, what I'm going to do is I am going to insert a new file. If you remember, we were having two different files. In that, one file was of names. So we will just select it, import it into our so we have this names, means like employee number is there and employee name is there. You can see this. So what we are going to do is we will just go with this transform data and enter into Power Query editor. Here we will do some of the changes. Now I want to merge this table with this employee information table only. For that I can do, first let's just quickly change this, correct this mistake. Enter this. If you want to make any changes, then you can do it from here. For right now, I don't want to. I will just go with this. I want to merge the query, means I want to add that table to this table, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge query. Now how we are using this merge query and adding two tables, or like combining two tables into one table, that we know, we have learned it before also. We need to take one of the column that is common in both the table. So we have this, and here employee number is the one which is going to be common in both the tables. You can see this employee number as well as employee number. We need one of the common column in both the tables, then only we can merge those both tables. Here you can see that 1470 selection matches, like 1470 of 1470 rows from first tables, means there are same rows present in both the tables. So we are going to add that table. Now that table is being added to this. It is a table. You can see that its data type is being table. If you want to expand means that employee name we want, right? So we are just going to click on this. What we want, we don't want employee number. It is already present. So why to add that employee number? So we are just going to take this and employee number. This column only we are going to add in this table. So here use original column as the prefix name. Now let's just select it. Employee's name, it is again coming that only. If you want to change the name from here, you can change it from here. But what I'm going to do is, now I'm not going to add again all the things. I'm just going to rename it. Enter. Check the data type. Now as it is text, and it has also detected the text data type, so we are not going to change that. Now here I have the names of the employees, so I'm just going to close and apply and come in this dashboard. So now it has loaded that data. Loaded the data means we can see that we have when we search over here, that so we have here this employee name also. We can add this in the tooltips. Okay. First employee name is like that. So it is showing the first employee name only. Here the first employee who is traveling, like it is of too far. So the employee which is too far, the first employee from the too far list is Abram, and like that it is showing us. So it is okay if we keep this, or if don't, then it depends as per our requirements. We are not going to keep it, but it understanding purpose. We don't want that right now. So now we are going to apply changes to it. Change this let's just design this do you want to keep legend, then you can keep it top center. So here the legend is this, and I'm going to keep this over there top. I prefer it over that. Its color should be black and bold. Then next what we have the option of slices. Let's see what we have. Yeah, if you want to change the color of that, I'm going to go with the red, green and blue. Why I'm going with the red, green, blue? Because I'm not good in choosing the colors, and RGB is the colors best format. Best format or simple one we can say to remember or to memorize, so that I'm going to keep. So it is looking like this. If you can, however you want, you can add the colors to it. Values color also I'm going to keep as black only. Should we keep it as bold or not? Okay, let's keep it. And if you want to increase its font a bit, yeah, now this is okay. If you want to change the display units of it, then you can do it. I'm going to keep this kind of rotation just for because I liked it. Then let's go and check on this general what we have data format. I'm going to make this title into center. Travel status of employees, I'm going to give this name as, I don't like the name of whatever it was. It should be bold, it should be aligned in the center, and it should be a little bit big from others, rest of this. Okay, so now this is good to go. Here also we don't want to add any background to it. We don't want this border, right? It is not looking that good. Select it and just this general data format, I think it was, or effects. Yeah, we don't want this visual border, we don't want any shadow. If you want to add any tooltips, then you can add. Let's see what we have in this property. So I think we are good to go with this. We are not going to add image to it because background option or image was not visible there. So we are not going to add any of the background image to this. So this is okay. This is the travel status of our employees working in our organization. Then next what we are going to do is we will again copy this page and we will add a new page. Now we will create a duplicate of this page and then name it as third page. And we are going to delete this thing from here. Now why we are creating duplicate of the page and not creating the entire page again? Because we want to keep some of the things common, right? So that is why we are not creating the page again. We are just copying it. Make sure you delete everything. I'm going to keep this shape because I will need because we are using the shape again and again. Now what I am simply going to do is I am going to create a table. Simply come over here and we will take a table. There was one different requirement from that HR, so I'm going to create it for him. I will just like he wanted the names of those employees who we can remove and who we can keep, like who are on service. For that we have calculated the measure, right? So that for that we have calculated the measure, and we also have the names of the employees. So we are going to select this total employee name, and that in that column only we are going to we want the measure that we have calculated, like can be removed. So this is there. These are the employees, we can remove them. There were 93 employees, like that we can remove these employees, because these are the employees who have served in the organization more than for 20 years. So we are going to keep this. I am just going to simply design it simple. I'm going to keep it totally simple. Not going to do much formatting to it, because this is for the different purpose that I want to show. Okay, so we have this thing. Again, I'm going to take a shape. Sorry, I have to go in this insert shape, this one, and format painting to it. We'll just quickly do all the things. So we have these two things present over here. This table over here. Now again we are going to take a table. In that also we are going to take the employee's name. And then one thing which we want is here we have added those employees who we can remove them. Now here we on service ones, we are going to keep it as on service. So these are the employees who are on service. What we will do is we will make this a bit list, and I want we can also add the employees name who are recently promoted. So like that we will do. We'll just remove those count also. What we are going to do is we are going to resize these things. Or what we will do is we will not take shape for this, or we will just take the tables for a quick understanding. We are not taking shape right now. If you want, you can add it. Okay. Okay. I've selected this name, that is why it is showing those values. If not, then again. So again, I'm going to take a new table. In that again, employee name. Now why I'm taking this, you will understand it. Just follow along. Employee name, and then employee name and who have been recently promoted. So that is also the thing I want to add. So these are these are names of the employees. Okay, I'm just keeping this table for some of the different understanding. What I'm going to do is I will just quickly add changes to this style presets. We have built-in type styles for this table, bold header ones. So I've selected this. We will apply format painting to it. I will keep minimal. Okay, so this is the minimal one. Flashy rows. Okay, this is not good one. Okay, let's just quickly go with this minimal, because what the thing we want to understand is different, and I will simply format it with other table also. So now we have the tables, these three tables. In that, in one table we have the employee names who we can remove.
like those employees have served for more than 20 years. In one table, we have the names of those employees who we can let them continue their service. And in one table, we have the names of those employees who should be recently promoted. I think I have added a different value in this. Yes, we just make sure you check this. These are the names of the employees who are recently promoted. So what we are going to do is we are going to create an Excel file in which we will have the names of those employees who we can remove. We'll have the names of those employees who are recently promoted, and we will have the name of those employees who are on service. So how we are going to create Excel sheet of this? So that only we are going to see. What we have to do is, here you can see the more options one. We have to just click on this export data. We have that option. So we are going to, we will give this name as can be removed, and we were okay, it is CSV. We will save it. Make sure you check the path where you are saving it. Same we are going to do with this also. We will export data, and this is the recently promoted ones. So we will give this name as recently promoted and save this. Now here we will, so now that we are having the files or the table in which we have the names of the employees who we can remove or who have served more than for 20 years, then next in that we have the table or the names of those employees who are being recently promoted and the names of the employees who are on service. So like that we have these three tables. You can keep them here. If you want, you can take shape and also design those things. But what I'm going to do is we have saved this like exported data, and we have saved that, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to go to that location where we have saved that. So here I am having can be removed CSV file. Then these were the data files which we want, which we got for to create the dashboard. Then this on service we have exported from that table, and this also recently promoted. That is also a one file which we have exported from our this dashboard. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go on our Google Sheets. You can also open those files in the Excel and work with it, but coming on this Excel sheets, Google Sheets, sorry, I'll take a blank sheet and here I'll open. So when you will press Ctrl O, you will get this open, yeah, like your files opened in front of you. From here, I'm going to select this can be removed one. I will open it. Ctrl O, yeah, or we can upload it. So we have opened first file in our Excel sheets. Now what we are going to do is we will again open that next, like we were having three files. So we will again open that second file. We can delete this column, whole column only we will delete. Yes. And these are the names of the employees who we can remove. So we can change this name also. It totally depends upon you, like what you want to give the name to that file. Now next what I am going to do is I am going to again open next file. We can delete this and rename this column. Now select this all column and copy this column. You will come on this first sheet, and here in this second column you can paste those names. So in one single sheet we are going to have the names of those employees who we can remove. Next we are going to have the name of those employees who are servicing or who are working in an organization. Next we have a third file, right? What we are going to do is we are going to follow the same path. Again we will go to that location of a third file, that is recently promoted employees. We will open it and we will follow the same procedure for which we followed for the service ones. We will delete this column, and these are the names of those employees who employees recently promoted employees, we can give this. So these are the names of those employees who are recently promoted. What we are going to do is we are going to select this column, copy this column, and then paste in a first file. So now we are having the names of the employees based on the condition. So we can save this in one single file, and this single file can also tell the names of the employees. So this was not in a requirement, but still we have created. And we can save this file. As employee status. So we can share this file also to our HR. Let's create next visualizations. Now what we are going to do is we will go into our Power Query editor and let's see what we can do next. We have to duplicate this dashboard also. We have to create next page, but let's first create a column, then we will go to that dashboard. Now here we have the column which was job satisfaction, means like employees are they satisfied by their job, by the level or whatever they are working in, are they satisfied with that? So let's see what we can do with that column, like this environment satisfaction, and we have this job satisfaction column also. So based on this column we are going to create a conditional column. So let's create that. We know how we are going to add columns. So this is the conditional column. I'm going to name it as employees if satisfied by job. What condition we are going to give is we have to select the column by which we are taking the reference. So job satisfaction was that column. So job satisfaction was that column. If it is equal to, we were having the ratings of 2, 3, 4 to 5, like that it was rating. So if it is less than 2, we will take it as, if it is less than 2, then it is high, we will say. It's like employees are satisfied with their job. So like that we are going to create. Now next we are going to add a clause. In that also we are going to take that same column of job satisfaction, and here if it is equals to 3, let's say, then they are not fully satisfied with the job they are doing. So let's give that condition, or else it is low. So let's create this conditional column and change the data type of it, as it has not identified by itself. We know the values in it are text values, so we are going to change the data type. Next what we have is performance rating. So what we are going to do, let's see what values we have in this performance rating. We have 3 and 4, only these two values are there. So what we are going to do is we are going to add again a conditional column based on this column. So what we are going to do is we are going to give this name as ratings. Select that performance rating column. Based on that we are going to add this conditional column. So that is why. If the performance rating is equals to, let's say, 3, then it is high. Or else it is So this again, this new column we are creating. Let's change its data type also. We know that this is in the text form, so we have changed the data type. All our steps are also being recorded over here. The history of our step is being created. You can see there are only two distinct values here. Over here, 0 unique values are there. Here also there are three distinct, as like low, medium and high it was. So those things are being created. Now let's go close and apply this and enter into a dashboard, and let's present this, or let's display our new created columns. Let's see whatever the new columns we have created, are they even? Yes, we have the column, we have created the column that was ratings, right? So that is also added in it. So now what we are going to do is we will again create a duplicate of this page. And rename it. Let's name it as fourth page. We are going to change the name of this pages, okay, afterwards also. This is not the proper naming convention. So now let's delete these tables. The common things which we want to keep, we have kept them. Now let's take a shape like how we are following from the first. We will do that only. We'll take a shape. And let's format it. I'm going to take again this only. Shapes. Again, let's format it fastly. Yes. So now what I'm going to do is let's come into our visualizations. I have selected this shape, that is why it is not coming. Yes. So I'm taking this chart, and here I'm going to present the values or select those columns which we have created right now. So we have created the column that is job satisfaction of the employees, right? So what we are going to do is let's take the total employees count, and then if it is possible we will take name also, but let's see first whatever the requirement is there, that we will focus on. Yes, this was the created column, right? We are going to take that. So total employees satisfied by job, like the value high we have given that those value what employees have been selected, like high is from 289 employees, medium is from 442 employees, and low is from 739 employees. So this is the status of the satisfaction of job by employees. And let's quickly format it with the shape also that we have created in a first or second page, right? I think it was on the first page. Yes, we'll select this, format, and come on a fourth page here. And I think we should change the title of this. So let's change the title. I have to select it first. So this is okay. We have given header title to our this chart. If you want, you can make bold this that will also look good. Satisfied by job and satisfaction by job, this is okay. Next, what we are going to do is we have created the column that was of rating, so we are going to represent that. Let's come in this shape. We will take a visualization. For this, I am going to take a pie chart. Let's take this total employees. We have the column of overtime, like who are the employees who are doing overtime, like that, if they are doing it or not. So like that we are taking it. Let's see if we can add in tooltips any other things. So the employees count, those who are not doing overtime, are 1054, and from that female count is 408. So let's see what is male count also. We will also add that column into tooltips. Hover over that shape or here in this side, we can see the male count, female count, like who all are doing overtime, who all are not doing overtime. So like that. Here if we'll see, we'll get the count and everything of that. In the total employees, we are also getting the percentage also, right? So these are the things here we can see. Next, what we can do. This is not needed, but still I am adding. This is not based on ratings, no. So okay, we will keep as it is. We will just select this, format this thing, format this visualization according to it. Now that I have selected, that is why it has not applied properly. Or what we can do is we have that travel status chart also, donut chart we created in our second page, right? We can just format this also. Let's see if it changes according to it. Okay. So we have this thing now. I think we have to change the colors of it by ourselves only. So let's quickly change the color of it. As finding the option only takes more time, right? Let's change this color quickly. Now okay. Let's quickly change its title also. It is not that title. So we are going to give this name as overtime status. So this is the thing we have. Now if we want to add any extra things from our side, that also we can add. But for now, most of the things of the employees are understandable from this dashboard. What we are going to do is we will quickly add the new page and copy this page from here. Otherwise, sorry, not we are going to add new page. We are just going to create a duplicate of this page. And let's see if we can add. Yes, we are sure we want to delete this page. What we are going to do is we will quickly create a duplicate of this page. And let's see if we can add any other things or not. Let's keep this. What you can do is you can just double click on this canvas or your dashboard. A Q&A will be prepared for you. In that, it will also show you that what kind of visualizations you can make, right? So if we feel like any of it is useful, then we can create that also. If not, then we will not create. I am not thinking that these are important. Top service year by percentage female. Top job roles by can be removed. No. Count of employee names. That means total employees count only. how many job roles are there, and top employee names by year at company. This we can represent. Let's see what it is showing. I think we are not going to represent this. This is not that important. It is just showing the name of one employee and we don't want that. So let it be. Okay. Let's check in this. We can what we can do is we can just show the job role and then we can show the monthly income also. Let's see if we can do that. For that we will take a table first. What we are going to do is we are going to take a table and in that employee name and the job role we are going to show. We have selected this sum of job level. That was not the proper column we wanted. We wanted role. So by the employee's name, we can see that what is the role of that employee in that organization. So that is also the thing we can do it over here. Other than that, what we can represent more. Let's see if we change this to multi-card row. What was this visualization called as multi-row card? What we will do is we will keep it as table only. We are not going to change it. Employee name by job role. We have this. Here if you want you can add any image or any other thing visualization if you want. Let's see quickly if we can add any other visualization or not. Or in that table only we will select this table and let's add age also in that. We don't want this value as sum. No, we don't want count of age also. Total employees. Okay, these are all the counts. Department. Let's see. So this is the extra information which I'm going to add in this table. Okay, we will keep it as this much only. So this is a simple table. You can design this table as per your needs. For right now, we are going to keep it this much only. This is the extra information which we have added in this table. Like we have just simply created a table in that employee name, their job role. Like quickly, anyone can see this table and then also he or she can observe it. This is just for the extra thing. Now, last what we are going to do is we are going to create a button to go backwards or to let's see how we are going to create that button. Here we have the option of buttons. We are going to take this back button. On each page we are going to arrange it. Let's just arrange it properly on every page. And rename this duplicate of 4th page to something else. Let's table. I will leave this name as. Let's come on this 4th page. Here also quickly we will add that button. You can also add page navigation buttons. This was also not needed because we have created a separate sheet of this, right? But still now as we have created it, we will keep this also. Quickly add a button on this. Here you can see the navigator option is there, and there you can see that page navigator option is also there. If we'll take that button, that is also okay, but for now, right now I'm just going to take this back button. So this is a 4 pages dashboard, right? We have created this. And on the first page, we don't need this back button, right? Now you can make a report of that like this, like as per your requirements. You can also create any of the dashboards, like it is a report. Like you can just create one visualization and explain its things into side of it. So that those are also things we can do. It totally depends upon our creativity, like what we are going to do and how we are going to develop a dashboard. So this was a multi-page dashboard which we have created. You guys please change the names or keep the names of the pages according to your preferences. I have just given these names like in simple ways. Here if we will see that option of get more visuals. You will see if you have signed in to the Power BI, then you will see that you have the options of these, like different kinds of visualizations are present over here. You can take them also and then use. From the next part, we are going to start a series in which I will show you the case study with one case study and a different visualization. So we'll meet in that. So this is a project. You can add it to your resumes also. So this I will provide all the material which I have used in this, like the icons, the files, those things I'll provide you. So we can create, if you feel like you can add more things to it, you can do it also. So now whenever you are creating a dashboard, you will just keep in mind that whenever you are giving the heading, so we will keep in mind that how we have given the heading to it, like in mobile view how it will look. Now here it is taking the scroll bar and then just HR and dashboard. This is too lengthy like name, so we will keep those things also in mind. Here total employees card is there, then these things, female count and all these things are there. When again come on this desktop layout view. So now this was a simple dashboard creation in Power BI. This was the simple dashboard creation in Power BI. What you can do is explore the things and create your own dashboards. So like that. So in the end, thanks for joining me on this Power BI journey. Remember, data visualization is a powerful tool. So you can go out there and create your own amazing dashboards. Don't just analyze the data, tell a story with it. Keep exploring and learning. So let's see what are your creativity levels and creating the dashboards.